Oh, good. She's on. Thank you. Well, good morning. I hope everybody had a good long weekend. From the enthusiasm in the room, I think that might be the case. And today is Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. It's great to see everybody here again, our staff and those that are joining us virtually. Thank you very much. We are here for our special session of the board. And we have our first order of business is our call to order. I am Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1, and I'm also chair of the board. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that you're all here to today's meeting with us, and I thank you, my colleagues. You know, it's been a rough 3 weeks, but we made it through and back over here again. So I just want to say good morning, Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5.
Good morning. This is Lena. I'm almost there.
All right, Lena, we're keeping your seat warm for you. So we'll see when you get here. Our next order of business is a Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can, please stand and honor our country. All right, and now is the time on our agenda where we ask members of the public that would like to address the board an opportunity to do so. We ask that you keep your statements to 3 minutes. And a reminder, this is an open public meeting. We ask that you be respectful to others and courteous. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly, to let everyone know how you can address the board under call to the public.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment, we have comment cards on the table by the door, or you can come up to the podium. We don't have a whole lot of people here in the room. You can come up to the podium and state your name for our minutes, and we'll provide 3 minutes for a comment. And also we have a board comments at coconino.az.gov email if anybody's online and can email in as well.
Now is the time.
Chair Horseman, we do not have any comment cards and nobody's making their way to the podium.
All right,
And we don't have any comments in our inbox.
very good. This is the last call. We'll give it another 30 seconds. Members of the public, now is the time to address the board under call to the public.
Chair Horseman, we do not have any comments.
All right, very good. Well, then we're going to proceed with our agenda this morning. We have a very extensive, as always, consent agenda. Members of the public and those that are here, our consent agenda are usually ministerial in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote of the board. They are then not open for discussion. However, if members of the board would like to have a item removed for a discussion item, and that we will remove them from the consent agenda, in which case these will be decided through individual discussions and individual motion and vote. And with that, I'm turning to my colleagues to see if there are items they would like to remove from the consent agenda. So, yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Can I please remove items number 2 and items number 3?
Absolutely. Items 2 and 3 shall be removed. Members of the board, are there any other items that you would like to remove from the consent agenda? And I'm just quickly looking since we had a long weekend and I might have forgotten. All right, members of the board, we are removing items number 2 and 3. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda with the removal of 2 and 3?
I'll move.
Supervisor Begay made a motion. Do I have a second? Second by second by Supervisor Vasquez.
Still early in the morning.
All those in favor of approving our consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So let's get to number 2, consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with Sunnyside Neighborhood Association of Flag to provide a total of $27,500 from community initiative funds, District 1, $7,500, District 2, $18,000, District 3, $1,500, and District 4, $500 to pay for the Market of Dreams Community Cooperative Multicultural Market and Art Venue Micro Entrepreneurship Center Program. That is a mouthful. They may need to shorten this. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. It took a while to get this CI to work, but I'm really grateful to everybody that contributed to this to make it happen. And we have the pleasure of having Dr. Coral Evans here to speak on behalf of Sunnyside Neighborhood Association. So I'd like to hand it over to her to talk a little bit about this project. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Evans. Good to see you.
Good morning. It's good to be seen. Thank you so much, supervisors, for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this project. I'd like to start out first by saying thank you to Coconino County for your historic support of the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association and our Market of Dreams project. Our Market of Dreams is a micro entrepreneurship project. The Sunnyside neighborhood is focused on trying to address generational poverty through small business development. We believe that the skills of entrepreneurship can also lead to resiliency. And so that's what we've been working on, blending that with the culture that's there and using art and things like that. It's really important for you all to note that you would not be paying for the entire project. We do have grant funders that are assisting with this project. That would include the United Way of Northern Arizona, as well as Care First Arizona. We'll be matching this grant with a $10,000 grant from Care First Arizona. And specifically, we are talking about the workshop and classes component. We're asking for money to assist with a facilitator who can help manage this particular part, as well as compensation for instructors and facilitators, additional facilitators for workshops, translation services, childcare services, and any required licensing, and project supplies. Additionally, even though we call it the Sunnyside Market of Dreams, I think it's important for everyone to know that the Market of Dreams and the programming is open to everyone in the greater Flagstaff area. So thank you for allowing me to chat about this project.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Evans. We're really excited that this opportunity is going to manifest itself in the 4th Street corridor. I know the Market of Dreams has taken over 2 years to get renovated and open up. And so it's really exciting that these projects and programs are going to start in the Sunnyside neighborhood. But as you mentioned, these programs are really important for all and open to all in our community to help with micro entrepreneurship. So
What I'm going to suggest is let's make the motion first, and then we'll see if we can open it up for comments.
So with that, I would like to motion that we approve this CI for $27,000 of community initiative funds to pay for the Market of Dreams Community Cooperative Multicultural Market and Art Venue Micro Entrepreneurship Center Program.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and second. All those in favor of item number 2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, I believe that was
Aye.
there we go. Unanimous. So very good. And now I'm going to open it for comments. Any other comments?
Okay. Dr. Evans, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. And I certainly concur with Vice Chair Vasquez's comments. And I just want to add that I really appreciate the core value, which is really trying to break some of the generational cycles that are going on. I'm very supportive of that. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Supervisor Begay.
Hi, Dr. Evans. I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys do for all the programs and, even soliciting donations. And it takes a lot of work, for nonprofit organizations to be, and sometimes you don't really want to ask, but you ask, and there are people out there that are willing to help. So thank you for all the efforts that you guys are all doing. Thank you.
And Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments to make? Otherwise, I'll make some. I think she's running in. I'll go ahead and make some while she's running in. First and foremost, it's been so amazing to watch the transformation of the former Redwood Inn bar to turn into the Market of Dreams. And, it has truly been a dream to watch this in action. I mean, this is what community stands for and what community is all about. So many people from all over came in and helped out on this. Occasionally we got some tours and I was able to bring some pizza because I have absolutely no skills with a hammer, but it was just absolutely marvelous to see it and to see it transform and quite frankly, to be part of it. And I'm very excited for the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, but I'm mostly really excited for all of Coconino County. I think it's been a community center, which this I will be, that is very, very needed and a part of our town and part of Coconino County that I think is going to be very, very valuable for our community. So, Dr. Evans, you have been so instrumental on getting this done, as well as your team. And so a big, huge thank you to you and to all of them for the incredible work you've done. And I'm really looking forward to attend events there, to see the entrepreneurship spirit developing through the Market of Dreams and just being part of the whole experience. So thank you so much, Dr. Evans. Really appreciate all that you've done and all that your team has done. Please extend our huge thank you to Tina and the rest of the gang, please. I really appreciate it. Supervisor Fowler, I thought she was running in, but she's still with us on screen. Supervisor Fowler.
I was making a turn. Market of Dreams was very, very small, and it was over across the street, and now it's turned into a new, moved into this building, and it's just grown. So just love the dream of becoming a community program, and you are at that level, and I'm just really pleased to see the progress through the years and now here at this point, and just want to congratulate you and all the others in the communities that has been working on this for many years. So congratulations and thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Hopefully we'll see you in a few minutes here, Supervisor Fowler. You can see, I hope you feel the love because there's a lot of love here being spread to you and the Market
Definitely.
of Dreams community. Of course.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add that it doesn't just impact communities or individuals or businesses in the Flagstaff area. Just recently, Coral introduced me to a businessman in Grand Canyon who is also going to be utilizing the Market of Dreams services. And so that's really exciting because what that demonstrates as it's open to everybody in our county. And so we're really hoping that folks from Williams, Grand Canyon, and other areas come and participate because it's open for everybody. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing real quick to that?
Of course.
I just want to say that this individual showed up at the Market of Dreams. He's from the Grand Canyon. He just opened up a brand new restaurant there. He said that he knew everything about cooking, cleaning, front of the house stuff, but he didn't know anything about the administration of it. And that he had been sent or told to come to the Market of Dreams, and we could help him with that. So we were able to pair him with a mentor, a one-on-one mentor who has actually gone out to the canyon and is talking to him. We were able to pair him with Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor Vasquez, who owns a restaurant himself. And it was just really good timing, but it shows you that we are broader than just the Flagstaff area. And then I just want to say thank you to all of you. You are all more than welcome to come to the Market of Dreams, experience some of our programming firsthand, or just come and see what it's like to be there. Thank you so much for your belief in us.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate it. Thanks for being with us this morning. All right, let's move on. This is item number 3, consideration of possible action to approve a community initiative funding agreement with Threaded Together to provide a total of $2,340 from community initiative funds District 1, 800, District 2, 1,040, District 4, 500, to pay costs of theater rental, door code, equipment, labor, rental space of Pioneer Museum, Flagstaff Unified School District, and the Coconino Center for the Arts for the Flagstaff Wool and Fiber Festival, which I know has been an ongoing festival here in Flagstaff. I'm going to take a motion first, and then we'll have comments. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it passes. So Supervisor Vasquez, you pulled this, so please start us off.
Sure. This is another one of those great community projects that this CI funds goes towards helping them actually use the space that they need. And especially, and I thought it was the Coconino Center for the Arts, but it looks like it's Pioneer Museum, so that's okay. I was hoping to send them funding our way to one of our facilities, but that's great that it's going to the Pioneer Museum, because it's one of those projects that we really need to help develop and help thrive, because it helps our community. Wool is so important in our history in terms of our clothing and some of the things that made our community early on. As you might know, the Basque sheep herders have a long history here in Flagstaff and were some of the first sheep herders up on the peaks. And so it's really exciting to see this event happen, and just such a great honor to be able to get this funding out to the community and help provide these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And I'm also very supportive of this. It is a great opportunity. And like the Pioneer Museum, that is a pretty cool place. Like I remember doing field trips there when I was in elementary school. And so I really like what is going on there, and then it still has life in it. So very supportive.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that this is another project I think we fully need to support as a board, as it involves communities all over and ensuring that, we're getting things back out to the community and giving back basically what it is, to ensure that, our constituents are, being part of the communities as a whole. And so I just want to say thank you for the donations, and also to the cause. And I think it's something that we can we cherish, and we want to make sure that it happens and it's followed through and that it's successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler. Okay. All right. I'll just end it real quickly. I agree with my colleagues here. This is another example of really reaching out to members of our community and quite frankly, exploring and honoring various cultures and various histories here in Flagstaff. And you're right, Supervisor Entreveros, it is a cool place, the Pioneer History Museum, even though it happens to be in District 1. And we certainly are hoping that the Pioneer Museum will find a new opening and a new life as we move forward. And I know that's something we're looking at to get some funding for it to be reopened as a valuable resource and educational tool for our community. But this certainly helps. And Threaded Together has done a wonderful job in our community, and they were recognized last year, I think, for the Viola Awards. Didn't we give that award? I think we I think Supervisor Vasquez and I gave that award. So congratulations to Threaded Together, and we look forward at participating and taking part in this programming. So thank you. All right. Any other comments? Oh, Supervisor Fowler. Oh, okay. We're moving forward. We are through with our consent agenda. We are moving forward now. Yes.
Make a comment.
Okay.
While we're on a consent agenda, even though I didn't pull item number 14, this is a really important agreement between Coconino County Public Works and Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. I just want to recognize the hard work of our staff, our county manager, and all the way up to DC to the BIA office, and then to Navajo Nation, the president's office. And this is a huge agreement. It's taken quite a while to just come to an agreement. Well, the agreement was there already, 500,000 from Coconino County matching with Navajo Nation. And it's a huge partnership that we work on in improving roads on Navajo Nation. So I just want to recognize our staff. And we have our Chris Tressler here from Department of Transportation and his team. Want to just appreciate them, and Andy, our county manager, and our county attorney's office has been involved, Bill and others, and just really a complex, simple but complex agreement that everybody has to agree to because it's an interagency agreement. So thank you so much. Or it's not interagency, it's IGA. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Now I know Supervisor Begay wants to say something, and I know that our attorney isn't complaining yet. So Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I think out of respect for Supervisor Fowler's conscientious effort to be here with us, and you made it, and you would have pulled this for comment, had you been here to make the motion. I think it's appropriate at least to have the discussion. The action's already been taken. And so like our prior motions that we pulled off of consent, we took motions, we approved them, and we had discussion. So this is
Supervisor Begay, please make your remarks brief. He's been very generous to us.
Well, we better treat him nice. But I told him we wouldn't give him a hard time today. I just, I just want to say, I just add on to my sister's comments here. This agreement took forever. Constantly just revisiting, and I want to thank Chris and your staff, and just others that have really pushed us back to where we needed to get it to, and also to get the approvals done. On the flip side of that, we are still negotiating with the Hopi tribe, and it's taken a while again. Unfortunately, we have a road just south of Coal Mine Mesa going into Talani Lake. That 22 miles of that road is in a Hopi country. And so we usually do we're continuing to blade, because it's a route that a lot of people use, but that kind of is taking a while again. So I just want to give that update on this issue here. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Totally great job to all who got this finalized or redone, I should say. So we are moving forward, and we need to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Do I, all those in favor of becoming the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And we now have another consent agenda, this time for the Flood Control District. We have items 20 through 23. Members of the board, do you want any of these items removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We have approved the consent agenda. Members or directors, we now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now back to the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, I now need a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So I'll second.
I have Supervisor Begay has made the motion, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board of Directors. And members, or directors, I should say, we have a consent agenda for the Jail District. Do I have a request to remove any item from the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to remove item 25.
Item 25 will be withdrawn. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda, which will be item number 24 only?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ontiveros, second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. We are now moving to item 25, consideration possible action to award bid 2025-05 to the Food Exchange, Inc., and to approve an associated independent contractor agreement to provide food services of food items to the inmates of the Coconino County Sheriff's Detention Facility located at 951 East Sawmill Road, Flagstaff, in an amount not to exceed the total of $170,000 in fiscal year 2026. Supervisor Begay, you asked to have this pulled, so I'm turning this over to you.
Supervisor Fowler. Sheriff, I
I'm
see
sorry.
that you're
Other-
here.
other-
I just thought I pulled this just to to tell us more about how this contract works and how the food is provided for our inmates. I think this is a great educational opportunity for one. And then the other one is that, you know, with the food prices going up and what it does to our services to people that we need to provide service to. So food is really important. I know that for many years, our sheriff's department has provided meals during our Western Navajo Agency Council meetings in December. And the food is actually very good. So I just wanted to just give that opportunity here. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Chair Horstman, Brett Axland, Sheriff of Coconino County. To address Supervisor Fowler, your question about food service, yes, we are very proud of our food service that we offer to our inmates. In fact, I know that there are several instances where we have inmates that are sometimes required to serve time in other institutions, other counties throughout the state, and they actually ask to spend their time here, mostly because of the food. So I know it's a very good thing for the inmates. We have a food service manager on site at our jail who tracks what is being served, as well as the nutritional value that is being served to our inmates. So I know that we are under very strict standards to make sure that they're getting all their nutritional needs, as well as to keep the cost of the meals down. I believe that we are currently somewhere in the realm of about $1 a meal for the inmates, which is very good. We employ several trustees, which are working inmates, to help prepare that food, but they're constantly under the supervision of our detention staff while they do that. I know that we have Lieutenant Garrett Pugh that's monitoring right now. Lindsay, if we could promote him to speaker, I'm sure that he'd be able to speak a little bit more to the intricacies of what you were speaking about as far as our food service to the inmates. So Lieutenant Pugh, are you available?
Is he on?
Lieutenant
Lindsay?
Pugh, if you can just unmute.
Can we get him on? He's off. We'll hopefully be back on. You know, I have a question while we're waiting for him to come on. And this is very weird that this really just came up yesterday when I was having dinner with some friends. Do they provide hot meals to the inmates?
They do, actually. I know at least 2 of the meals today are hot meals.
Okay. You know, it'd be interesting at some point just to see an example of what a menu looks like, just so we have an idea. It's kind of a strange thing to be out for dinner and somebody happens to mention, well, gee, what are the inmates eating? And I did not know. So it would be an interesting thing to see what the menu looks like.
We'd be happy to do that. I know that Supervisor Feller mentioned that we do serve a meal to our Navajo Western Agency meeting, which is hosted here in Flagstaff every year in December. But we also feed it to our Flagstaff Leadership Program that comes in and does a public safety day at our facility. So there's several different groups that come in and that we will show them, you know, exactly what the inmates do eat. We don't certainly don't hold back. They get to eat exactly what the inmates eat, and they're given a presentation as far as food service to inmates.
Okay, thank you. Is he on? Is he available? Thank you.
Yes. Can you
All right,
guys
very
hear me?
good. Yes, we hear you now.
All right. Do we have any specific questions you would like me to answer?
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, I was just asking about the meals that are provided to our inmates and how that service is provided, and then the costs with the, right now, the discussion around the country is just the food prices going up because of just the actions that have been taken and how that's impacting our services.
Correct. And our food manager, Mike Penix, does everything he can by buying in bulk, by using these contracts to group things together and get them at the cheapest price possible, to get everything on site so that we have that. The food's quality doesn't go down. We just have to source out different areas to make sure we're getting the best prices and make sure we have these agreements in place so that we can get those best prices to maintain the quality of food that we're giving and that we're serving. He does everything. I mean, when it comes down to it, he's kind of a wheeler and dealer to get these prices where we need to be able to manage this food. And I know you mentioned the menu of what is provided. We can get you a copy of that menu of the items, and the quality's not going down. I mean, we have the same working inmates. We have, I think we're almost fully staffed for county employees that work in the kitchen. So that quality and everything is there. And with the work that Penix puts in to maintain everything, I mean, we do the best we can for forecasting. And obviously we try to look at what the expenses are going to be and where they're going to blossom or bloom, to basically try to do our best to account for that so that we have everything laid out for the year to the best of our ability.
Thank you. I just want to recognize the sheriff's office, how the inmates are treated. We provide medical service. We provide counseling through Exodus program. We provide education. We provide opportunities for any kind of religious practice if that's needed. And we provide a nutritional meal. So it's a whole person well-being approach. And I just want to thank our sheriff's department and our detention center and staff for providing such good service right down to the meals and making sure that the meals are appropriate for these inmates. So I just want to recognize them and just really the amazing job that they do. And it's true, other counties do not provide the quality nutrition and don't even have nutritionists on staff. And it's just our detention center, our sheriff's department is very conscientious on a well-being of an individual. And these are individuals that are at times just have nowhere else to go or to be, and yet they're treated really well in our detention center. Hopefully because of that, they don't keep coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Sheriff. Really appreciate you being with us today to discuss this. And I believe we need a motion.
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to approve item number 25.
Director Fowler has made a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Director Ontiveros has made a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Again, thank you so much. And I would love to just kind of take a look and see what the meals look like. So
I'll get it to you. Thank you, Chair.
thank you so much. We need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Vasquez. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It's unanimous. We're the Board of Supervisors, and we have a public hearing. So to take us through this public hearing, we have the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. This is a liquor license application for a Series 10 beer and wine store. And just as a note, there has been a liquor license of this at that location already. There's been a change in ownership of the business, so that's why you're seeing the owner transfer of the liquor license before you today. This liquor license is at the location of the Gilligan's Forest Lakes General Store at 2998 State Route 260, Forest Lakes, Arizona, which is in Supervisor District 3. And the agent is Amy Nations, which she's not on today. She was aware that the hearing was happening, but wasn't able to make it. Once we got the application, we did send it out to all of our departments, including community development, risk manager, health and human services, and the sheriff's office. And none of them had concerns regarding the liquor license application. And then also thank you to our sheriff's office. They do the postings for us. So they posted at the location of the liquor license, and we did not have any comments regarding the application or the liquor license. So this is before you to make a recommendation to the state, whether for approval or disapproval. Again, the board does not issue the license, the state issues the license, but the board does make a recommendation to the state regarding the liquor license application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the board? Just for the record, I assume that all of the required paperwork has been filed and is in good order in your office.
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
And I also note that there has been no objection to this as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to turn this over since it's in Supervisor Ontiveros' district. Do you have any questions or comments on this?
No, actually, I don't. And I understand how liquor licenses work very well, the process of it. So I'm in favor of making a recommendation to the state liquor board that we approve this.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
We have a
We do
motion.
need a public hearing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's right. It just went so
I
fast.
know.
So I do apologize, members of the public. This is your time to be heard on this. And again, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk.
Thank you. If anyone would like to come up and make a comment regarding this liquor license at this time, since it is a public hearing, you're welcome to come on up to the podium. There's nobody here that wants to make a comment. so-
All right. Well, we slowed it down a bit, but now we're ready for a motion.
Chair Horstman, I would like to make a motion that we recommend approval on this.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ontiveros to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So recommendation will be made for the Gilligan's Forest Lakes General Store. We certainly wish them continued success. Moving on is discussion item. Discussion, presentation on county outcomes resulting from the American Rescue Plan Act, State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. Turning this over to finance, and I'm assuming that Sarah, you're going to talk about the awards that we have made as a board to our community nonprofits to help provide various services using the ARPA funds that we had received. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Yes, and then we have representatives from our various county departments that received funding, and that will be the majority of the presentation today.
Good. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair and members of the board. So today is a really exciting day. We are wrapping up the American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund allocation. Some of you, most of you were on the board, but just for some background information, this is a multi-year grant that the county received. It was $27.8 million. This came as a result of the ARPA funds, the federal ARPA COVID recovery funds, that were part of dollars that went to state and local governments to help with pandemic recovery. So the county received word that we were getting these allocations back in 2021 and incorporated that into the fiscal year 2022 budget. Just a little bit of a reminder on these funds. So we did receive it in 2 payments, and the final expenditure obligation was due by December 31st, 2024. So back at the time, that seemed like a really long time away, but here we are. So we are really excited to report that so our goals, actually, let me talk about that for a minute. So when we received the funds, just to keep in mind, there were a lot of rules and regulations, a huge treasury document on what was allowable. But our goal was always to be 100% expended by that December 31st, 2024 deadline. So you'll see the chessboard as the icon here on this slide, and that was intentional because really what that took was, as many of you have worked in grants before, you understand that sometimes allocations are made and funding isn't always fully expended. And so we were always looking for what are those allowable things to move around to make sure we met that goal. So we're really excited to say that we did meet that goal. We've reported 100%. I know other organizations right now are still wrapping up. They still have obligations. We were allowed to keep the money obligated for 2 additional years, but our goal really was to just get it, fully expended, get the dollars into the community, and do what we could for pandemic recovery as intended by the act. So that's what we did. So that is what we are here today to do, is to talk about how the board allocated those funds and some of the outcomes as a result of that. Another reminder on these funds, there is still a lot of compliance requirements on these dollars. So in addition to really extensive quarterly reporting, probably the most extensive reporting I've seen in a grant as far as the level of detail for individual payments and obligations. So that was completed every quarter for the county. We also underwent single audit requirements, meaning that part of our separate, not our financial statement audit, but our audit of federal funds included this as a major program, meaning it was audited for 2022, 2023, and 2024. Those have all been completed. We will also be audited on fiscal year 2025 because of the dollars that were from July through December. And then we think it's likely, especially given kind of the environment with these funds, that we'll get a final treasury audit as well. But we're very confident in how we manage these dollars and how we, stayed compliant with all the rules and regulations. So what you'll see on the screen is the final allocation between county projects and between government and nonprofit funding. So that's the community funding that the board allocated in various categories. And also you'll note the county departments then that were recipients of county projects. And I just noticed that adult probation is not on there, but adult probation is another one of the county departments. So they'll all be presenting some slides on their funding and their outcomes. And you can also see just a sampling of, really the full list of all of the county projects that were funded with these dollars, and then the areas of government and nonprofit funding that we're going to go into. So on the community funding, just a little bit of background. The county issued an RFP based on board priorities. The board set the following 6 priority areas to invest some money into the community from this grant. Those were behavioral health, housing, business supports, workforce development and education, support for vulnerable populations, and then COVID supports for local government. So you can see a little table that we ended up 92% expended in this area. But again, then we found other ways to kind of move the pieces around and fully expend the funds across all allowable activities. But that's how it ended up working out as a result of this funding that went out to the community. So when we issued an RFP, we basically did a call for our nonprofits in the community under these areas to present their ideas, to present their plans of how they would utilize funds if they were awarded. And there was a multi-department team that made a recommendation to the board of how to then allocate those dollars within the priority areas to the various organizations. So we're not going to spend a ton of time on that today, because one thing that you all have on your dais, and also we have additional copies for you, is an outcomes report. So you'll notice this bound copy. This really goes into more detail of every entity based on the reporting they did back to us. We asked for metrics, we asked for pictures, some gave client testimonials or other, just indicators of the outcomes of the funding. So it's a really exciting report that goes into more detail on every entity. But just to hit some of the high levels today. So first of all, going back to this, I think it's really important to note, as you look at the first page of this report, looks like this, you'll see service locations. So I just want to highlight that because I think it's really exciting, and you'll see on the map as well some service locations that the dollars by every area. You'll note that every area touched beyond the greater Flagstaff, for every service location, page was listed, for example. We have these community dollars going everywhere from Fredonia, Loop, Marble Canyon, Peach Springs, Williams, Cameron, Grand Canyon and North Rim, Tuba City, Sedona, Tucson, Ash Fork, Parks, like the list goes on. And this is based on what was reported back to us from these organizations as far as how the dollars were used. So again, a really broad countywide approach was taken. And that's something that's really exciting that you'll find in this report. So just as a reminder, behavioral health, the following 4 organizations were funded. And what we've provided on the next page is just a sampling of some of the outcome pictures that behavioral health has provided to us. So Northland Family Health Center and Community Bridges followed up with some pictures on their projects. Another area that was funded in here is the Guidance Center. They had a mobile mental health community response unit, and they will be in this afternoon. So if you have any questions on that project, I'm sure you can also ask them when they're here this afternoon. In the area of housing, we were able to fully fund a sewer line extension with the town of Fredonia, and then also fully fund Red Feather Development Group for $300,000 for health and safety home repairs and energy efficiency projects, as well as fully fund Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. So this area, the housing area, is one area where we actually were 100% expended by the end of the project, which is really exciting. And as we look at the next page, we have some pictures there. Red Feather Development Group across the top, some of their rehab projects that they did. And then across the bottom, JoJo's Place that opened through Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. With business supports, we had 3 organizations, the Community College Small Business Development Center. We also had the Spanish-speaking business advisors for micro businesses, and there's some really exciting information in here that they were able to provide on the work that they did, as well as Creative Flagstaff received an allocation of $100,000 for supporting the arts community in Flagstaff. So that was the business supports area. And we have some pictures here as well from some of the outreach that was done with the Spanish-speaking community. With workforce development, there were 2 projects. So you'll recall that Elevate Pre-K did an expansion and did a page area classroom with the funds they received, as well as Coconino Community College did a mobile training program where they had a mobile unit for construction maintenance tech, and they went throughout the county and were able to provide that training. And now they have that equipment, so they're able to continue that program even beyond the ARPA dollars. There's a picture there of the mobile unit that they were able to purchase through the funding, again, received from the county. The largest area was the support for vulnerable populations. You can see a variety of projects listed there. We don't need to go through all of them, but as we look at some of the follow-up pictures, there were a lot of events. The Moan Kopi Senior Center was able to get back to serving food. They had to have a shutdown for a while during COVID, and they were able to do some things with their HVAC system as a result of these funds that allowed them to get back up and running. Also Flagstaff Shelter Service, you'll notice they were able to purchase the van for transportation of their clients on the left there. That was done with county ARPA funding. Cancer Support Community, rather, Northern Arizona as well has a lot of pictures of what they were able to do with the funds from the county. And then the last area was the COVID support for local government. And there were 3 areas here. Unfortunately, in this one, we only had 2 that were able to get completed due to the requirements. So just a reminder, again, there was a lot of compliance requirements on these ARPA dollars, and it required things of the recipients of the funds as well. And the Tuba City chapter, we worked extensively with them trying to get that one on the ground, but unfortunately, just because of some of the compliance requirements, they were unable to become an eligible vendor for that. But what we, as you'll recall, instead, then in lieu of that, because we had to do some moving around of things to use the ARPA dollars, then we were able to put matching dollars towards the Tribal Nation Service Center instead of getting the $25,000 specifically to the Tuba City chapter house. The city of Sedona has provided some information. You may recognize West Eason in that picture where they did some evacuation trainings, and then on the left, the Highlands Fire District and some of the work that they did out there. So with that, that's just kind of a high level overview. I would really encourage you to go through this document. As I noted, it really has what was reported back to us from these organizations. There's extra copies with Juanita. So if you ever have cause to be in the community and get, questions about what was done, you're welcome to take as many as you'd like to hand out to people and show kind of what the county did with the community funding. So with that, we're going to turn it over to all the departments to go through their outcomes as a result of the county side of the funding. So we'll start with health. Oh,
Before we do that, just any questions that the board may have on the partnership funding that was done. Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to recognize the finance department and our county manager's office for establishing themselves, and our county attorney. It took quite a bit of work to figure out how to establish finance department to be able to manage these grants that were coming in. And then figuring out how to meet all the requirements, and then coming up with a criteria on how we're going to be able to distribute throughout the community. And what does that mean? How do we approach that? That was quite a bit of discussion that we did as a board, as well as you all putting those details in place. So I just want to recognize you and your staff, county manager, county attorney's office, and all others that were involved in this, all the department heads. It was a huge effort just to come to, it makes it very simple here at the reporting, but before it was launched, there was so much work that was done. So just want to recognize you and thank you for that.
Yes, I'd like to make a couple comments as well. And first of all, it was very important for us as part of our ARPA funding to look to our outside community partners to help to provide the services that we in Coconino County cannot provide, but we know are so needed by the people who live here and all across Coconino County. So I really appreciate the great job that was done to serve our community during these very difficult times. The programs and this report is really wonderful, and the outcomes report, which I will share with our other community members, because I think it is really a testament to the good work that was done by this board and by the staff to really see where the needs where the needs were and how we could best support these needs through our community partners. So over $4 million was provided, and it looks like a lot of wonderful services and wonderful outcomes to our communities. So that's what we were hopeful for, and that's what this report really documents. And certainly wish we had to do it all over again, but we don't. And I know that's why our budget was so difficult. Is that a lot of these services and a lot of these needs remain. And of course, the funding isn't there, but we're doing what we can and spreading out where we can to get the job done. So a huge thank you to our community partners for this. I know we'll probably be talking to them this afternoon, but I think just on the record, we want to make sure that to acknowledge them and the great job that they did with the funds that we were provided. So thank you, and look forward to hearing from the departments now.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we have another comment. Supervisor Begay. Just a minute, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair. She doesn't look this way. I don't know why. But anyway, I'm just kidding. I just want to say thank you, everyone that has played a part in this whole initiative, to get these ARPA dollars out and get them spend it the way they're supposed to be. And also, I heard back from the Monkopi Senior Center. They're very, very happy. They're very grateful that they got help in getting their repairs on the HVAC system, and they were down on a freezer too. So for the whole for the senior citizen and senior center, and here we managed to get that going for them too. So I just want to say to give that feedback to how those dollars were and how grateful they were being by the people that used it. So thank you.
All right, any other comments with regards to our community partners before we move on to the county departments? All right, we're moving on to county departments now. Good to see you, Michelle.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you, Board, for having us. And first, we want to send our sincere appreciation to the Board for helping us do so many different programs. I'm going to scroll through these pretty quick, but really our sincere appreciation for making all these things happen for us due to the ARPA funding. So the first one was a partnership with the adult probation, and you're going to hear Kara talk in a few moments about their navigational experience that they used. Ours was a bit different, that we used our criminal justice navigators, and what we did is work with a community partner, Hope Lives, which is a peer support run program here in Flagstaff, and they partnered with us in the jail, the Pathways to Community program. And we were able to connect individuals directly as they came out of jail into Pathways, help them get to their court appearances, help provide that support. And we all know that peers provide a very important role in our community and in that recovery process. These are individuals that have had substance abuse and mental health issues of their own. And they were able to walk the walk with individuals, making their anxiety and fears, not feel so overwhelming. And this program was so successful, and we are so grateful to adult probation for partnering with us to make this piece of it happen, that we actually expanded the program. So once the ARPA funds ended, we actually carved out some additional funds from the sheriff's grant that he gave us and are able to continue this program going into future years. As you can see, a few of the things that they do are right here on the bullet points there. Not there. And to give you an idea of how many individuals were assisted through this partnership, you can see that. And they were actually really able to help us lower that recidivism rate, because they've walked that walk. The next area that we were able to receive ARPA funding, which is near and dear to all of our hearts, is behavioral health. This was the creation of a new division for Health and Human Services, our Recovery and Resiliency Division. This division has opioid crisis response, our Pathways to Service program, as well as our new youth behavioral health program that will be launching very shortly, that we're excited about. So since ARPA funding, we have hired our clinical director. We have completed most of the design process, and you will hear in the first week of June from Tom Hanachek of Facilities, talking about the building, what it's going to look like, and our vision for the future with it. This is really going to help strengthen our coalition with youth across the board and our community partners as well. Title 36. This is a involuntary program that is run by specialists here in Coconino County. This is not something that we run internally, but as you heard us talk during the budget presentations, we had a lot of individuals in our community across the county really struggling with mental health issues. The outreach that was done post-COVID, as we started coming out of it in late 2022, you saw our numbers spike for those that were needing assistance. There was outreach done with the helplines. People became more aware of the activities and the areas that they could reach out in, that it was okay to ask for help, that this was not a private affair, that there was help for all. As you can see, those were numbers we also shared with you during our board presentation, but you can see how the number of applications received, that third column, spiked greatly in 2024. And because of this funding, we were able to help people in our community. Senior services. This is a really fun program that this board made possible.
Supervisor Begay.
These are inpatient services that people are committed against their will in order to assist them so they are not a harm to themselves or to others. Medication is usually provided, and they have a chance to work with a therapist and get on a treatment plan. Thank you, Supervisor. Going faster than my notes.
Senior services, I think we're in.
So during COVID, we saw a large increase in our senior populations across Coconino County. And what we're talking about is our Williams area and our Flagstaff area. So that is where we have the contract with NACOG for our Meals on Wheels and congregate programs. We have a very strong relationship with the city of Flagstaff and with the city of Williams in order to utilize their facilities for free. Now, part of that agreement is that we maintain their kitchen up to a commercial grade. That is no easy task, as anyone who has been in the restaurant industry knows. That equipment, kitchen stuff is very, very expensive. There is a lot of grease that does come in keeping those stoves and ovens there. And so this was an area we were concerned about, that we needed to do some replacement and some kitchen remodeling. Because of this investment that this board made, we were able to replace a lot of the kitchen equipment, put new refrigerators in our Williams area, and increase the expansion of the number of seniors that are now being fed. We have continued that with a partnership with both the city of Williams and the city of Flagstaff, that those extra members that we were able to feed during the ARPA funds will continue to receive that funding. So we are extremely grateful for this board, that that equipment will last into the future and continue to be an area that we can meet the needs of those communities.
We actually got a tour of their kitchen after they upgraded it,
You
and a
did.
meal as well.
Effective service delivery was another area of importance that we all learned during COVID, whether you were at board meetings or you were running your own business. It was the investment into software, being able to provide software 24/7 to the community to provide that transparency, as well as reduce barriers. Due to your ARPA investment, we were able to purchase software for our animal services, and now individuals can access that software 24/7. Here's a quick update on the types and accounts that are currently being used. So most of us during the pandemic had probably received a call or learned what the word epidemiologist means, or even read some, yes, don't ask us to spell it, but we can definitely say it. But we also read a lot of reports during that time. This was made possible because of this board and the ARPA funding that was invested there. We were able to hire up to 19 extra staff during this. Over 17% of the population was contacted in our county, which is quite a few. That was over 20, almost close to 25,000 people were contacted to make sure that they had the resources needed, that the contact tracing was done, and that we can continue to make those calls to others to make sure that they had the resources, support needed, or hospitalization issues were handled appropriately. Because of this investment, we were also able to increase our outreach with our partners. The value of our partnership today cannot be measured in dollars. We are able to talk directly with Tuba City Regional Behavioral Health. They call us, we call them in emergencies. We also have a great relationship with the town of Tucson, Fredonia, Page, and in an emergency, any one of us can reach out and there's a warm hand on the other side willing to help, or we're willing to help them. So because of this investment, this was made possible. We all took the dreaded COVID test. Some of us had more Q-tips up our nose and we prepared to remember those times. But an important part is, what about for those that could not or did not have the resources to do that? So part of what this board allowed for us to do was to buy COVID tests for the community and pass them out to our vulnerable populations, but also to provide testing through a very quick rapid test authorized by TGen to help our people who are incarcerated in our adult detention and juvenile detention center. They were offered, and as you can see here, we had almost 1,800 tests were conducted in our detention center, keeping people safe, or if they were keeping that transmission factor very low during this time. And that was critical for individuals, as we did not want to increase the death rate that we were experiencing. And with that, I will turn it to the next department unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Just a comment, when COVID hit, it was a huge surprise. We were meeting and we just happened to have a meeting in Page, and we organized a meeting there and said it's coming. And we were, and it's like, what is it? We didn't know. And we didn't even, and then COVID tests, at first it was certain people. Then all of a sudden it had to be everybody. Then it went to the children. It was really chaotic time. But, COVID brought us together. We had the NAU Health Department, Health IHS area office. We had the local Tuba City Regional, all of the healthcare across the board. We had meetings, brought all the businesses together. We had a weekly calls. This was a huge undertaking for the county, for all the departments to see how we can organize to be able to help our individuals. And then it was a time of really great sadness. Requests is coming in for from mortuary saying they ran out of space. We need more refrigerators. And our local business stepping up saying, I have a truck, that's a freezer truck. That was hard to be able to do that. Public health nurses calling saying that they need beds so they can separate families, and Chicago came in with beds. Beds were hauled in to our public health. I couldn't believe that they brought single beds just so that they could help us. We had a lot of calls that we made, and it was just really heartbreaking, and not being able to go out, but being able to have Zoom, our health IT brought us together. Didn't even know what Zoom was. And so it was all of the programs that were identified, and these dollars going out and being able to help people. That it was a huge undertaking. And I just want to recognize you and your staff, because you became the center of everything. We all look to you and the department to see how we can. What does this mean? What does that mean? We didn't know. Sometimes you didn't know either.
No, we did not. Thank you,
And so,
Supervisor.
but we were able to, and then the towns, all the towns asking for help, all the mayors, but we work with all of them. I just want to recognize you, all the departments, courts, detention center. I mean, every department was really impacted and trying to figure out how to approach everything. And when people are in such a need. And so.
Thank you, Supervisor. I 100% agree that those partnerships with our outside community as well as our interior departments was amazing. And thank you for your investment. We couldn't have done it without you.
Just
I'm sorry. I think it's gonna be, just people that worked during that time, and we working on it during that time, and what we saw, what we went through, all of that. I think we have I think we've been traumatized by it, and we know what it means to. I think we need, as a community, we need to be more prepared. We weren't prepared with our food, with our emergency. I mean, just basic things as heat, water, all of that. our communities were not prepared. So I think that now we need to make sure that we as individuals and as communities, we need to be prepared for the unknown. We talk about uncertainty as though it's just okay, but we went through that with the pandemic. That should teach us that we need to always be prepared. So just want to thank you and the county really coming together and being able to, be the first in a lot of ways and a lot of efforts that we put together. So thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. Yes, certainly we have to be prepared in all ways, even, not just in the health department, but all around, because like our dollars, our funding, those things are things that we need to be preparing for. But I know that there's talks about measles that's coming around and saying it's coming, but we don't know when it's going to be here. So I think, we have to be proactive in, starting to get information out there for the people from the department. And then not only that, from the manager's office and maybe all departments. I think it's getting our staff, knowledgeable about those and what it does and what it takes and what needs to happen. So thank you. I thank all the staff that have really worked hard. Every single staff had a say so, and they helped us, to ensure, people were using sanitary wipes or even, lotions or whatever. So, and then the masks and things like that. So that's something that we really need to foresee some of these things that might be, but we don't know. Unexpectedly things happen and it's here, and then we're scrambling. But we should be also be ready, to do provide the services or to ensure that we're protecting our people out here. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation about our Health and Human Services providing such crucial programming to our community at such a trying time. And then, we came on the board at the end of COVID, and so we saw the tail end of it and really worked with the team to provide these programs through the ARPA funding, which was miraculous having that kind of funding. It was really a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I feel, based on these presentations we've had already and the ones that are coming, that we really utilize and maximize our opportunity and really spread this funding out to our community where it was most needed. And so I just applaud everybody who was involved, both the community partners, all our departments who really got creative and utilized this funding to provide as many services as possible for our community. Thank you.
Yes, and when this was all, it wasn't really at the end. It was really at the very beginning of the vaccine being developed. So we were involved in the testing first, as you know, drive up testing in the state, and just being able to provide the COVID vaccine all across this county, the second largest geographic county in the nation, was amazing. And to you and your staff who were there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to get this done. And a huge thank you. And Kim Musselman, and, who was then on HHS at the time. And we as the board said that we would be measured by how we handled this crisis. And I think that, I think it went pretty well. And it went very well because of the commitment that was made by you and your staff and the rest of the county. And it was a all hands on deck to get this done. So really want to thank everybody. And secondly, one of the big things that this board did, and quite frankly, with the great input and recommendations of you and your staff and also Kim Musselman, was to really put such a large percentage of our money towards behavioral and mental health programs. And, we can see the need. We're still seeing that need. And I'm really looking forward to the Youth Behavioral Health Center opening. And it's going to be very exciting for our community. So thank you for all you've done. And I agree with Supervisor Vasquez. I mean, the nice thing about this is we took the money and we spent it well to provide the needed services for our community. And that took all of us. And thank you very much for that. Really
We are very
appreciate it.
grateful.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. You'll kind of notice that I've been largely silent this morning on this because I was not on the board when the ARPA funds were received, distributed, and decided on. I actually was in the private business sector at that time. And while everyone was talking, I was just kind of taking a walk down memory lane of the private side of this too. It wasn't pleasant on that side or on the government side, but I will tell you that I am really impressed by the work that was done. And although I wasn't here, I guess I'm just going to say good job to everybody who stepped up and did it, because I know that it had to have been very difficult times. It wasn't easy for anybody. Yeah. So thank you though for the work that you did do.
Thank you. And I'm internally grateful to Kim and all of our team members. They were just so amazing during this. And thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. All right, now we can move on. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kara Singer with Adult Probation. I think the next slide is mine. So I'm going to share with you what adult probation was able to do and how they're able to innovate with so much support from the county. And I've had to spend a little bit of time getting myself up to speed on this program because I was not here, but I was really excited to hear what was able to be accomplished with these dollars. So my understanding is this was a brand new concept to adult probation, but at the same time, one that came very naturally when we're talking about working with individuals, meeting them where they're at, and how do we best reduce barriers. And so I think these dollars really allowed a lot of really important work to happen around that. My understanding is that pretty much it was very quick development, and it looked like we had some good people at the helm to be able to identify processes, make an easy referral process that was pretty broad in order to provide services to as many people as possible throughout the criminal justice system, no matter where they were at within the legal system. We developed our practices around calling on best practices and how we work with people with communication, and then looking at overall situational awareness and any safety considerations that we needed to take into place. These were the different areas that we tracked as far as specific services, and in some cases, some clients received assistance in more than one area. As you can see, housing assistance was a huge component, as well as Medicaid application assistance. Transportation is also way up there, and that it actually became a very large focus of what we were able to do with individuals across Coconino County and transporting them to residential treatment services, sometimes outside of Coconino County. So overall, we had a total of 435 direct referrals. Some of the insights gained through this process, and this is actually something I've been aware of throughout my work previously, is that transportation definitely is an ongoing unmet need. We were able to meet a lot of those through this program. And then just always a reminder that just general information about the criminal justice system, the processes and helping people navigate really needs to be kind of a uniform voice throughout different jurisdictions and throughout the criminal justice system. So it was a really great experience to be able to be reminded of those takeaways and how we continue to move forward. And I wanted to quickly mention as well, we don't have slides up here, but I also wanted to just point out that some of the funding also went to additional positions to be able to meet the pre-sentence backlog as well through Superior Court. So we were able to complete with a total of, yes.
Yes, you're saying transportation where, from where to where?
So sometimes it was simple as having people be able to transport them to be able to get copies of their birth certificates, their documents, to counseling appointments. And there was a large number of instances where transporting them to residential treatment, sometimes outside of the county.
Did you have to hire more staff for that? How many drivers did you end up hiring?
So we had 2 criminal justice navigators that were serving in that capacity to be able to assist with that need.
Any further questions, Supervisor Fowler?
Okay. So that was just I know that Superior Court will be talking about the Superior Court backlog, but I just wanted to highlight. Any other questions or?
Please
comments?
proceed.
That's really all I
Thank you.
all.
All right. Well, we
So-
appreciate the overview and again, it was an all hands on deck when this was going on and certainly appreciate the involvement of you and your staff and please extend our sincere appreciation on that.
I will, thank you.
And Supervisor Begay.
I just have a question. Thank you for the presentation. It does have on here some of the graphing on there. Were there more people that applied that were not served or everybody that came in was served?
I don't have sorry, I'm not prepared to answer that directly. My understanding is that we had very few barriers to being able to help serve people. So I was not made aware of anyone that wasn't able to be served. I think people coming in and they would express what their needs were. Some of them may have been based on if they were on probation, if there were case plan goals or case plan needs, and looking at how could we utilize these positions to be able to help with that. Some of it just very basic life need things like food boxes or stabilizing housing and so forth. So I'm not aware of anyone that was turned away because we weren't able to help. I don't have that information.
Any other questions or comments? Again, thank you so much. Appreciate the report and appreciate everybody's efforts.
I'm just going to ask that we come back to this one at the end and move on to the Superior Court next, and we'll come back to the juvenile.
Morning, Chair Horstman and members of the board. I'm Maya Rodriguez here representing on the Flagstaff Justice Court. I just have one, so sorry. So for the Flagstaff Justice Court, they were, thank you for permitting them to have some of the ARPA funds. They utilized it with the recruitment of a part-time judge and 2 staff to help with navigating through the backlog of cases. In during COVID, the courts kind of slowed down with filings. They slowed down with being able to do cases because technology didn't allow. There needed to be some rule changes to allow and some AOs to issue for us to be able to hold our hearings. And so a lot of the cases got backlogged. With the ARPA funds, Flagstaff Justice Court focused on the civil traffic because measures that were put in place during COVID allowed for those hearings to be held remotely, and the judge could appear via Zoom without needing a courtroom or necessarily a staff sit next to him. The staff could be on Zoom also. So the focus was the backlog of cases. And during the 2 years that the ARPA funds were available to the Flagstaff Justice Court, they saw a 2,000 plus increase in civil traffic filings for the year, for those 2 years. And they also doubled their hearings held. But reflecting in the stats there are the actual tracked cases that were backlogged from during the COVID time. Additional types of cases that they saw an intake or uptake in was their felony filings and misdemeanor filings. So the court was busy. And one of the portions of the funding went to upgrading the technology in the courtrooms, which was nice because that technology is being used today. All both courtrooms and justice court were rewired to be able to be captured. The record was captured on Zoom, which is really important. People's right to appeal needed to be upheld. And you couldn't do that if you couldn't pick up all the microphones. Division 1 in the Flagstaff Justice Court is jury division, where they have the ability to hold jury trials. And so they installed wireless microphones, which made it a lot more user-friendly for the clerks trying to capture those recordings and ensuring that every person was picked up by the microphone. Attorneys were able to move and walk around and address the jurors. So that's about all I have. Thank you for the opportunity. And I apologize. It's a busy Monday for a Tuesday after a Monday holiday in the courts. And so that's why I'm representing the Justice Court.
Thank you for being here and thank you for the update. And, we accomplished what we were trying to accomplish with the fund. So really appreciate that and appreciate your report. Any other comments, questions? Then Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the update. We were kind of surprised when, there was a discussion nationwide about court cases being backlogged during the pandemic. It's like, how did that develop? Why didn't it ever come up before? Why all of a sudden? It was unbelievable that we had to provide funding and create a division just to address that. It was like, why weren't you doing your job kind of thing before? And here we had to, it was a serious case, and it wasn't just here. It was across the country where court cases were end up getting backlogged and became a focus. And it had to be worked into, and our county really advocated for this to include in the ARPA funds. It was not in there. And as National Counties Association, counties across the country, the judges, court attorneys, they really came together and said, we need this as part of the ARPA dollars. And so last minute it was inserted. And thank goodness they did, because we would probably still have backlog cases today and wondering how we're going to pay to be able to get that up to date. So I want to really thank all the court staff for really bringing information to the board and then being able to carry that with us. And thank goodness we had our congressional delegation, our senators, and our representative Tom O'Halloran that really listened to us and advocated for us. Otherwise, it was no, 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 no until the last minute they inserted it. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, it was a change in doing business. I mean, a lot of the rules require people to be in person. So that's what created some of that backlog. And so some of that changed throughout COVID, and it changed how we do business today and how we'll do business, you know, with the e-filing. They ramped that up quite a bit, trying to accommodate the needs of the courts and the needs of the people to be able to get their cases heard. You know, I mean, that's really what we're about, right? Hearing people's cases. So,
and
thank
there
you.
was no such thing as virtual appearance
Right.
before that. And we didn't have Zoom or anything. And we had to talk about rewiring. It's like all of our counties' offices had to be rewired. Thank goodness for our IT department knowing what to do.
A whole population had to learn how to use the computer. I mean,
Yeah.
truly, that's what delayed some of the stuff. Some of your hearings would delay because people couldn't get on, you couldn't hear them, get off, you know. So it was interesting to be a part of.
So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sharon Yates. I'm the court administrator with the Superior Court. And so going on with regards to the courts and the funding that we received through the ARPA funds, first want to thank you for your support and funding that was provided to Superior Court. Part of the funding was to create a Division 7 and hire a judge, along with that a mental health court coordinator, court security, a judicial assistant. And that was to address the backlog. And I think part of what Maya had said is part of why that there was backlog, but also for a short period of time, we were not allowed to do any jury trials in criminal cases or civil cases. And so I think that really impacted the backlog. Individuals wanted a jury trial. We weren't able to hold jury trials. So it created some of the backlog. But you can see here, this is a exact same slide we presented at our earlier budget meeting that once we got funding, we really got to work with our internal partners. So our partner with the Clerk of Superior Court and staff, and then also our external partners, County Attorney, Public Defender's Office, and the local bar association, and really got to work in decreasing our backlog. We defined backlog cases that were more than 1 year old. And you can see in the height in 2021, we had 108 of those cases. And at the end of last calendar year, we went down to 19, which is really great to see that those ARPA monies really worked and we were able to eat away at that backlog. And then going off to the left side, the total pending criminal cases at the height was also in 2021. We had 664 open criminal cases total. So those are just anyone from 1 day old to however old they were pending before us. And at the end of last calendar year, we went down to 444. So some great statistics. And the ARPA monies did what we came and asked for ARPA monies for. And again, we couldn't have done it with your support and funding for that Division 7. The next area was for courtroom technology. At the beginning of COVID, we were asked, what do we need from the ARPA funds? And we said technology upgrade in our courtrooms. We underestimated, I think a lot of departments did, for technology. We didn't realize that the increase in cost of technology would go up substantially because everyone, since we couldn't meet in person, we were turning to technology. And it really push the courts into the 21st century to be able to use technology where people didn't have to appear in person. They can appear remotely. And so we were able to upgrade all of the technology in all of our courtrooms here downtown. We also upgraded the technology at our juvenile court off of Sawmill. And so some of the outcomes were we were able to enhance audio quality, which is very important with the decrease in court reporters that we have. When we don't have a court reporter, we rely upon that audio recording for the record. And so we were able to make some great enhancements to that. We also were preparing for digital evidence, which I know we rolled out some digital evidence this last year. And then again, this benefited not just the court, but all of our customers that come before the court. It's hard to take picture of the technology in the courtroom, so we have a couple pictures there. It looks like a lot less, but we were able to do a lot more with it. Middle of the screen is a control panel that both the clerk and the judge has, where they can control all of the technology in the courtroom. And so they're able to increase one microphone, decrease another, be able to have the screen display the digital evidence. And then there's just a couple quotes up there with regards to our other customers and how much they enjoy the technology. With that, I'll be able to answer any questions.
Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
I was still waiting. Supervisor Fowler.
So how has that benefited how do you continue to use that today? I mean, what the rush of change to new technology, and how is it benefiting today and continue to benefit? And the court backlog, where are we, and are we still needing that Division 7, and how do we move forward?
Yeah, Chair Horstman, Supervisor Fowler. I'll address the first question with regards to technology. We're moving forward with the technology. We're using it every day. It's very difficult to find a court reporter to be able to cover our hearings. So we are relied upon it every single day. And if our audio didn't work and someone requested a transcript of that hearing, we would have to redo the hearing. So it's very important that we use the technology we have and that it's working and working well. And then we're able to launch into digital evidence where people can share the evidence they have digitally in the courtroom. So they're not having to bring in that physical evidence into the courtroom. And then with regard to backlog, I know that we presented a couple weeks ago during our budget presentation. And we think that we're able to continue down the path of not having backlog by the additional support of funding for senior court commissioners in which they can do settlement conferences. And we will keep close eyes on those statistics to make sure that we're not creating backlog, because what we don't want to do is go backwards. And if we are seeing that we're creating backlog, we'll probably be before you again next fiscal year, maybe asking for that division back, but we think we can do it with the funding that we had asked for.
Thank you. I know we did talk about that at some length, and we're looking forward to the periodic reporting on that. So.
Madam Chair, and the mental health in the court, addressing mental health in the court system, that was part of it. And how are we addressing that? Is that continuing?
Thank you, Chair Horstman, Supervisor Fowler. We're going to continue our mental health court program. So it's a specialty court program in which we connect individuals who are going through our court system with those mental health services. So hopefully give them the tools and resources they need so they don't come back into the court. We're going to continue to operate that court. We did receive a federal grant in the amount of $550,000 for 3 years. So we are fortunate that we were able to continue that program.
Any other comments, members of the board? As always, thank you. And again, an example of how we wanted to use the money and the successes as a result of it. So appreciate it and thank you. All right, next up, we have Clerk of the Superior Court. Is that right?
So actually, if you don't mind, we're going to go back and let adult probation, juvenile, if you don't mind coming. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, members of the board. My name's Sid Boyer, and I'm the Program and Treatment Manager at Juvenile, and I'm really happy to talk to you today about how we used the ARPA funding. This was to purchase a block bed at Halo House Northland Family Help Center. It's a youth shelter. And it was really the first time that we could use the shelter beds for kids in the community that were experiencing stress and conflict, excuse me, with their families. Another really good part of this is that they also got a safety plan once they were there at the Halo House, and they had the option of counseling. So that was kind of simultaneously when we opened our Hope Center, which is also front-loading services and resources for families, so they don't have to be involved in the juvenile court system to get services. So that is, are there any questions that you might have?
Any questions, members of the board? So it was kind of an alternative to within the keeping children out of the juvenile justice system and giving them a safe place for them to be.
Right. It was short-term stays, and it's just so they don't have to rise to that level of conflict and get involved with law enforcement.
We like that too.
Yes.
Questions or comments? Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say that, anything that we can do for everyone that is within the Coconino County, I really appreciate the efforts that, all the departments, and then also, the youth that you've helped, within the organization. And so I just want to say I really appreciate it. And anything we could do to help, even provide equipment, and just anything to help. So I just want to say thank you for all the efforts that you're doing with for this particular housing people, others, so they could keep out of the jail system. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think your results speak for themselves. 38 youth for a total of 256 bed days through the Halo House program.
And there were probably a third of those from Page area. So it was all over Coconino.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Vasquez first.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment about the juvenile system and just how encouraging it is to see so few children getting into the system. I grew up here in Flagstaff, and 30 years ago, those numbers were astronomical compared to now. And so to see that is really encouraging. And I just really appreciate that model of trying to get youth, just like with the adults, but starting younger, connected with services early so they don't end up in our justice courts or in our superior courts, and have that opportunity to find themselves and get out of, sometimes youth do stupid things as young people, and they get themselves in trouble. And I'm really encouraged by the programs that we see offered that help keep these youth from falling into our justice system. So good job. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Amen. Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. It's really the children that a lot of children fell through the cracks. And then the school system didn't know what to do because they tried to give the little units so that they can use their homework. There's a lot of stress at home to be able to stay home and not go anywhere. That created a huge challenge. And, this program, coming up with this program, and the courts were closed also at the same time, and this was part of that solution. Just want to thank the staff for being creative as always, and being able to provide the service and continue to provide the service. So just want to thank you and the staff for that.
Thank you. Yeah. And we hope to continue this community bed. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. The Youth Behavioral Center, which very excited about coming online soon. I'm assuming that could also be used as a source for referral to the Halo House.
I imagine so. I'm not sure how that will.
I mean, it's just something to think about.
Yeah. I'm sure we will
It
partner.
seems to make a lot of sense, keeping them out of the juvenile justice system. So, good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, quickly, the clerk of Superior Court was unable to be here during this time, but they did provide the information on your screen, similar to what Sharon and Maya talked about already with the Superior Court and the backlog. They also received funding, as you know, the collaboration and the work together between amongst the Superior Court and the clerk's office is very important. So they were able to have 4 additional court technicians and 2 administrative specialists, as well as do a space remodel that was really exciting for them. So you can see the pictures of the space remodel that was done using some of the ARPA money to allow for additional workspaces for the clerk of Superior Court office. And so they provided these pictures as well, which was an exciting project with the funding. I will stay and play Vanna White for Jennifer Stock, who is on it from the Public Defender's Office, to go through her slides. If Jennifer, you want to come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize. I am on Zoom this morning and not there in person. Somehow I had this on my calendar at 2 o'clock with the invite, not this morning. So I apologize. We had 4 ARPA positions. We had 2 that were supports, well, 3 support staff, I guess. We had an intake specialist, an administrative specialist, and then one that falls under the category of social services, case manager, investigator, and then an attorney 1. The intake specialist and the administrative specialist help the legal assistance support staff primarily. The intake specialist, as you can see on the slide, focused on streamlining the process of opening cases and initial client interaction. The administrative specialist helped enhance the efficiency of the organization. They handled all email correspondence and other general support. Those are tasks that would typically go to the legal assistant, so it freed up the legal assistant's time so that they could focus on more attorney support tasks rather than some of this email correspondence and client contact. The investigator was very important because that added a second investigator to our office, as you all heard me talk about at the budget presentation. We now had a second investigator so we could more quickly handle investigations with the number of investigations that came in. And the attorney was a big addition as well that helped reduce the caseload. If we could go down to the second slide, that shows the impact of those positions. So you can see the reduction in the backlog with the attorneys. This was over the ARPA period. 566 of 684 assigned cases were resolved. The total investigator requests we had were 554, which were handled by both investigators. So obviously things get done twice as fast when you have 2 people instead of 1 person handling all of those requests. And then the support positions really helped increase the client communication. And so the big thing for us was the timely case processing. With attorneys having a sustainable caseload, the investigations, when one investigator, for example, is at a hearing or a trial, there's another investigator who's in the office and able to handle incoming requests. We have 2 investigators now who can, when it's a 2-person job, can handle it. The support for the existing staff, again, allowed attorneys to maintain their caseloads and dedicate the necessary time to investigate their cases and work their cases for their clients. I already talked about the investigator, and the support staff was very helpful for the legal assistants because it helped take some of the burden off of them. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. The investigators, the over 500 investigations, that's a lot. Are these positions continuing? How are they being phased out?
So my request was for the investigator and the attorney to be made full-time employees. And so the investigator was continued for just on the 1 year. The attorney was not granted this year. I will be back next year asking for that, but I am not losing the attorney. With Sandy Deal leaving, there was an open attorney spot, so that person's been transitioned into that. But we basically are down an attorney now from where we are through ARPA, but we can get through it. We'll be fine. The 2 support staff positions, those positions no longer exist, and we we did not ask to continue them. They were helpful, but we didn't feel the need to ask to add a full-time employee for either of those positions.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right. Well, thank you for your update. Really appreciate that. And sorry about the mix up, but really glad you could be here with us this morning. So thank you.
Absolutely. And again, I apologize. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Next, Siri.
So Bill is going to take this one.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, this is Bill Ring from the County Attorney's Office. I did not intend to address the board on this issue, but I've been asked to do so. And I'm happy to. You know, I want to give you the perspective from being the elected official who was in that office at the time that COVID occurred. You know, none of us who get elected to office, and I was elected in that cycle in which COVID occurred, none of us really anticipate having to manage or even address a pandemic or other types of crises that lawyers in contracts call acts of God. I mean, only meaning that this wasn't an act of God. It was just such an unanticipated burden that we all had to address. And our leadership, we actually had to set aside those goals we made for all the achievements we were going to try to install or improve or evolve, and set aside 110% of our attention to the crisis at hand. And I will tell you, in our office, we were the first office in the county organization to deploy remotely. And we said, you know, the problem was we couldn't gather. We couldn't gather. We couldn't be in the same place at the same time. And we were waiting for instruction and direction, but we commanded our people to deploy to home and maintain a workforce there. So some of the ARPA funding actually went to the ability to deploy remotely. And we were successful at that. The other challenge we had as a criminal justice system, and I'm thinking of our presiding judge and the clerk of court, the other elected officials, we could not gather, so we could not gather a grand jury. We could not gather a jury for a trial. We just couldn't be together in those kind of spaces until we could figure out how to do it in a responsible manner. And so, but the thing that Coconino County is good at is that we're adaptive, we're resilient, we're nimble. In the face of all that challenge, we were able to think of opportunities. And one of the opportunities that we actually took ARPA funding to create was remote devices and a video studio in our office where we thought that we would be appearing remotely, not only in this jurisdiction, but in other jurisdictions as well. Down in Phoenix at the Court of Appeals, or if we ever had to make federal appearances, we would be doing it from a studio inside our office. So if you would like to sometime, I'd invite you to come by our office to see the studio that we created. Now, in order to make a studio effective, you had to improve the services at the locations where people might be appearing from. And so we procured through ARPA and through the CARES Act before that, remote devices that we intended to install in Tuba City. And the reason why Tuba City is so important is that there's individuals who have court appearances to make who are transportation challenged. And that's one of the hubs of a locus, a location, where we could have interaction from individuals. If you could get yourself to Tuba City, you could get yourself to court in Flagstaff. And that was the thinking, and we still have that technology available to us to install at the appropriate location in Tuba City to make transportation challenged persons capable of driving and realize part of the challenge with transportation from that location is that many people, for a variety of reasons we learn, are challenged to leave the reservations leave those nations to come to this jurisdiction, because our center of justice might be 90 or 100 miles away in one direction. And those individuals who may have, for example, failures to appear in warrants for arrest, have a concern about leaving that location to drive to be responsible at a court appearance in Flagstaff when there's risk in the relay, in the travel between both places, that you might find yourself arrested on a warrant for failure to appear. So if we can create that, we still have the ability and the technology to create that connectivity between the nation and our courthouse in Flagstaff. And it helps resolve some of our justice issues for those that are justice involved. So you can see here on performance metrics, and I'll read this to you. By expediting case processing, the initiative to reduce the length of time defendants spend in custody, awaiting trial and upholding their constitutional right to a speedy trial, efforts focus on increasing personnel capacity and implementing technological enhancements to facilitate the timely resolution of cases. Additionally, the project provides support to individuals navigating the criminal justice system and connect them with appropriate resources. I don't know if there's another slide, Siri. Oh, well, here you go. This is just a slide that depicts the number of felony cases that were opened per calendar year. And the calendar year is really small at the bottom of the column. But you can see how case flow was peaking in 2021 at 1812. I think that recognizes the so-called backlog of cases, but you can see that after it peaked, it's leveled out for those years after the COVID episode. That's a typical case load in our office for felony cases, between 14 and 1,500. We see more cases to evaluate for charging than we actually charge and enter into the court system. So we evaluate approximately 1,800 cases a year, and we file on about 1,400 of those cases. I think this slide tracks with the slide you've seen previously from courts about the number of jury trial cases. You can see the reason why 20 and 21 there's a low number is we had to figure out how to gather a jury. We had to figure out how to select a jury, how you put people in a room together and make those selections. We've actually come up with innovations in the way that we select jurors now, primarily from questionnaires. And also there was a rule change in the course of this time from courts that eliminated the rejection of jurors for cause, and so actually the questionnaire process has worked out really well. I'm looking again at the presiding judge to say that we concur with the process we have now for selecting juries. And so here's a similar time period in December of 23 through March of 25. You can see that we entered a phase after the case backlog where we actually had to set trials who were for cases that were pending trial but delayed by COVID. So there was a very high period, more than double our typical number of jury trial cases that we saw starting in January and February of 2024. Through some conscientious, I was going to say aggressive plea bargaining, we were able to also reduce the number of jury trials that were necessary. But we had to deal with the backlog of cases that hadn't been tried, but whose defendants are entitled by the Constitution to jury trial. So we've leveled off again back to our historic norm. And I think just to summarize here, you've got a little bit of cleanup that still needs to be done. And these are some of the points that the county attorney would make in saying that we've got work to do. But I want to really compliment the courts, compliment defense counsel, adult probation, clerk of court. This took a team effort. And we've talked about systems management, systems processing. We have very good relations with our court partners, and we're quite capable of continuing that positivity when we begin to think of even of our budgets as systems managements. And anytime we have the opportunity to improve our processes, we're quite happy to gather. Our CJCC is very effective at gathering us, and I see Diana is here. And that's a matter that I can tell you from experience is unique to Coconino County. It is. We are a fantastic organization. I'll end where I began. When we faced that challenge that none of us foresaw, nonetheless, it's our human skills, the things in our hearts, that managed our way through that process. Our resilience, our nimbleness, our willing to agree, our ability to disagree nobly. That was all evidenced in the way that we managed this crisis. So we're grateful to you, the board, for the leadership that you demonstrated, to the trust that you gave in all of us to manage this, and the way that we cooperated through a very significant crisis together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to make a comment, and I'll see if others would like to as well. And, you know, one of the things just from seeing and hearing from a lot of the different parts of our criminal justice system, you know, the wonderful thing that we have done in Coconino County, and it has been through CJCC, is that we do look at this as a system-wide approach to providing justice. And we do that from both prosecution, through the defense side, through the court system, and through our probation departments. And I think it's CJCC provides us the avenue of communication, collaboration, and service for our community. And I think that is unique to Coconino County. And very, very pleased to be part of the CJCC board and to really see it come into fruition, come into itself. And, you know, when we're seeing this, we're seeing how the money was used across the criminal justice system. It accomplished what we were looking for. We wanted to reduce the delay in justice. We wanted to make sure that we had our community was being served from our youth, mental health, behavioral health, and probation, and you know, just all across the system. And in our budget process, we just spent 2 weeks doing, you know, we also tried to make a look at it system wide. You know, you can't stack one, if you will, without really taking a look at how that affects the rest of the system. So I think that this board has done a good job on that. I really commend everyone's involvement with the CJCC and their collaboration, and they're working together, and we see how effective it's been. So the bad thing is I was hoping we would see some of the numbers going down, but I think what we can see is an incredible service that's being provided all across Coconino County. So thank you. Other comments, questions? All right. Supervisor Begay.
I concur with Chair's comments, and I think one of the things it's very important too is to ensure that we give you guys the proper tools, you know, to get your job done. And without those tools, then it still would be hard. But I just want to say thank you for all the whole staff, you know, the CJCC and, you know, across the board. You know, I just want to say thank you so much, you know, and certainly this board has really been active in a lot of ways to where, you know, we want to ensure there's justice out there. And then also not just the justice, but, everything else that comes with it, that we provide the services that, our people need out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, the fundings, I want to just thank all the departments for meeting the deadlines and carrying out identifying what the need was that could continue, how to continue to serve our residents during a time of a huge unknown crisis. And when these dollars are initiated and put it and being implemented like this, it really has served the county well, and our residents, kept them safe and continue to provide the services. And just in the background with each department, it was a challenge just to figure out how to put it in place. And the other is that we just didn't have the technology at the time. It's like, okay, what does it mean? We knew the school systems, they did those little devices that were given out were not working with the school for the children, and they were just pretty much just really chaotic, because the shutdown was about March 15th or something like that, March 20th anyway. I remember meeting in Page with our health department was there. We had all the businesses there, and we met, I think, on March 10th, and a week later it was a shutdown. And we didn't know it was going to shut down either. But these services that were created and thought up and well put together by each of the department, all of the agencies, just really carried out the services well. I want to just commend everyone, all the county managers, all the departments, people that are not with us that have moved on from the county. There are many staff that have moved on. Just recognize how much work they did. It was, even though it was a shutdown, it didn't mean that we were not working. We were calling. When Zoom came to be, we started getting on Zoom. Then we learned there was such a thing as Teams. Navajo Nation came up with the Google Meet. So, and then we had to find out what all the other agencies were using, because we were not on the same system. It was a really challenging time. And it really, I think, when I think about it, it's really taught us a lot about how to come together to resolve a huge issue. And those huge issues became really tiny issues right into the homes. We were right in the homes of individuals, individual lives where we're at. And it just, I just want to thank everyone for being able to continue to provide the services, and actually improve services that we have done through the years. It's changed the way we do business. It's changed the way we individually provide business. Prior to the pandemic, we went through a series, and I've mentioned this before. How is it going to be 50 years from now? And that 50 years from now ran right over us. And here we're already 50 years that we dreamt up. And, but that we were able to put it all together. So thank you to the resiliency of our staff, all of our staff, and the board, just being able to confront the unknown and be able to put the tools together. So I just want to thank everyone for that, and the board coming together and being able to just provide the dollars and figuring out how it's going to be done. And we did it. So just want to thank all of you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I know we have one more, right? Superintendent of Schools is the last department. Can we take a 5-minute break, or are we okay to go forward? Do you need a break? 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Sorry. Be right with you, okay? All right. We are back from our quick break, and we're here with our very, very favorite superintendent of schools, Cheryl Mango Paget. And thank you very much for joining us this morning. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you. I can do like I did at graduations making everybody stand up and do some jumping jacks. I'm just kidding. All right, now time to get serious. Good morning, Chair Horseman and honorable members of the board. I want to, thank you. And I also don't want to forget somebody that was really important that worked with you all is Erica Shaw, because she was a great partner to the schools during that time to help us set the vision and help direct us with all the different needs our schools need as to what to really drill in on. And so I'm just going to talk real brief, and then I'm going to turn it over to some of my colleagues, is that I want to take you back a few years. Following the pandemic, our schools had increased needs, as we all know, in health and human services, law enforcement, the courts, as we've heard today. The superintendent of schools, along with their schools, prioritized literacy, K-12. And part of that is because we know that if children aren't reading by the end of 3rd and 4th grade, they have increased risk of health issues, substance abuse, and going to the school to prison pipeline. We also looked at mental and behavioral health needs, not only for students, but educators and families and special education. So we dug deep, and we prioritized literacy because just around that same time, Senate Bill 1572 came out, requiring all of our educators to K-5 to have 90 additional hours of reading training, science of reading, it's called, training, and pass the state exam. And that costs money. To have a trainer, it's $25,000 for one. And for the resources for that, it is probably about $1,500 per teacher. So imagine the burden on our schools, let alone looking at the data with our vulnerable populations that we identified via the map, as well as across the board. And we, at that time, following COVID, had schools with 7% passing the literacy rate, 13%, 22%. And I remember talking to you and going, okay, this is making us really nervous, right? And what we know, what happens in the results, and we've seen the NAEP that came out just this year. But I said, how was it ever okay that we were celebrating that 37 and 39% were passing over the last decade in our schools? So it really took us able to tool up our teachers after looking at their transcript, and 1572 just came along, so it was great. So what our literacy money allowed us to hire a coordinator and put the infrastructure for providing this training. But more importantly, it allowed us as an agency and a department to leverage these dollars, that $250, $300 for the literacy coordinator, to obtain a $1.2 million literacy grant, because we are known across the state since 2010 for our advances in literacy instruction, and also an ACF grant for early childhood literacy. So very powerful looking at that position and the infrastructure we built over the years, and then placing that person, because we leveraged that to get those additional funds. So for the last 3 years, we spent $1 million to $1.2 million training majority of our K-5 educators to get them compliant with SB 1572, but more importantly, to increase their skills so that our children are literate by the time they leave 3rd and 4th grade. And then lastly, if you remember, mental health needs, and that was a big priority for the board. But as we know, is 70 to 80% of the mental health needs for K-12 students are met in the school system, not at private agencies, not at public agencies, but in the schools. And our schools do not have the capacity. And that time too, there was a change of leadership at the state. And so the counseling funds went away. So it wasn't just our kids, also it was our families and our educators. And COVID kind of blew the lid off of that. But as an office in 2017, we started applying for grants such as the Vitalist and the Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family. Oh, this is just it. Yeah, friend, yeah, yeah. So, okay, you're fine. We're met, and so also our schools are so small, they don't have the capacity to have these full FTEs. And so we were able to put the infrastructure in addition with our special education program for mental health and put a mental health division manager. And what this allowed us to do is by having that position and that vision to get to mastery-based learning, because we know that if we don't have the mental health needs met, we're not going to learn. Just like if you're hungry, you're not going to learn. Is we were able to leverage those dollars to obtain a $4.8 million Building Resilient Youth in Schools grant that we implemented the last 3-4 years, and a Governor's Office Youth Faith and Family grant for substance use, and a Gila River to continue the education to supporting our educators. So what I'd like to do is introduce the two positions that these funded. And Corey Lee is our mental health division manager, and he's going to give you some stats. And Kate Malone, who we were able to bring on full time, but she had been with us, I think 2009, 2010 with the agency as well.
Good morning. I'll be talking about the mental health initiatives that our agency has taken on as a result of this ARPA funding. So as the mental health division manager, I've overseen a multidisciplinary team that includes school psychologists, school counselors, as well as social workers who provide a range of different services. In addition to ARPA funds, I've managed that $4.8 million Building Resilient Youth in Schools project that Superintendent Mango Paget just mentioned. And that project, in addition to the ARPA project, has focused on providing evidence-based professional development to schools, providing clinical mental health supports to students as well as staff, and the development of a crisis response team. Throughout the course of our ARPA funding, the wellness team provided 680 hours of professional development across 19 schools. This professional development focused on a wide array of pertinent topics, including the effects of childhood trauma on learning, how to manage student behavior, effective family engagement, and much more. By helping teachers provide better instruction, we were able to positively impact many, many students at our county schools. So just to briefly highlight the impact of our professional development, I wanted to share the comment of a teacher at an alternative high school up in Page after we conducted a training on trauma-informed practices with them. So this training helped the teachers understand how childhood trauma impacts student learning and behavior, and we gave the teachers strategies for effectively working with these students in consideration of that trauma. In an alternative high school especially, we see quite a bit of students who have experienced trauma, and it's extremely important that our teachers are equipped to work with these students in a productive way. So after giving this training to the school staff, one of the teachers came up to me and remarked that it was the best beginning of the year PD that they had ever received at their school. All of our county educators deserve high quality professional development, and we are grateful to leverage ARPA funding to provide this training. In addition to making broad indirect impacts on students through our professional development and coaching services, we also had direct impacts on students through school-based counseling services. Throughout the duration of our funding, there were 435 students who received counseling with a qualified mental health provider at their school. These are students who would have likely gone without services if not for this funding. When we consider the fact that 70 to 80% of children who receive counseling services get them through their school, we see how important it is that students have access to a school-based mental health specialist like a counselor or psychologist. With ARPA funding, students from pre-K through 12th grade receive counseling to get help with issues like depression, anxiety, stress, and other issues that affected their schooling. 69 students at our schools received targeted behavior intervention. We addressed behavioral issues, including chronic absenteeism, substance use, and aggression. Finally, it was not only students who received counseling services through our wellness team, but educators as well. We were able to hire a full-time social worker on the wellness team to provide counseling to educators who were facing personal and professional issues. It's by taking care of our teachers that we take care of our students. Recognizing the importance of addressing educator mental health moving forward, we were able to secure an additional grant from the Gila River Indian community that continues our educator counseling program and our crisis response team. Being a large rural county, we have a lot of small schools that don't have full-time school psychologists, school counselors, or social workers. This lack of mental health personnel has significant impacts on students at our schools, and it also limits the school's capacity to meet student needs, particularly in the context of school crisis events. Thanks to ARPA funding, we've been able to establish a school crisis response team, which has a two-pronged approach to crisis response. We provide trainings for school staff on crisis prevention and response, and we also provide support during actual crises, so in the aftermath of those events. This slide has been updated in the past week, so we've actually responded to 9 crisis situations at schools throughout the county, from Fredonia to Flagstaff to Williams to Grand Canyon Unified School District. And these types of crisis situations really encompass everything, including teacher deaths, student deaths, parental deaths, and deaths of coaching staff as well, anything that can impact the school community. When students and teachers need mental health support after these situations take place, our team deploys to provide that support and guide the school in its coordinated crisis response. Our hope is that by supporting and training schools with regard to crisis events, we can continue to build the capacity of those schools to prevent and respond on their own. Until then, at least through 2026, we will continue to support our schools with crisis response, thanks to that grant we received from the Gila River Indian community that continues this work, and the teacher counseling that I mentioned on the last slide. At this point, we'll shift to discussing our literacy initiatives that were supported with ARPA funding. So I'll let Kate come up.
Great. Good morning, Chair Horseman and board members. Thanks to our strategic investment of our ARPA funds, a $1.2 million literacy grant, support from Secure Rural School Funds, we launched a literacy initiative that is not just changing instruction, it is changing lives. Our combined funds with our plan to ensure every child in this county the opportunity to read, thrive, and succeed in school and beyond. This work is not just about raising test scores. It's about shaping a stronger community for our county. A future where the economy is more resilient, public health is stronger, and incarceration rates are lower. Why? Because literacy is the root of it all. Studies show a direct correlation between low reading proficiency and higher incarceration rates. Conversely, the ability to read well changes life's trajectories for students, for families, and for communities. We know we need to continue to act with urgency. As Cheryl had mentioned, our NAEP scores are the challenge before us. Only 26% of Arizona's 4th grade students are proficient in reading, and just 24% of our 8th graders reached proficiency. These aren't just numbers. These are our students. They deserve better. At the heart of the progress that we have made is the strategic use of the ARPA funds that you provided, which made it possible to establish a dedicated role focused solely on literacy. This investment has driven county-wide transformation, ensuring our efforts are evidence-based, aligned with the science of reading, and built for long-term sustainability. As Cheryl had mentioned, in 2017, Arizona passed a law mandating that all kindergarten through 5th grade teachers complete 90 hours in the science of reading. The science of reading is 50 years plus of comprehensive research that explains how children learn to read and how to teach those skills using explicit and systematic instruction. In our first year, 2022-23, we were able to run 5 cohorts with educators from 4 different districts in the science of reading trainings. This included every kindergarten through 5th grade teacher in Page Unified School. In our second year, we expanded with 3 additional cohorts for kindergarten through 5th grade teachers, as well as 2 leadership cohorts for principals and instructional leaders. One was online, supporting rural schools, and one face-to-face in Flagstaff. This professional learning was reinforced with coaching for teachers and teams, as well as beginning our partnering with families. During our second year, we expanded, during our second year, we expanded our reach to secondary schools, where reading gaps continue to hinder student success. We had 2 courses available for our secondary teachers. One was a reading intervention class, and the second course focused on building student efficacy and comprehension, meeting students where they are and helping them move forward. During our 2024-25 school year, we continued to expand our impact by providing training to 2 early childhood cohorts to help ensure literacy readiness for when kids go into kindergarten. We introduced a writing course to strengthen literacy across content areas, as well as helping schools develop multi-year literacy plans, embedding lasting change into the fabric of their instructional vision. Here we get to take a closer look at the impact of our literacy work. We worked with 27 different schools across 6 districts in Coconino County. Schools from Fredonia to Grand Canyon, Williams, Loop, as well as many charter schools. We have trained over 368 teachers in the science of reading to meet that law. We have impacted over 8,500 students and thousands more to come as our trained teachers continue to reach new students every year. This is not just about professional development. This is generational change. Every teacher trained has a ripple of impact. Every student who learns to read confidently is a future leader, learner, and a contributor to our community. And as each year passes, the reach of this work grows exponentially. Over the past 3 years, we've made great strides. Some of our highlights include family engagement events that incorporate literacy and fostering family efficacy and empowerment. These events have included Native American storytelling and weaving, as well as creating music and art celebrations, all focused around literacy. We even had local published authors coming to events and reading. At every one of these events, families ate together and talked together. We progressed from year 1, where we had 1 event at a single school, to year 3, where we hosted 6 events across 3 different districts. Through key partnerships, 25 first graders were given 30 books each to keep, to take home, to read with their families. One student ran up to his teacher when he got his books and said, "I am a reader." And if you know anything about first graders, that's how they define themselves, as being smart, if they can read. So moments like this remind us that reading builds confidence and success builds success. Teachers have received high quality resources to support their instruction, and we've trained 7 new facilitators. And Cheryl mentioned how much that costs. to help continue this work in Fredonia, in Page, in Grand Canyon, and Flagstaff. We continue to move forward. We're expanding family engagement through Kinder Camp this summer, and the Arizona Department of Education reached out to us because they have taken notice of what we've accomplished, and they've asked us to share their model statewide, and they're going to be doing that through their ESAs. Kareem Weaver says, reading is a civil right. It gives students the freedom to choose, to access, and to become. Wow, I'm nervous. Thanks to our ARPA funding, we have taken some great steps to kickstart some different programs that are helping schools and our students with literacy and mental health. They're very connected. Despite this progress, we cannot forget the harsh realities still facing our schools that require our attention. Again, only 26% of our Arizona's fourth grade students were reading proficiently. If students are struggling with depression, anxiety, and all of the other mental health challenges they face from day to day, then they aren't going to be able to learn. Coconino County's suicide rate is more than twice the national average. This is an epidemic that impacts all of Coconino County. But with your ARPA funds supporting us, we have begun to make a change. And we have to remember, and I think Supervisor Fowler, you had mentioned this, you had asked about this, change takes years. You're not going to see anything for 3 to 5 years. And so we have a great start, but we need to continue to change these statistics. We need to continue supporting literacy initiatives in a holistic way, which includes improving teacher capacity and competencies and addressing mental health needs as they can significantly impair academic performance. Schools are a crucial support of mental health. If we want to address the myriad issues facing our nation's youth, it needs to start in schools. Thank you so much for your support of your ARPA funds and letting us share our journey. Do you have any questions?
Probably some, I'm sure they will, and some comments. And thank you so much. And we really appreciate the superintendent of schools and her office, all of you, for the great work you do to support our public schools and across Coconino County. And it once again, it's so wonderful to see how we envisioned these ARPA dollars to be used and how they were put to good use, and the incredible services and good work that was done through these funds. So that makes us very happy to see money well spent, but also the services that have been provided across Coconino County. And it's a horrible statistic to look at. 26% of third graders are not reading proficient. Fortunately, that has been a problem for a long time. You know, I know it takes all of us, and it certainly is broader than just Coconino County, but we are part of that solution, we hope, moving forward. And certainly the superintendent of schools and your outreach for professional development and providing a resource for our public schools is so important to do our part to try to change that. So the determinants of health, I mean, isn't that what we've been talking about all day here? And quite frankly, what we were talking about for our budget process. And, you know, thank you for focusing on that and focusing on the importance of reading and education. And I would say that not only is reading a civil right, but education, public education, is a civil right. And it is something that we need to make sure is being provided to our children all across Coconino County and the country, for that matter. So, but thank you, and thank you for your program and really great statistics and information. So really appreciate that. And Cheryl, you know, you're a rock star. You do a great job, and really appreciate that. So, Other comments, questions that you may have? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for organizing around mental health. It's still a pandemic, I think, today. You know, most of our programs have moved into mental health with the children as well as families, and there's more stress out there. And there will be more stress with all the federal cuts that are happening and a lot of stress being put upon families and policy changes that are happening right now with the services that they used to receive. So in that process, you know, there's a lot more stress on the school system where the children are coming from the home into the system, and then families are having to travel long distance, our parents long distance just to go to work. And then we have a lot of children that don't have their family there because of the amount of work that hours they have to put in and the traveling they have to do just to go to work and then be home hopefully by the time the children get home, usually before the children get home. So children that are at home by alone a lot of times. So yeah, it's just a lot of you work in a very complex time. And then I believe it was during the pandemic, sometime in the 2000 third grade initiative, that you had to have proficiency in third grade reading before you moved on. That started, and that was a huge undertaking, just how to address that. And you have done that, and it just really want to just recognize the amount of work that you all have done, and then to be able to put this program together and continue the program, recognizing the need for it. So just want to thank you for that, and working with all of our school systems and being able to approach it in a one unit type instead of the way it used to be individually. Now it's providing service across the board. So I just want to just recognize your work and how impactful it is for the schools as well as for the families. So recognizing just your effort in that, and right in there. And so yeah, there's just so much stress on the school systems, and the teachers have more responsibility, and just you being there as a support system and being able to provide that service is a really added is a release of stress that is at least one area. So thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
And thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for those words. It's very true. And that's why our Education Service Agency, as we talked about it and redid our vision and mission and values 4 or 5 right before COVID and during COVID, is we listen, we innovate, we serve.
No, thank you for the presentation and sharing with us how the superintendent's office used ARPA funds during COVID, which was so disruptive to our public education system, and not just our public education system, but all of our education in Arizona. I was working in the schools at that time, and I just remember seeing how the kids were impacted and how there was so much more need for social emotional learning, for behavioral health support, and teachers were really stressed during this time. Online teaching was really difficult, you know, and so to see some of the results that you were able to provide is just so important, you know, and especially in our rural areas that really don't have other resources to help support their education. And so your office really did a crucial support for our communities, which was provide those resources that they might not have otherwise. And then the part I just wanted to highlight as well is just the value of the professional development. You know, when I've been in the schools visiting my old colleagues, I just heard how many times about how they felt supported by the county for that PD and how important that was, you know, because, you know, COVID was very trying for our teachers, and there was burnout. And so, you know, not just focusing on the social emotional learning and the behavioral health of our students is important. It's also for the teachers because as we know, our pay in Arizona for teachers isn't as high as it should be. We have folks leaving the profession when we need more teachers. And so it's so important to provide that support. And so I commend you and your office for providing that support for our teachers and being a bridge through a very dark and trying time. And so thank you for all your service to all your team. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. No, I think this goes back when I was a schoolwork member for the Tuba City Unified School District for 16 years. It kind of takes me back there. The numbers really haven't gone up, and the percentages of our students, being able to be reading proficiently, it really is an issue that we really need to address. And we say kids are our future. And I'm just thinking, sitting here, just thinking all the way back, where I worked in the school system, even other than being a board member. And it's so important that we have this community outreach and partnerships, for our educators, and professional development. So I'm thinking, somehow it's going to take a lot of people, a lot of effort, a lot of work to see how we can do that. And I think, for what the ARPA dollars did is beginning to get there. And how I think we really need to focus on that, and get our kids up to par. I mean, some of us made it, probably below this 26%, but we're still, we had to work extra hard, to be where we're at, to be knowledgeable in the areas, to get educated, come back and, be there and continue with what needs to happen and the help that is needed out there. So, and what I'm trying to say is I think we really need to pay more attention to the literacy support that we need to give, and ensuring that our kids and our percentages, going up. And that's still a concern to me. And I feel bad. I feel sad. But I don't know what else could be done. Is, just maybe a coalition for one from each school district sitting down and saying, how are we going to do this? We have, what kind of support do we, and then just go out, we can do grants, we can hire, there's so many things I'm thinking, just kind of going through my head right now. For so long, where the kids are not reading proficiently. And that's the basis of being successful. So anyway, but I just want to say thank you, for all the continued staff and also the administration is doing. Cheryl, thank you so much. I know you come in here and you probably you want more dollars and this and that, but this year it was kind of hard, but because of the uncertainty of dollars that are becoming, but certainly, I think you're in a position to start something, across the schools within Coconino County. And I know that your staff can do that. So that's one thing that I think just kind of keep in the back of your minds and, start working. And, there's a success that you guys had, you're being recognized, and I know you guys can do it. I have a lot of faith in you. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the comments and the discussion that I've heard from the board. And I'll just say again that I was not on the board when these funds were dealt with. But the fact that you guys have received the recognition from our state education department, that really speaks volumes. So I want to really congratulate you on the hard work that you guys have done. And maybe on the larger ARPA conversation that we've had this morning as I've been sitting here listening, because I've learned a lot. I got a lot of history and what was presented this morning, history that I did not know. on all of the departments that came through here. And the one thing that I remembered hearing from my fellow supervisors is that was how we intended for the money to have been spent. So on the larger, maybe on the larger conversation, I think that there is a lot of kudos that go out to every single department that received these funds, took them and performed very, very well with them. Again, to repeat, this is what we intended to happen. So not being there, I just want to say, obviously, everybody did a great job, and thank you guys for what you did and what you're doing.
Thank you. As always, you guys are doing a great job for all across Coconino County and for our kids. So really appreciate you all. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you. And I think we are moving on. Is that correct? And we have taken a break, so we don't need another one. But we are here, members of the board. We have moved from ARPA to Flood Control District, at least for now. And at this point, I would ask for a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion made. Do I have a second? And seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and therefore it is time to hear from our Flood Control District Director herself, Lucinda Andriani. We're on item number 28, presentation and discussion regarding long-term flood mitigation planning process. So take it away, Lucinda.
Thank you, Lindsay. Off or lights on? Is it on? It doesn't sound like it's on.
Sounds like it's on to us.
Okay, great, good.
So we hear you.
Great. Well, good morning, Chair and board members. Well, I'm really excited to be here today to launch what's going to be a pretty significant process over probably about the next 6 months. Working with you to establish priorities for the flood control district in terms of our investments and so forth, looking at this over the next probably 5 to 10 years and even further out. We're as we've talked about through the budget process and other meetings, we're in a transition year this year. We do expect to finalize, yes. We do expect to finalize the pipeline flood area projects this next year. And as you'll recall from the budget discussion, we're now have some capacity to begin to invest in our FEMA special flood hazard areas that are under the jurisdiction of the district, and which frankly now since 2019, 2020, we haven't had the resources to do so because of the post-wildfire flooding and those impacts and the need to focus those resources on addressing the very critical public safety threat in that area. So very excited to be here today to move this forward and introduce you to the team. The express goal for today is to get your initial feedback on a set of criteria that the team has developed that will be utilized to provide you with the information so that then we can work together to set those priorities going forward, prioritize those projects. So I'm going to walk through the criteria today. Really need your input. And we've got a lot to cover, but we're going to try to do that quickly to leave you a good 20 minutes or so to be able to provide that input. So,
you know, I'm going to ask just 1 second here. So we technically have this afternoon starting at 1. It's now 11:30. My guess this is a good
1:15.
My guess this is a good hour. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, maybe we need to start our meetings this afternoon a little later. On my calendar, I have them starting at 1. And is it possible to get those starting a little later and maybe give a heads up now?
Yeah, Chair
I don't
Horseman,
want
members
to,
of the
this is
board.
important, what we're talking about
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, we can work and try and make those adjustments.
All right, maybe until, that would be good, and maybe 1:30 or 2. Because again, I don't want this to be rushed. We need to deal with this, so
Yeah, we'll,
this is important.
Yeah, we'll work with our partner.
Okay, that sounds, thank you. Okay, sorry, Lucinda,
Thank
just
you.
wanted
No,
to-
I appreciate the dedication of the time, and we'll try to move through this fairly quickly, but at the same time, we really need time for your input. That's why we're here today. So, which really I emphasized here. I think I've covered a lot of these points. This is intended to be a longer term plan, and moving into this. So there's various topics here. I won't read them that we're going to cover today, but again, really focusing on securing your input in terms of the proposed project prioritization criteria. Say that fast 3 times. Next, what I'd like to do is introduce our team. And most of these folks you have met previously. And all of them, we went through a process which we'll touch on back in 2015, 2016. Board member Fowler has mentioned this in the tours that we did as part of that. We went through a process then to prioritize some projects. At that time, we did complete one project in Mountain Dell, and we're going to touch on that as well. So we're really fortunate to be able to bring back that team that has the knowledge and experience with these specific areas, as well as knowledge and experience with our dynamics up here, the rainfall in this area and soil conditions and so forth. So very, very, very fortunate. So I'm going to walk through the areas, and these are the FEMA special flood hazard areas that are under our jurisdiction. There are others that are under Williams, Flagstaff, and Fredonia jurisdiction, which they manage their own floodplains. These are the ones that the county and district are responsible for. So Sedona and Munns Park, want to introduce Scott Ogden with J.E. Fuller Hydrology. Scott. And Scott managed the floodplain studies, both for the remapping, working with FEMA, as well as what we called an initial engineering assessment back in 2015 and 2016. Important to note that we're adding Sedona to the process this time, and I'll come back to that. We're also adding Tucson, and I'll come back and explain that. Kachina Mountain Air, we have Linda Potter with us from Atkins Realis. And Linda developed the IEA for the Kachina Mountain Air area back in 2015, 2016. Mountain Dell was with Chris Duza, which you all know Chris has done a lot of the engineering out in our post-wildfire flood area. And importantly, we did do a project there that removed about 26 parcels from the floodplain, the 100-year floodplain, as well as, and very importantly, the community water system there. And we are still working with FEMA to get those properties actually formally removed, but we're close now, very close. Finally, it's been a struggle working through that process, but we're very close. And then Fort Valley, Chris is also did the IEA again back in 2015, 2016. Fort Valley has a lot of familiarity with that area. And then Tucson, both Joe Loveridge, Joe Loveridge, Joe, they've done all our modeling for post-wildfire, all of our modeling for pre-fire, post-wildfire flooding for Bill Williams Mountain, as well as the Upper Rio. And Joe and Chris will be involved with Tucson. And then Julie Lead, which is our district engineer and is serving as the project manager for this overall effort. So want to thank them again. A lot of history and knowledge. We're extremely fortunate. I think you could safely say this is the top set of engineers and hydrological engineers in Arizona. So we're very fortunate to have this capacity on this project. We're also fortunate because during that process, in 2015, 2016, there was flood modeling done for all of these areas. So that basic flood modeling is done, and which then becomes the basis for looking at what are potential projects and so forth. And there were some projects identified then, some of which, as I mentioned, we have looked at a little bit more closely, some we have not. Sedona and Tucson. Interestingly, back when we launched this process in 2015-16, Tucson had really made a decision. They hadn't formally approved it yet, but Tucson, the town, had fairly recently incorporated, and they had made a decision that they wanted to take over the administration of their floodplain, which jurisdictions can do. As Williams, Flagstaff, and Fredonia, they manage their own jurisdictions, and they have the right to do that, to go to FEMA and say they want to do that. And many times communities want to, because that gives them the control over floodplain planning, which directly impacts development, right? So with that, they made a decision that they would not participate. We offered to conduct the flood study there, as we were doing in the other areas, and complete this initial engineering assessment, and they declined. And I actually remember writing the letter for the county manager to send at that time, and they then formally declined participation. Sedona we had a discussion with them about it at the time, but we had a different type of relationship with Sedona at that time, where we provided some funding for some projects over the years, and they were working, have worked historically with Jay Fuller, and we made a decision not to include Sedona at that time because they had some other things that they were pursuing and funding and so forth. So, but now we do need to include those areas as well, and we'll be doing so, as I noted. So, which is good. I think it's really important that we are incorporating them into the process. So the past process, this initial engineering assessments that were completed, these were some of the criteria that were looked at the tower. These were the primary criteria that were looked at that time.
And I apologize. It'd be great if you could tell us what time you're referring to. It'll help us.
2015, 2016.
Got it.
This is when these were done.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the past process. And these IAs were done in 2015, 2016. Again, coming out of the Schultz post-wildfire flood and then trying to change direction and move ahead. So we identified, and the engineers identified, potential flood mitigation measures, and they used these criteria. If you go to the next slide, you can see this references some of the projects that had been identified. And if importantly to note that on the right-hand side has the cost estimate. So these are the various areas, and there were some projects that had been identified, or mostly a project. Frankly, the costs for all the projects in this area that would have been necessary to actually achieve pretty significant mitigation beyond Mountain Dell was much, much costlier than this, probably at least 3 to 4 times. So in most cases, but this was a set of information that was provided to the board and led to a conversation. And initially, Munns Park was ranked number 1, as you can see here, based on the points. And Scott Ogden had identified a project there where it was just downstream of, as you go through Munns Park, how kind of go up a rise, and there's a bridge that goes over Munns Canyon. And it's very interesting because the channel below that actually reduces down to about 4 or 5 feet, believe it or not. And what happens as a result of that is water backs up into Munns Park. So there's a lot of water coming in. You can see a lot, big watershed, a lot of water coming into Munns Park. And then it hits this narrow area. So not only do you get a lot of water coming in, but you get what's called a backwater effect from that backwater. So Scott had identified a project to literally blast that opening and open that up to a larger. Now, this was not going to be the solution for Munns Park, but it would have helped. The next step that occurred after this identifying Munns Park, let's look at that project. It was something we could do fairly quickly, was moderate to lower cost. We had those funds. Scott did the no adverse impact analysis. I think with all of you are familiar with that. We do at all of our projects, post wildfire and otherwise, and identified that that project would create downstream impacts into Oak Creek Canyon and Sedona. So that project had to be taken off the table because to do that, we would have created negative impacts downstream. That's illegal and immoral. So we couldn't pursue that. So then we came back to the board and said, okay, the next project that we recommend was Mountain Dell. And then we moved forward with that project. Then we had the museum fire anyway, and then have been sidelined since then. So that's a bit of that history there that I covered, in terms of how we ended up. Now I'm going to turn it over to Joe and/or Chris to share a little bit of information about the Mountain Dell project. I think what we're trying to do here is give you kind of a sense of an example about how this project was looked at and what it accomplished, just to give you some context for the overall looking at the criteria. So, sure.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Can you go back one or two slides,
You bet.
please?
To this.
Okay, no, I've got
you want
that. Okay, I've got that one. But I don't have, no, go back. The one after that. That's the one. I don't have that
Did it not
in my
give me-
packet.
Oh, okay.
Which is
We'll
fine.
make
I'm
sure.
not. Yeah, I would, if possible, I would like to get that.
Yep,
one
we'll
out.
get that.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Is everybody missing that? Okay. Okay. No, we can easily get that for you.
Okay.
I'll give you a copy. So, okay.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I do have it.
Okay.
Jeez.
It happens.
Not my finest moment here. Okay,
No
never
problem.
mind.
No problem.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Horseman and supervisors. My name is Chris Duza with Civil Tech Engineering, and I'm one of the engineers that worked on the IEA process dating back to 2015, and also worked on the IEAs for the Mountain Dell area and the Fort Valley area, as Lucinda mentioned. So a little bit of history about Mountain Dell, one of the FEMA floodplain areas within Coconino County. We completed that initial engineering assessment back in 2016, and there were quite a few options that came out of the IEA. There were several versions of channelization, different types of channels, different shapes of channels. Storm drain options were also part of that assessment. But the actual preferred mitigation strategy that happened through meetings with the residents was actually a rectangular concrete channel, maybe somewhat of a surprise to all of us. With that type of channel, we had a much smaller footprint that we could build it in, and we could mitigate or contain the 100-year FEMA floodplain within that channel. I think one of the drivers for the selection of the community in wanting that type of improvement is, of course, the local water utility is located right there in Mountain Dell. Every time it would flood out there, their wells are located there, and they would get contamination from the wells, so it always was a problem there for them. So they really seem to like the idea of a concrete channel. So through that process, we were able to remove all the existing structures, the homes and the secondary structures throughout the Mountain Dell area, from the FEMA floodplain area. We're able to alleviate the repeated flooding to the community water system. And one of the criteria in the initial engineering assessment was the ability to combine projects out there. So there was an opportunity in this instance where the city of Flagstaff was building a sewer transmission main along Palmer Avenue. So we were able to do that construction a lot at the same time and only tear up Palmer. The total cost of construction was a little over $6 million. The original estimate was about 1.8, so we did come in budget, and that project was entirely funded by the district. So a little bit, I'm sorry. A little bit, there's some photos there of the actual constructed channel going through there. So like I said, it is a rectangular concrete channel that was constructed throughout the neighborhood with some bridge crossings at each of the locations where we crossed driveways or we crossed the streets out there. So it turned out to be a great project. A lot of the residents were very happy and still are happy about the project. So that's a little bit about that project. As far as the 100-year floodplain that Lucinda had mentioned, on the left side there is the pre-project FEMA floodplain. You can see the impacts where it spreads out throughout the Mountain Dell area. And then the post-project floodplain, where again, that the floodplain is now confined to that concrete channel as it goes through the developed area there. So with that, if there's any specific questions about that project, I'd be happy to answer.
Yep. I think please proceed. We're going to want to make sure we get through this. So yeah, thank you.
And that sewer project, importantly, was actually a joint project, well, funded primarily by the county and, well, I guess it was the city as well, for the sewer that extended to Fort Tuthill. And we ended up delaying that a year so that it could coincide with that. And then, frankly, then Public Works came in and rebuilt Palmer, or, fixed it back to better condition than it was. So the community benefited from that as well. So that was a good set of projects. So now turning to the future and fast forwarding, I'll say to today, again, the current planning process, as I mentioned, we're going to add Sedona and Tucson, but really important to note that this time we're taking a more sophisticated approach and taking a deeper dive into looking at these projects and effort. And we've expanded, you saw what the criteria were last time. You're going to see that we're expanding that project prioritization criteria and making them more detailed this time. And that doesn't denounce the prior process, but just the situation that we were in then and that we're in now, we have that opportunity to do this now, which is important. And frankly, part of it, and we're going to come back to that quickly at the end, or maybe we won't. I think most of you are pretty aware that the funding dynamic now is very challenging with what's going on at the federal level. They've, Fed administration has eliminated the BRIC grant, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, which used to be called the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Grants. And so the ability to secure funding is going to become more and more challenging. We know that. And it's also, there's a lot more emphasis going to be placed on a very strong benefit cost analysis. And we'll touch on that when we discuss the criteria. And you really need to be able to demonstrate larger scale economic benefits to be nationally competitive. And any grants we get at the federal level will be nationally competitive. And then at the statewide level. So think about what we're competing with in Tucson, Maricopa County, other counties, right, in terms of funding. So we're taking a deeper dive this time, and obviously that's one reason we're here to talk about the criteria and having more of a discussion. One thing I wanted to touch on, because I have not really touched on this during any prior meetings, is Tucson. As I've mentioned, we're incorporating Tucson into this study this time. Now, very, very conveniently and not conveniently, one, you'll recall that in August of 2023, we had a major flood event in Tucson that actually only ended up being about a 10-year flood event, actually, with all the post-flood analysis and everything, all the pre-flooding analysis, 323 and then since 23 analysis that Joe and his team have done. And we have a very significant risk there, with no surprise, very significant economic impacts across the region, $2 billion plus impact across the region. So the town went to the State Transportation Board, as I think people are aware, Highway 64 runs through Tucson to the Grand Canyon. That's the major access point. There are other access points, one other access point to the south rim, but this is the major access point. And we're able to secure about a $2.4 million grant to develop a drainage master plan for this watershed and through the community of Tucson. And it will go through actual construction drawings of the prioritized set of projects. So that process is underway right now. So we'll be able to, in effect, piggyback on that process and take the information from that process and utilize it in this prioritization process. So that's a good thing. The town was able to come up with that funding and support that effort. So next slide is something that you can peruse, but it gives you a good, I call this kind of a glimpse at a set of data points relative to the floodplains, the primary floodplains impacting these areas. And it gives you some sense about how large are the watersheds. The discharge means the volume of flow through the central area and so forth. And I mean, you can see, frankly, we have a lot of significant flow through a lot of areas. These are all areas that are significantly impacted in the 100-year event or even a 25-year event. And you can see the number of properties. Do want to note in Munns Park that that number, I forget now the exact number of modules, but probably at least half of those are modules that are there at that RV park that's at the north end of Munns Park. So those are part-time. They're not privately owned, they're rented for the summer. And that's part of a consideration in this, I think we'll come back to when we look at economics, is how many primary homes are impacted versus secondary homes versus short-term rentals, that type of thing. I mean, I think that's a consideration in this, because obviously if you have a major flood in these areas, any of these areas, and you displace primary homes, then you've got a tremendous housing impact, right? So that'll be a consideration. So next up, Linda's going to come up and walk through the project prioritization criteria. And I will come back. She's going to talk about kind of the prioritization criteria. And you'll see again that we've expanded those. And then I'll talk a little bit about what we're calling feasibility criteria. I will say that they're all going to be used to prioritize. Some may influence feasibility more than others. So, but we'll walk through those with you now. So
if I may, just, just for clarification, and I'm going to go back a little bit here. And we do have one new member of the board also that may be a little confusing. Obviously, before many of us, other than Supervisor Director Fowler, was on the Flood Control District Board, there were a number of projects that had been previously prioritized by the previous board, of which we heard about one very successful one, and we appreciate that history. And then, of course, what happened? Well, we had some major emergencies. So for most of us on this board, we have spent our time dealing with major emergencies.
Right.
On the other hand, our communities all over Coconino County continue to have needs, especially those in the special flood hazard areas. And so we need to, of course, find out where we are in terms of our budget. And we need to, as a board, decide what are the priorities that we want to be able to prioritize projects moving forward, in hopes that with the budget we have remaining, we will be able to start accomplishing and chipping away, if you will, because that's what it's all going to be, chipping away at some of these projects, looking at the possibility of getting some federal assistance on this, understanding that the environment isn't real ripe for federal assistance. So what our role is as a board is to take a look at where we've been and take a look at what we need to do going forward and to set up priorities going forward. So, and we appreciate the recommendations that you have for this as we go forward, but this is a huge discussion for this board to have. And
It is very
I'm
important.
not sure we're going to get it done here, but at least we can start it. And I certainly look forward to hearing from all of my colleagues on this moving forward. But I know this is, we're getting a lot of pressure and a lot of from a lot of the communities that we represent. Where are we? What are we doing? What do we have? What money do we have moving forward? And by the way, there's 2 projects we have as a flood control district. Well, 3 maybe. Emergencies, getting our emergency matters finalized, post-fire flooding finalized. The second that we have is forest restoration, and the money that we wanted to put into forest restoration.
Right.
And then the third bucket, or the third area that we have, is moving forward on prioritizing our projects in the special flood hazard areas. So I think, as an overview, I think it's important to say that to start with. And I know we're going to probably be discussing this beyond just today. But
Oh, yeah. There will be a series of work sessions through this entire process to get your input, feedback as we move through to ultimately set a set of prayer. And then you can also see what happened with Munns Park and Mountain Dell, where there may be some initial feasibility work that is done that then may change the priority, right? I mean, as you move through the engineering process, things can change as well. So this is going to be,
and because the environment
It'll
has
be
changed.
ever
Tucson is an
evolving.
example of the
Right.
environment that has changed.
Absolutely.
So, but one thing I think that would be helpful is to know the past criteria that was used. That would be number 1. And then, of course, the assessment that was done, probably to determine the projects based on that criteria.
Yeah, and we can give you more background
Yeah.
there. I would say, again, that I would consider that prioritization light. Given what the capacity that we had to support it then. And we're going to do a bigger, deeper dive. And you can see that one sheet gave you what were the key criteria. And we can provide, some more background on what came out of that. But I would want to say that we're wiping the slates clean. I mean, we're really starting. The modeling is basically the same, but everything else we're starting to look at these areas with fresh eyes. And,
I do think the landscapes, no pun intended,
Yeah.
but the landscape has truly changed.
the landscape has changed on a number of different ways, including if we have a monsoon, we're likely to have more violent monsoons going forward. That's what's predicted. So
Sorry about that.
no, I appreciate that. And no, there'll be a series today. We just want to start this conversation about the prioritization criteria. We'll come back again because then we're going to have to put weights to it. How do you weight these criteria? Right. So that'll be the next conversation. And we're going to probably, go get to that in early August, but they can begin to gather the data and they are already begin to gather the data and the information so that they're gathering the right set of information in terms of the prioritization.
Thanks.
All right, Linda. I think I had the first couple slides, but I think we went through
Hello, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, Chair Horseman and Supervisors of the board. The chart that you see in front of you, oops, I'm a little taller here. You had mentioned before, Chair Horseman, about the previous things that were done. So in this graphic, what you'll see in the blue box, these are the criteria that were used for each individual watershed to look at how to look at projects within the watershed. And then in the purple bubbles are this additional criteria that we're going to talk about. And so the next few slides here, we're going to talk in depth about what these criteria are based on. And we're going to come back to this chart at the end. So the first one, the first blue box, is the mitigation event. And this basically is the size and frequency of the solution. Are we able to solve a small flood event or a big flood event? And this is measured by the frequency as far as statistics go and duration. The cost is pretty self-explanatory, the expensive solution, and it is measured in dollars. It does include both structural and non-structural. For example, how much to build the channel plus how much to acquire the land, and some other non-structural items. The area and population flooded is measured in the number of existing homes flooded, and also we look at parcels or other numbers that aren't just structures. Coordination with other projects, as mentioned before, there was that opportunity to work with the city of Flagstaff and coordinate on projects. So if those are known at the time, that's one of the criteria that's looked at. Hazard level, this is not just flooding, but it is looking at how deep the flooding is and how fast the flooding is, knowing that higher hazards for depth and velocity can cause additional damage. So that's put in kind of a low, medium, high range for that. Other benefits that may be difficult to quantify: water quality, environmental, habitat, quality of life, aesthetics, multi-use opportunities. And operation and maintenance cost savings. If you look at the picture on the lower right-hand corner, if you're able to fix flooding in a situation like this, how is that going to help in the future as far as, we don't have to repair the pavement as often, we don't have to, clean things up. So that's going to save money over time. And this is measured by comparing the existing costs and the proposed costs. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Lucinda. She's going to talk about the 3 additional criteria here.
So note that those other criteria that Linda just went through, we've identified, I'll say, elements of those that we're adding to get more detailed than we did last time too. So then we're kind of classifying these more as project feasibility, and one is land rights. And you've certainly been through that experience with us out in the flood area where, frankly, we've had tremendous success getting easements donated, and we did as well in Mountain Dell. And people were motivated and they understood the value and benefit, and that actually did contribute to moving forward with the Mountain Dell project. Was that we had 100% of the property owners that wanted to move forward, and that won't always be the case. So as we know, so land rights are a really key feasibility issue that you'll move into and look at, how not just the number, but the complexity of those potentially as well. Another real key factor, and Scott, you may want to come up and contribute to this, but I mentioned it in the intro, and talking about the accessibility of financing or financial grants and so forth right now, and those issues that we're facing right now. And the benefit cost analysis becomes a really key factor in all this, and this administration has signaled that as well, that this will be a key element of any grant going forward. And I think that's across the board, irrespective of what department it comes from. These grants we typically get come through FEMA, but they also can be coming through Department of Transportation. And the BCAs there are very important. For example, when we went after the Protect grant, we actually worked with NAU to actually do the benefit cost analysis. So the benefit cost analysis will be a much more detailed now going forward. And, you know, will be a big consideration in terms of what are those benefits, and bringing in the next factor, which is the economic impacts. So, but you can see here how it's kind of laid out in terms of what are things that you consider in terms of the benefit. Obviously, the cost reduction to the mitigation to structures, impact, including loss of human life and injuries and fatalities, environmental conditions, displacement costs, mitigating the loss of revenue is going to be obviously really, really a key piece. And we'll get to more detail on that next. But things like associated with access delays and travel time, that was a big factor in the Protect, because so many people come into Flagstaff from Page, the tribal areas, tourists and so forth. That was a big factor that pretty significantly improved our BCA in that consideration. And then there are the cost contributors. What are the cost contributors? And looking at that, and there's again where you're going to see land acquisition costs come in. So anything else you want to add, Scott, to that?
You did a really good job actually of explaining this, but I think the bottom line is when we talk about benefit costs, just logically based on the idea we don't want to be spending $1 million to protect a $10,000 trailer, okay, or something along those lines. And there's many factors that go into these, and credits and dollars amount that are allowed vary by agency. So one agency will allow, others won't. The numbers that they allow for certain metrics change between the agencies. So you kind of gear these tools towards, you focus them towards whatever grant you're going to try and go after. But in a general sense, working this up as one of the decision-making tools that we can give then to the board to help you all in deciding that project probably needs to go first is primarily where this is going to come from.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, and I think there's
Supervisor
one.
Ontiveros, sorry.
Sorry, Lucinda.
okay.
And I don't know if the question would be for either of you, but you did reference the example that you just gave is we don't want to spend $1 million to protect a $10,000 mobile home, I think. So what about the larger, because Coconino County is an area of tourism. And so what about kind of that larger look of areas that if they were destroyed, the cost of the loss of tourism dollars? Is that an understand? I hope I asked the question.
No, absolutely. And that's a great lead into the next discussion point is the economic impacts. And in some cases, there are data out there that support understanding the impacts to areas like, in particular, Tucson and Sedona, because they are key attraction areas, obviously with the Grand Canyon and Sedona. And there is information out there. And what I'm in conversation, starting a conversation with Nancy Baca at the Economic Policy Institute at NAU to look at all these areas and see how do we go about, one, making sure that whatever we're using, because again, this will tie back to the BCA, right? Whatever we're using for dollar figures for benefits in various areas, economic impact, is it current or is it current? And then also if they did those, and we know what the quality is and what was included, what wasn't, but looking at them comparatively, are they good studies? Do they capture the right data points? But then even for some of our smaller areas, how do we look at that? And, we had a conversation about, for example, Fort Valley, and it's 180 goes through Fort Valley. But there is an alternative to 180. You can take 40 to get to the Grand Canyon, right? So how much impact does it have? But then it's got Snowball, right? So you have to look at these areas independently. Munns Park has I-17, obviously key. There are alternatives to that, but there is that transportation time, those alternate route times and costs. So I want to really work with her to make sure we're looking at the areas. I won't say it's going to be equitable because the impacts are different in each area. They just are. You have 5 to 6 million going to Grand Canyon. You have 5 to 6 million going to Sedona. Fair number of people who go to Sedona go to the canyon. There isn't a time I don't go down 17 anymore. I don't pass a pink Jeep tour that's gone to the canyon. They're on their way back to Sedona. So I think, but I think to provide some of that understanding and it isn't it, well, they're a better area than another area. I mean, human lives at risk are human lives at risk, right? At the same time, if we're going to be competitive nationally, we're going to have to look at that, whether, and particularly like for DOT grants and things like that.
Well, and it's because we have limited resources.
We have limited,
You know,
right.
if
We can't
it
go
was
do it all.
endless, if it was endless, man, you believe
That's
we're all
right.
going to take care of it, but
Yeah.
we have limited resources. And especially, as I said, we've got to finish what we've started in terms of flood mitigation. We have forest restoration, and then we have these projects. So it's really limited.
Yeah. And so I think this piece is a piece it needs to be it's going to be very important in these decisions, I think. And I think, and rightly so, because we're trying to compete for dollars and we have to look at this as, how does it affect the whole county? How does it affect the county's revenue streams and ability to provide other service, health and human services? So we were here today with CJCC, and so all those other services that are provided that are sustained through that income, that revenue that gets generated for all the communities, not just us, Page and others. We're all linked. I mean, every community in this county is pretty well linked financially and economically.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
The study that you just talked about with NAU, do you know, you've already reached out and that is something that has already started?
No, we're
Something-
starting that conversation with her.
Okay.
She'll need a set of data points from the engineers to really generate, to then look at, to put those data points into her economic analysis. So there'll be information coming from that work that would go into what she's going to be generating.
Okay, so is this one of those things that's going to take a long time?
Well, my goal is to try to be able to have this. I don't think it needs to take a lot of time.
Okay.
I don't think it needs to take a lot of time. So.
Okay, and I don't know that much about this
Yeah.
study, but I'll go with you that you don't think it needs.
Yeah,
to take
I
a
mean,
lot
I
of time.
think we could study it endlessly. I mean, we could say, oh, we take 2 years and study this for 2 years.
Mhm.
My sense is we need to go a good process over the next maybe 6, 7, 8 months,
Mhm.
do a good process, and then understand that there are dynamics that are going to change every piece, right? And that's not anybody's bad. It doesn't mean that work we did was not good. We have to be flexible. The dynamics are going to change.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I think that would be valuable information when this board
It is going to be very valuable.
Yeah, would be
I agree.
outside, objective, good information
Yeah.
that's going to be really helpful.
Right.
So just throwing that out there. Just wanted to know how long.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be very
Okay.
important.
Okay.
All right. so we-
Supervisor Vasquez,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that as looking at this, as we're looking at the priorities, one thing that I want the community to know and put on record is just how important the modeling is, because sometimes that's put at question or folks don't agree with the modeling. But going back to 2021, when we were going through the sunny side and talking about what the modeling would look like, and no one believed us, and then lo and behold, guess what? Went exactly where the modeling said. And
Yeah.
so, and that's also happened when we were doing the tunnel fire, pipeline fire, flood mitigation as well. And so just want to put that out there for the community to note that these modeling are the experts. They do show how anticipate these water flows will go. And it's important that we take that into consideration and use the science to make these decisions. Thank you.
Absolutely. That is another reason to have NAU involved in the economic side, that we need to use the science. And I really commend this board, that this board since 2010 has remained dedicated to using science for flood mitigation. And I think that's going to become more and more imperative over time. So to move on for time here, I think we had, a slide here relative. You're very familiar with the funding availability dynamics right now and what the issues are. I think though, where that it's going to create more direct and intense conversations with the communities that are involved, because they're going to need to look at how do they step up as well. How do they step up and help secure grants? How do they step up in terms of their funding? In some of our communities, all the communities where we manage the floodplains do not collect stormwater fees, although they have the legal ability to do that, for example. And so these kind of things are going to come to surface if we really want to employ a project in the area. Where is the funding going to come from? And how are we going to partner? It may be a partnership with the sanitary district, Munns Park, and I think of Munns Park and Tucson. It may be with ADOT. It may be, there are going to be various partners. We're going to have to work really carefully and effectively with them. And it's not unreasonable for us to have an expectation that they're going to be a partner financially as well. And I think that's something that we're going to have to move forward with. How do they support this? In some areas, it might be non-traditional, like the Property Owners Association of Munns Park, right? So, and which I had a really good conversation after our meeting with a gentleman that's on the board down there with the country club, and they own the little, what's it called, Odell Dam, which is basically filled up with silt. But is that something they're willing to take on and improve potentially through their own mechanism, right? So anyway, with that, let's move on to discussing the criteria. So first, any questions, maybe before we launch into this discussion? Any questions that? Okay, great. All right. So, Lindy, do you want to kind of facilitate this, or Julie, do you want to? You're good at this. Come on, Julie. Hello. So, here we put up the criteria again. I'd just like to hear your thoughts. And we know this is off the top of the head. That's okay. We're going to have a whole nother discussion on this again, but just to get your reflections on, not only the purple boxes and or purple circles, bubbles, and then the blue boxes, and any thoughts that you have or feedback you have relative to those.
Members of the board, Julie, she put you up here and then she asked us the question. What words of wisdom do you have to say first?
Well, good afternoon, Chair Horseman and members of the Board of Directors. Julie Lead, Peak Engineering, here on behalf of Flood Control District as District Engineer. So I think Supervisor Ontiveros' question, kicking that off about the economic impact of it, is, that's what we're looking at here in the purple bubble. So what other things are on your mind related to criteria and moving these projects forward and evaluating them for funding opportunities or being competitive for funding opportunities?
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Actually, I don't know that I have an idea, but I have a question. So what comes first? The chicken egg, what comes first? So we have forest restoration, okay? How does all of this tie together and dovetail? And the reason I'm asking that is because if forest restoration projects are done first, then will that not have an impact on flooding?
It may or may not.
May not.
Some areas it would, and some areas it would probably have a lot less impact. And so we had a debate about whether to put that on the sheet, and I'd like to hear your reflections on that. We're investing a significant amount of resources over the next 5 to 8 years, particularly in the next 5 years, into forest restoration. And I think next time to come back, we'll bring back the budget. Because right now, we're not talking about numbers. We're talking about would we get to, right? And this is, both a science-based discussion and some philosophy here too, about how do you get to decision criteria, right? But ultimately, it will come down to, as you work through each budget year and as you look forward, how we've taken a look at how we believe the forest restoration projects will play out. And frankly, those right now, it's prioritized over these projects in terms of funding that up front, because we know if we have another fire, if we have a fire on the Upper Rio, all this goes to the wayside immediately, right? So I think there is a natural prioritization of forest restoration, because if we lose Williams or we lose a significant area within Flagstaff or greater Flagstaff, we're going to be consumed again, right? So I think we certainly Jay and I and our team believe that the forest restoration has to be prioritized. And once we're, right now the priority is Bill Williams and Upper Rio, then we're taking a look at, Joe's done the modeling. He's doing a little bit more modeling with Mormon Mountain impact of Munns Park. But frankly, both Munns Park and Sedona are less impacted by that, just the dynamics of those watersheds, they're less impacted. But we're going to look at those again and see, are there any, and working with the Forest Service is really important in that discussion. Does it warrant flood control district funding for those projects or not? And if so, to what degree and where? And we've got some of those answers now and some we don't, but that will come into play. But as you go through, you're looking at the budget and looking at the 5 and 10-year plans, we've kind of laid that out based upon what we think we can get done for forest restoration, right? Because here again, we can't just go out and spend it all at once, and it just doesn't work that way. And how much money we get from federal support for forest restoration going forward. There you go. We don't, that's a real question.
Right. And that's going to be because they're looking at it on the cost benefit too.
Right.
And we have low value timber. So, I realize, I'm beginning to realize the depth of the situation. So I guess really what I was asking was, and you answered the question, but there is sort of a tie-in with forest restoration, and I know that you've got the answers for that. So you answered my question on that.
But right now, we've funded the projects that can move forward. Right. For example, in the next 2 to 3, well, really through 5, but the next 2 to 3 years in particular, those are in the budget. And then the remaining funds, capital funds, beyond the operations and NFIP, are now going to this. And it's fairly substantial if you go back and look at that 10-year plan that the board was provided during the budget process. And we've got some fairly robust amount of money that could go into these projects, which could change if we don't get any money from forest.
Trying to get us back on track, because this is what I started by saying. There are a lot of moving parts in the flood control district that we need to talk about, and that we've got projects we're still in the midst of trying to complete. We've got the forest restoration, of which we've made a commitment for the next 3 to 5 years. We've got, then what are we going to do in terms of prioritizing some of these other projects? And then all of it can get thrown out the window if we've got another major emergency. So if we can, in the next about 15 minutes that we have left, it would be, I think what you're asking, assuming no emergency, assuming our focus is single focused as to the non-emergency criteria for projects moving forward, what do we think about this and the prioritized criteria? So I'm going to try to answer that. Right. And then I'd like to hear from everybody else, trying to limit this, because this is going to be an ongoing discussion that we will be talking about for a long time to come.
But we could sit here and say, well, something may happen, or this could go wrong, or that could go wrong. But if we don't have a plan, then we don't have, if things go better than we expect, then we aren't ready. So I want the district to be ready if we have that ability. So thank you.
And a couple of things. First of all, I like the criteria that you've set forth. I would like to be able to share this once we, the board, has made a decision to share this flood control district wide, so that other people within, other mayors, other folks who are within our flood control district management are aware of what we're looking at and what we're doing. I think that is very, very important. It may be appropriate to maybe share that with them now if this board seems to think this looks like a pretty good list, because they may think it's something different. And I don't want us as a board to be making decisions and then having these people come back and say, well, you didn't even consider blah, blah, blah. So we need to get buy-in across the flood control district as we move forward. And we may make decisions they aren't going to like because it's not their particular community. But the truth of the matter is, if we get them in at the beginning, here's what we're looking at, here's why we're looking at it, I think that would be important. So that would be one comment that I would like to make on it. The other is I want to emphasize the need for funding partnerships, because quite frankly, much like the way we sold ourselves to the federal government, to the monies that we got was, hey, we're putting money in this. We've got skin in the game. We're your partners. We're putting millions of dollars in. And I think that went far in terms of getting federal funding, especially with forest restoration. So I think that that's going to be important in terms of a prioritization criteria when we go to these communities, is saying, we don't have the money to do it all. But the priority, if we can get a partnership so that one of our dollars goes even further, then it's likely that's going to be higher up on our priority project list. And their dollar will go a lot further too. So those are my thoughts. But in general, I have to say I like what you have laid out. I think this is defensible, reasonable, and based on data and science. So those are my comments. Others, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a very reasonable and thoughtful prioritization plan here. I do have to say. And I do like Chair Horseman's comments about reaching out to these communities. And 3 of the communities in District 3 that are on that high scale, maybe 4, we've got, well, the 3 that are in unincorporated communities, we've got Kachina Village, Mountain Air, and Munns Park, and there are no mayors there. And so, but we do need the community input there as well, because they're the ones that live there and they know their communities the very best. So I do agree with getting the input. It's probably, I'm thinking Lucinda may come through neighborhood meetings. Yeah, that would be one. That would be one in Munns Park. That would be a good start to that conversation. But then going to communities like Mountain Air and Kachina Village, what would that be like? How would that look? A community meeting at Highlands Fire Department, something like that.
And if I can,
Very
now we're
similar
talking about years. So part of our responsibility, in my opinion, as a supervisor, is to get this out to the communities. And I can't ask you or anybody else, and certainly all these people here who to come out to these neighborhood meetings. Now we're talking years, and we're also talking a tremendous amount of money. But I think part of our responsibility as supervisors is we also can get this out to our communities. When we're having a community meeting, get this out to the HOAs, get this out to the neighborhood associations, get this out to, whatever group or organization is within our various districts, and, get it out to the retirement communities, get it out to Williams Senior Center, get it out to, these folks who do live here and do have a say in, I would like to hear from them. But I am afraid if we try to set this up to do, that's just me, you all may disagree with me, and try to set this up for all these community meetings to try to get their input. We're number one, at some point, you're never going to get a decision made. And number two, it's just going to take a whole long time. We're the deciders, but I want to get their input before we make the final decision. So
And I
that's
guess
my
I would
thoughts.
say that the communities that are directly impacted, those people are paying for flood insurance now. They have the impact today.
I just got another email from somebody who can't get their flood insurance, you know, and they can't
Never
get
heard-
fire insurance.
Well, fire insurance is a different issue, but flood insurance, we're dealing with that starting to deal with that on the 3rd, but flood insurance, I've never heard of anybody not being able to get flood insurance, but they have to, there's a process, but anyway, they're paying now, right? The more we do in these special flood hazard areas, it benefits all the special flood hazards areas, the way that they look at the community rating system, at least the way they're doing it now. So there is a benefit. Any investment you make will have some level of impact. You have to do enough to really start having a bigger impact on what they pay. Obviously, we'd like to remove people from the floodplain, and that's actually a point with Kachina Mountain Air. We did a remapping there, and Linda, we had 25 parcels come out of the floodplain. So that was a positive, Unfortunately, Munns Park went the other direction. We added, right? But so, other thoughts on
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. I really like the criteria and as it goes to help us make decisions. My only one question would be, what aren't we including in there? Is there any criteria that we should be including that aren't there right now? And I don't have that answer. I'm just throwing that out there. And as far as public comment, I also want to make sure that we get public comment. And I think it's very important that we as supervisors get our constituents to come into these meetings. And when we have public comment opportunities at our board meetings, that they participate and they share their concerns with us. Because yes, we have to go to them, but we are here making these decisions and they have an opportunity to listen to these conversations and have input. And so we need to do everything we can to get those impacted communities to be coming online, because now with Zoom, it's no longer you have to drive 100 miles to come to this meeting. You can be at this meeting via Zoom and you have that opportunity to make public comment. And so we need to do everything we can to engage the community and get them to come to our meetings when we're making these decisions. Thank you.
Amen. Supervisor Begay?
I think both of my colleagues have pretty much gone over what I was wanting to, I was thinking, but I do like this model. And I think it's very important that, yeah, we got to get, we don't want to ask them, how they feel. All this input is going to just prolong everything. We need to go by this criteria and get it out there and maybe having so many days comment period or something too. That way they know, and that they're also aware that these certain dates, this is what's going to happen at their location to the ones that are listed. So with that, I would feel more comfortable to make a decision at that point in time, ensuring that, everything, because it's just like the area plans are being done. That's the way they're doing it. But, I just want to say it's very important people are involved, and it's going to be there's going to be their home. We're talking about their location, their residency, or even the area that they live in. So, but I am in agreement with this plan here, criteria, prioritization criteria. So that's my thoughts. Thank you. I want to thank you all for working on this. I know it's not easy when you know what kind of impacts it might have economically, or how much it's going to really cost, and what are some of the part of where we can get all these funds, and and all the people are a lot of times in certain areas, not necessarily probably in these areas, people don't agree with the land stuff. They say, no, I don't want this here or whatever. Those times, and then what other opportunities do we have? What can we throw out there? And this came here now, we're all here. Of course, it is our responsibility to ensure that we give a good quality life out there for our community members. So, thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. I'm glad that we're at this point. We thought we were here several years ago, and then everything just totally changed on us. And when we really look at our county, the flood, um, risk and just the fire risk is really in this area. The risk is, I guess, the rest of our county is just drought. And when you think about fire and flood risk, you're really thinking about watersheds, and watershed protection is so important. And that with the Schultz fire and several of these, even the other fires that really came to light was the watershed. Where are we going to get our water? Where does this, where are the wells? Where are, those are when there's a risk or any kind of pandemic that happens, water, where are those resources? Where are the, even farming, and where do people get their food from? Those are just your basic criteria of living your home. What are the criteria when you're looking at the safety of a community? It's their water, the heating, their food source, where those are really important. And then the other is that just when we think about in our region, I know that one time our maps and FEMA maps did not come together right. And we had to do a lot of work just to have the FEMA maps change. We had one little section where we had to have the federal government have us take that little section out of the federal lands, up there at the, and those are just, mapping is really important, just making sure that all the maps, the way that that they are the same as FEMA, and the cities, just overlapping everything and make sure that we have the same information. That I remember we had to just go through that. So I think that's really important. We do have, our partnership is very important. We can't do these mitigations and these major projects without our partnership with the federal government, with the towns, with the communities, where community engagement sounds very simple, but it's multi-agency effort that we have to take on. So I think those would be really important. And you all already know this, but we've already gone through this before. And then right now, and this came up, I guess started coming up, and it's really escalated now, is just the insurance part. How is this going to impact my insurance? The homeowner's insurance, the business owner's insurance, that's part of the economic study. But when you really bring that out, when you're doing community education, I think that's in the forefront these days. Back then, we didn't have that. We weren't talking about homeowners insurance. Now we are. And now we're talking, the nation is talking about how do we make sure that our insurance stays low? How do we lower the insurance? Well, the country and the nation's really looking at the roofing of homes and roofing infrastructure of buildings to lower insurance. Those are, but out here, we're not worried about our roof. We're not in the hurricane region. How do we lower our insurance? That's part of the mitigation, is to be able to lower the community's insurance and the risk of that, the community in that area. I think that's really important, and I know that NAU does a great job. It's really great that we have our partnership with them, and that's where this partnership, I think, when we're talking about federal grants, not when Schultz happened back then, there was not this partnership emphasis on federal grants. That wasn't there. And then we started hearing about partnerships within the application itself. So in this study, in each of these communities, these projects, wherever they are, who are the partners that are going to be mentioned in those federal grants? That's going to be really important. Who's at the table and who's doing what? That is really important. Back then, we didn't have that. Now, today, that is the emphasis. What is this, the local support? What is the state support? What is the community support? That is really important to emphasize. So I think the study now looks different, I believe, than the way it used to be. Now it's like, who's all at the table? Back then, it was like, okay, here's the community. What do we do here? That it's no longer that way. So I think that it's a study, when we talk about it, it's more complex. We didn't even talk about economic impact then, but we identified a economic impact as an emphasis. It was always there, but now it's highlighted, it's brought out to the light and say, okay, here's the economic impact. With these partnerships, this is the positive impact. And this is the future of economic mobility, and this is how we're gonna do it. So I think that's those are, and then when we're mitigating too, we're not just mitigating anymore. Now we're saying, okay, here's a path, and this path will lead to economic opportunities right here. Those are more in those reports nowadays. So those, I think, reporting the studies, these mitigations have changed. So anyway, I just appreciate you, appreciate us being here, appreciate all your work. And I'm well aware that you all are very attuned to all of the things that I'm saying, but anyway, just really appreciate where we're at right now. So thank you for all your work.
And Supervisor Ontiveros, I cut you off, so I want to put it back to you. If
Oh.
anything else.
No, I actually didn't feel cut off.
All right.
Yeah, no, not at all.
And certainly if, later in the week, at some point you think, gee, I didn't think of X, Y, Z. Or I want to, obviously you can email me and let me know or call or, but we've got an ongoing process here.
Right. And I know that this list, this prioritization criteria, it was considered by the engineers. It was considered because I think Vice Chair Vasquez pointed out, is there anything else we're thinking of? Because this is a little out of our wheelhouse. And the engineers, I think we're going to largely need to receive their expertise in this. So.
And
All
any,
right, well, thank
any
you.
other
Very, very
comments or
helpful.
any other comments, questions before we are going to break? As always, thank you. Thank you for the expertise that you brought and are providing, and really appreciate your thoughtfulness in presenting this, and look forward to an ongoing discussion on this. So thank you. We are still flood control districts. I'd like a motion for us to resolve back at the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
I have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. And members, we've done a good job, but it's now 1:45. What we're going to do is take our lunch break a little late. We'll be back here at 2:45.
1:45.
I'm sorry,
Chair.
1:45. I don't know math. 1:45. And we understand that our first partner, community partner, is knowing that we're going to start a little late. So we'll be back here at 1:45. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. It's good to be back together again after our budget process.
All right. We have a lunch break. Thank you all. Give just a minute or so to see if Supervisor Fowler is on her way. And we want to thank United Way for being flexible on changing of their schedule. All of you, actually, we really appreciate that. All right. Supervisor Fowler has joined us and we are all back together again. The gang's back together again. So, and first up this afternoon for a discussion on our outside partners here in Coconino County, we have United Way of Northern Arizona and the Honorable Liz Archuleta. It's wonderful to see you, Liz, and it's very strange to see you on the other side of the dais, but it's great. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your flexibility.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm pleased to be here. And we will all get on the other side of the dais at some point, right? So
Yes.
really great to,
If we're
really great
lucky.
to have you, hopefully. That's right. Well, it's wonderful, wonderful to see all of you. Thank you so much for having us. And I want to introduce, first of all, some of our United Way board members that are here. If you don't mind, I have our chair of our board of directors, Armando Reese, who you're very familiar with. And then we also have Sandy Ernst Perez, who's a member of our board, and she co-chairs the board governance committee and our early childhood development committee. And then Kristen Strauss, who is the manager of youth programs and educational initiatives. So really glad that they could join us here today. And we'll go ahead and just get started, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, please, and welcome.
Great, thank you so much. Well, I first just wanted to go over a little bit about the community investment. As you know, you allocate funding to United Way. It's part of the social services funding. And we then distribute that money out to nonprofit partners in the community. And we go through a very thorough process where we ask for volunteers from the community to be part of the community investment teams. We had 8 teams. 34 community members participated in these teams. We make sure that when we recruit members, we want to make sure there's diverse and community first perspectives are represented. Some of those folks are comprised of donors, volunteers, business members, etc. There's an extensive evaluation process where they review applications during the midterm. They're 2-year funding cycles. So after the first year, we go and do site visits to make sure that they are meeting their objectives as stated by their funding applications. And then, of course, funding decisions are made. There's a rubric that we use. Those funding recommendations are presented to our board of directors, and then funding is awarded it's awarded in the fiscal year as it starts, but they're notified in June. The extensive evaluation, as I mentioned, includes looking at, what is the program plan to accomplish? What is the program supposed to do exactly? What is its target population, the program activities, the performance measures, and then, of course, does the budget align to the program activities? We have areas of focus, and the areas of focus that we have are early childhood development, positive youth development, and safety and security, which is basically the basic needs. As you'll see, our early childhood development focuses on kindergarten readiness and literacy supports. Positive youth development has those 3 areas. Just really wanted to point out leadership development and then mental well-being and resilience. We know that right now in our community, our youth suicide ideation and death by suicide is on the increase. So we really want to make sure that we're looking at mental well-being, resilience in youth, and then sense of belonging and inclusion. I think all of you know, I have a son who was born with Down syndrome. And so as a parent, as a community member, that sense of belonging and inclusion, if you think about it, for those who are parents, what keeps you up at night? Well, wanting to make sure that your child feels that sense of belonging, that part of community, that inclusion, right? That's what keeps me up at night. And especially when you have a child who may have a special need, it can tell you that worry is quadrupled, if not more. And then, as I mentioned, safety and security. we're talking about, safe shelter. So shelter services, being able to house those who are housing insecure, providing childcare, end of life care, such as hospice, transportation, etc. So the eligibility requirements in order to be eligible for United Way funding, you have to be serving in Coconino County. You'll see all these other things. The reason I listed this is because I just wanted you to see the exhaustive due diligence that we do in ensuring that the nonprofits that we partner with are financially secure, are following operations, have sound operational policies, have audits or their financials are reviewed by CPAs, that they abide by federal and state laws regarding non-discrimination and anti-terrorism, are current with the IRS, etc. This is also very helpful to you and to others who provide funding to us and our donors, because I'm sure you don't have time to do all of that due diligence or the staffing that would require, and so we basically do that for you. Here's the funding partners that we funded with the county's funding, and you can see that it spans from youth programs and providers that provide youth programs, early childhood education. As I mentioned, we span the gamut of early childhood development, positive youth development, and then those basic needs. And each of those funded programs fall within one of those areas. And then, of course, we leverage funds. And so we write grants. And it's always helpful to be able to say, we have county funding in the amount of what the money that you allocate. That helps us then go out and seek additional grants. And you'll see that in 2023, we brought in about $241,000. And then in 2024, $340,000. And then, of course, we also raise money with our United Way campaign, very generous individuals in our community. And we raise $1 million through our United Way campaign. We're always being very assertive about seeking grants. And usually our grants are from our foundations, from other, mainly foundations and mainly individual donors that give out grants that don't give them to the campaign. They designate them specifically for specific programs. And so this is not federal grants. We do not have federal grants in United Way. Okay, race and ethnicity, because I thought this might be very interesting to you, some program demographics. So this is from the programs that we run ourselves as well as our partners. And you'll see our highest population that we serve is our Native American population, our indigenous community, a little bit over 24,000. Next, white Caucasian, 17,000. Hispanic Latino, almost 6,000. And you'll see, et cetera, multiracial, 334. Unknown is because we serve folks, but they did not disclose, and that's fine. And then Black, African American, 191,000. Asian, 93,000. 93, African American, 191. Asian, 93. And then Pacific Islanders, you can see. Safe shelter, just some of the outcomes and some of the outputs for you. As you can see, shelter nights, 702 shelter nights, 207 people received eviction assistance. You can see the amount of money that was dispersed there to individuals and how many individuals were served and families were served. Those who received transitional supportive housing, who basically went from transitional housing to permanent housing, which is great. That 190 went from basically having support in traditional housing to permanent housing. And then 143 who obtained rent and mortgage assistance. And you can see how that breaks down by individuals and families. Next, safe shelter. We distribute hygiene kits like during the winter and also during the summer, because some people who are unhoused do not have those types of personal belongings. And so just wanted to show you there in terms of clothing and some hygiene kits, what was distributed. Food security, this is This is very important. Basically, wow, look at that. 7 million pounds of food were distributed, hot meals were distributed in our community, over 1,000. And in terms of food, I'll just go back to that. We do, one of our partners is Flagstaff Families Food Center. They do distribute food boxes in Loop as well as at Cromer Elementary School. So that way people who live in those unincorporated areas do not need to come into town to get food. They can, but that's just a service provided as well. Transportation, you can see a little over 1,000 people single rides were provided. Transportation vouchers were also provided. And again, this is for people to be able to get to work and to seek other essential services, medical, et cetera. Early childhood development, we have over 2,000 books were given to children ages 0 through 9. We had 874 volunteer hours who volunteered in our early childhood education programs. You can see the number of children that were specifically 0 to 5 that were served, almost 300, and then 240 children who received literacy supports. And then you can look at some of the impacts on the families, where families and caregivers were provided information and training. This could be literacy skills training, educational training, resources. And then you can go on to see how parents indicated how that increased their knowledge or their skill level so they could have that really solid home to school partnership to be able to help their children succeed. I wanted to share some of our Kinder Camp demographics, and I hope all of you will come and visit our Kinder Camp program. I know that invitations already have been extended to you or will be extended to you. And so our gender breakdown by female and male, we have almost equal race and ethnicity, as you see there. We have, we'll just do multiracial, 9%, Asian, 3%, Hispanic or Latinx, 19%, Native American or Indigenous, 25%, and then 44% white Caucasian. And this was based on this year's program. We will probably be even more diverse. We added on, this is not within Coconino County, but just for your information, we added Holbrook as a site this year, as well as Joseph City as a site. And we're hoping to expand into other areas. In Coconino County, we have 4 classrooms here in Flagstaff. We have 2 classrooms in Williams, and we want to further expand that as well. And kids get bused from all over. So it doesn't matter if you live in Loop or you go to Cromer or you go to one of the schools in the unincorporated areas of the Flagstaff Unified School District, you can be bused in. The site is at Thomas Elementary School, but we pay for busing. So kids can be bused into the program. Positive youth development, this is, again, impressive. We have almost 22,000 young people who received mentoring and enrolled in positive youth development programs and supported positive development programs. We have enrolled little over 2,000 youth. Again, over 2,000 youth participated in STEM programs or STEAM programs. And then little under 2,000 youth participated in a variety of teamwork and networking experiences. Again, you can see that 559 youth increased in healthy relationship support with an adult mentor or some of their peers doing peer-to-peer type of work. Almost 1,000 youth participated in educational success or work-based learning opportunities, and almost 800 youth demonstrated progress in social and emotional development. Basically self-control, self-regulation, empathy, teamwork, every problem solving, everything that we need, right? Not only as youth, but as adults. And then again, here's some more information on our positive youth development. Really interesting, that last one, about 100% of the youth demonstrated behavior change related to positive progression through the services provided. So that they increase somehow in their attendance or their grades or their behavior. And that's what I have for you. And I wanted to show you these 2 little kiddos. They just captured my heart. These are 2 of our little kids who attended Kinder Camp. And this was during our Bridging Over ceremony, which you're invited to as well. It's like the graduation. And everybody gets dressed up. but I particularly love it when we have our young children express their cultural pride. And so I wanted to share this photo with you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Liz. And United Way has been a longtime partner here in Coconino County, providing services all across the county, and the emphasis that you have in terms of children and youth in your kinder camp program has been fabulous. Many of us here on the board have been able to attend kinder camp, and it is pretty amazing. And so I want to shout out for your early childhood development programs. I think those are instrumental and very important in Coconino County, especially since that is not something that has really been picked up by our public school district. And we know how important it is for children to be able to have that help, preschool help, to be successful when they get there. So we really appreciate that. And I also don't want us to forget the partnership that the county has had with United Way when we and our communities have found themselves in emergencies. And, we have our ongoing intergovernmental agreement with United Way to help us not only get the volunteers to make those sandbags, place those sandbags, and for the other work that is necessary in those emergency situations. And you all have, as they say, neighbors helping neighbors, and certainly United Way has been that neighbor helping Coconino County. So I want to recognize that as well, because when you have a lull in an emergency, you sometimes forget how instrumental United Way has been and what an important partnership they have been to us here in Coconino County. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I just may, I didn't put that in there just because we didn't have any emergencies last year, right? And we're keeping our fingers crossed that we won't have any emergencies this summer. But you're absolutely right. Obviously, we have thousands and thousands of volunteer hours that we've been able to document from the fires, pipeline tunnel, et cetera. And we still have that MOU in place. We're ready to go. Should there be an emergency this summer, we are ready to mobilize volunteers and to work with you in that support aspect.
well, thank you. And again, we certainly appreciate that partnership. Other comments, Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was so cool to see all the different programs and the metrics, the impact to the community. The thing that stuck out to me as I was looking at the list of all the community organizations that were funded by United Way, I counted 19 different organizations and more programs than that, because some of them were 2 or 3 times listed. But that's 19 community organizations that United Way helped funnel funding to straight to the community. And that's so important because, as we know, we cannot all do it ourselves. We need partnerships. And so just want to thank you and thank United Way for all their continued efforts to make sure that we provide these services to our community that are so needed, especially early childhood development. Kinder camp, it's great. Always love going to see those programs. Can't wait to do the tour this year. And, these are programs that our children need. And United Way has just been such an important conduit to do so. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If I may, I just wanted to say that, the fact is that we have these partners who do so much in the community. We're really help them just make sure that they also can leverage their funding, right? When they get United Way funding, then they also can go out and write grants. And as you know, it's government can't do it all, right? So nonprofit is the safety net. And we're going to see that, as you know, increasingly as federal funding may be decreased, we're going to see that impact. And so we want to be able to be there for the community.
Other comments? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Just a comment. First of all, I appreciate the conversation that we had in our private meeting last week. So I do not have any questions because it was so thorough. I do just want to tell you that, well, I certainly agree with my fellow supervisors' comments. And the other thing that I really appreciate is you showing where the money is going to and what it's being used for. Because as you know, you sat up here where we're sitting now, and we are stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And so with having that explanation, I really like that accountability. So thank you for that slide and for all the work you do, everything they already said. Yeah, ditto.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Liz.
Hi.
And your
Good afternoon.
officers here, thank you so much. Takes a lot of courage to be doing what you guys are doing. And helping out the communities. Under your demographics, you have unknown 383,851.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's because they didn't disclose. So not,
Oh, okay.
like, it's optional to disclose. So unknown is just they didn't self-disclose.
Oh, okay. And then thank you for helping all the different organizations with funding opportunities so they could assist in, bringing services alongside of you guys, like for the early childhood developments, the food securities, all the services that is provided, even transportation. So I just want to thank you all, and my colleagues have made comments, and I just agree with everything that they say. So I just want to say thank you for your for all the hard work that you guys are doing out there, and having volunteers. That's good, and certainly all of a sudden you wouldn't need volunteers. So thank you so much for the offer.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Supervisor.
Supervisor Fowler.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, Supervisor Fowler. How are you?
Thank you. Very good, thank you. And thank you, board members, for being here. I know it takes a lot to volunteer, and United Way's always been our partner, and we're trying to provide services out there in our communities. I think it's very important, and it's always very difficult to get into to get into all of our communities throughout the county. We understand that. And then having a really well-organized organization that you can fund as well, that can provide those services stretch out. Thank goodness, the Catholic Charities came around. We didn't have Catholic Charities there for a while. And now they've stretched themselves out to Page. That transitional housing there is really a great addition to Page, and it's really nicely set up, and it's just community has really accepted that just the homes that are there and helping out the families. Really, it's mostly single women and their children that are being helped. So that goes a long ways when you're trying to really help people. And then the kinder camp that went through this is a new organization also. I don't know this organization, the kinder camp.
Oh, the kinder camp. Yeah. So
uh-huh.
it's run by United Way, but we've had it in Flagstaff, Williams, Blue Ridge for quite some time. We're actually celebrating our 20th year, but we're wanting to expand it. And Supervisor Fowler, thank you for
Sure.
telling me this, because for reminding me about this. We're expanding to Page next year as well.
Oh,
we're
that's
super
good.
excited
Yeah.
about that.
I wish we could reach all children that may be eligible for that. We can only do so much, which is really sad. Because we're not stretching to people that cannot access these services. And I'm really happy that your focus is on mental health. And mental health, we all are focusing on it, but it seems like mental health is just escalating. All of our departments, from our courts to our detention center, to health department, schools, they're all working on mental health. And when we say mental health, then why is it that it's just escalating? We have a high suicide rate that's coming about. And then with all the federal cuts that are coming through that we're supporting these services, those are now being cut. So I'm just really happy that you're focused on mental health, and that is really important. I noticed you really also started focusing on the housing for the needs for housing. I think that is shelter is so important when somebody is losing their home, somebody doesn't just wake up one day and say, hey, I think I'll be homeless today from here on out. Right. No, they fight for themselves to stay in that house. They claw themselves. They do everything to stay there. Then they move into their cars if they have a vehicle. They try to live in that car, or else before they do that, really, they're trying to get relatives so they can couch surf for a while. Then goes to their vehicle until their vehicle, they can't keep it up anymore. And then after that is when this is like months and maybe even years later, they become homeless. So people that are homeless fight for themselves. So this kind of help really helps out. I just want to commend you for that, and the board and all the nonprofit organizations that you're working with. And you have to be a strong organization to be able to get a grant from you. It has changed from the time I was on the board, and even the the mission has changed as well. But this is really, thank you. Just appreciate all your work and continue to do as much as we can. And hopefully there'll be dollars that still come in, even though there's federal cuts happening, and even nonprofit organization granting agencies, those are even in the question right now. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler. Appreciate that very much. And we'll continue to do more in that mental health, especially youth mental well-being. And I invite all of you, we're going to be hosting a youth leadership summit, and that's going to be this fall. And so we'll be inviting all of you as role models to come and speak to that. There's going to be a very strong mental well-being component to that, to basically try to provide the skills to youth to be resilient and to learn to overcome some of those messages that are negative, and that begin to create that sense of doubt in them, and also how to seek resources when they do feel like they're suffering from their mental well-being.
We look forward to that. We look forward to the kinder camp visits. And thank you and your board members for being here today. Really appreciate all you do.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. Next up, NAU.
Kyle Christian is online. Us, the fax program. Kyle Christian, are you with us?
I am. Sorry, my apologies. I don't know what I'm having trouble with on Zoom, but I'm having a little bit of trouble today. Sorry about that, y'all.
It's not NAU, it's the fax program. Is that next? Okay.
That's me. I'm Kyle Christian. I'm with the fax program here as part of FUSD. Thank you for this opportunity, and let me know when I can begin.
Please, thank you for joining us this afternoon. The board's all here, so you've got the floor. Please proceed.
Fantastic. And I won't be taking up a whole lot of time here. Believe I can share my screen. And of course, everything looks funky on my end. All right. Is y'all able to see the... Oh, goodness. I'm sorry. Are y'all able to see my PowerPoint?
No, we have it, but we do not see it on the screen.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I have never had trouble operating this before, ever. I'm so sorry, everybody. And it just booted me out entirely.
Well, we do have the presentation before us. If you can't find that or get to that, you probably can just refer to it, and we should be able to follow along with our printed copies.
Yeah, I may just do that. Oh,
Wait a minute. We suddenly see it.
okay, great. That's some good news at least. All right. So yeah, we here at FUSD's FACS program, we received $24,750 from the county to help support our Loop FACS program. This funding is used to partially pay for a full-time lead out there. So we've got someone who's on site, planning consistent daily activities, helping to make sure that our students out there are, watched before and after school program. I've got the breakdown here, as you can see. $16,632 goes towards wages, with just over $8,100 going towards the ERE and benefits. For that here, just some little bit of information on Loop. It's part of Flagstaff Unified School District, one of our elementary schools out in Loop, Arizona, about 40 miles east of Flagstaff. We're open from 6:45 in the morning until school starts, Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday afternoons from school dismissal until 5:30. So this allows us to be there every morning for students, every afternoon that we're out there. During 2-hour delays, we open at 7:30, so a little bit later, but again, we are open until school starts because we know that families still need us on those days that school's on a delayed schedule. A little bit about our program out there, just continuing to provide that safe, enriching, and quality out-of-school time programming through a lot of physical activities, arts, crafts, and just recently this year, we had a cooking club started to help some of our students get some better idea of nutrition, some of the, I think, more traditional cooking, and some sort of traditional cooking aspects are there for the different tribes that we serve. I've got a general schedule here you all could reference just to see an example of some of the activities that we do. Some academics work, some different character counts and character traits, character education, and then our active activities with tennis, disc golf, and then a variety of other kind of organized sports between between track and field, basketball, and some football. We have over 121 students enrolled. This is about 88 to 89% of the student body at Loop Elementary is enrolled in some capacity at the Loop FACS program, which is pretty consistent for what it was last year. We're seeing about 80 students in the morning. To those 2-hour delays, we hit about 107 students. The afternoon's a little bit lower attendance, but still, pretty consistent attendance. As I mentioned, we're doing some track field, cross country stuff, flag football, soccer, basketball, all this in competition and with other schools that are part of the Navajo Hopi Area Junior High League. It's going to be Dilcon, Jadito, Loop, one of the other school at Loop, and just schools in that area, Indian Wells. And then, yeah, if you're ever interested in seeing more just for the general FACS program, I've got our Instagram up here. Just posted recently some stuff that we had done out at Loop for our Tasty Bites Cooking Club, which again is that cooking club that just started out there this year. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for the information. Really appreciate that. And I'm going to ask my colleagues any questions. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I just have to tell you, I love the name of your cooking club, Tasty Bites. That is, I love that.
Oh, thank you. I wish I could take credit for that. That was all Danelle Small Canyon, our site lead out there.
Okay, well, I love it. Anyway, this is my first time through the budget process. I am the new supervisor. And I think it was like the last day of our budget, our 2-week budget hearing, our Deputy County Manager, Kim Musselman, mentioned that some of the organizations that we give money to, that you guys sometimes are a pass-through to other, I guess, charities, I may say. Is there any pass through that goes through you to other charities? And if so, who are they and what amount is it?
We do have the Coconino County Coalition for Youth and Students, Virginia Wadahamaji. She's if I remember correctly, the title is director of that. And so we received some city money for her through that,
Okay.
but nothing county-wise.
Okay. All right. No, thank you so much for that. Just as like I had mentioned to our last presenter, that this board is responsible for being good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And so since this is my first go at it, I'm just trying to make sure that I fully understand where the money goes to and if there is a pass through where it goes, just to be sure that all of that it serves the community interest in that. So thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it and wonderful work you're doing. And I've got to tell you, that's a high percentage of students that are using your program. That's wonderful. Good job.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you, Kyle.
Yeah,
We used to work together for a long time and really familiar with the FACTS program. And it's really cool to see the programming that's happening out at Loop School. One thing just for clarification, FUSD only has one school that's out in the county, correct? And that's Loop School?
We also have Cromer that is outside of city limits, but is, very close to city limits.
Does Cromer receive any funding from county or just Loop School?
No, just Loop School. Yeah, Cromer does not currently receive any county funding.
Okay, and then my second question is, as far as the programming that's offered at Loop School, is there any kind of fee to the families to participate in the FACTS program?
There is not. It's entirely free to families right now.
Great, that's good to hear, because just so that those of you that don't know about the FACTS program, in the city of Flagstaff, FACTS is a fee-based program. So what that means is that our funding helping FACTS in Loop helps subsidize that, so the families don't have to pay for those services and can use those services for free. So that's really exciting to hear. Again, congratulations on continuing great programming out there, and I look forward to getting a site visit sometime. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, the Loop's in Coconino County, but it's outside the city of Flags. So.
Mhm.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, the funding, when you say that you provide funding to outside agency, it's not this particular dollars, right? This all goes to the FACTS program for Loop schools.
Correct. Yeah, this here, the 24,750 is completely for FUSD. We're not a pass through on this at all.
Okay, just wanted to double check on that one. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say thank you for the services that you provide to the most vulnerable students out there. Students that really need help, mentally, physically, and, things like that. And it's good for them. And so I just want to say it means a lot to me, because sports is one of the things that are really cherished out there by our students. And so being involved and being there and getting them involved, that means a lot to them. And I can vouch for that, because my dad made sure that we were all playing sports, as we were like the 4-year-old, we were in basketball teams and stuff like that, all my brothers and my sisters. So it meant a lot to me. And I just wanted, and I fully support that. And I'm glad that, you're helping all the students out there that can be, and this is a high percentage information that we got today. So I'm very thankful for that. And so I thank you so much. And whoever's helping you out there, tell the principal that we appreciate, the program, everything, people that work with you. Thank you so much for being there for the children. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for for recognizing that. The out of school time stuff can be an adventure for sure, and we love doing it. That's why we're here.
All right. Well, it looks like you've answered all of our questions. And again, thank you for all that you're doing, and appreciate the FACTS program out there at the Loop schools. So
Yeah.
thanks again.
Thank you all.
Next up, Chair Horseman, members of the board, is Cooperative Extension with Christopher Jones here to present.
Good afternoon. I trust you all have slides.
We do.
If
Thank
not,
you.
I have them handy. I can share them with other people. Honorable Chair Horseman and Honorable Supervisors Vasquez, Fowler, Biguet, and Monteveros, it's my pleasure to be here with you today. My name's Chris Jones. I am the Interim County Extension Director for Coconino County Cooperative Extension. And I would like to introduce you to our office staff who are available to come today. Back in this corner, you have Elizabeth Johnson. Elizabeth is our Master Gardener Program Coordinator. She came in to fill after Hattie Braun retired. You know Hattie. I'm trying to fill for Hattie Braun too. Brandy Gobble is our office administrator. Josh Farella is our 4-H agent. And Joanna Mona is a program coordinator for a family consumer and health sciences program under our agent, Gail Gratop. We are housed at 2304 North 3rd Street. I've been involved with Cooperative Extension. I'm based down in Gila County. I just have administrative responsibilities at this time as interim. But I've been with Extension for over 25 years. I believe this office has been here all that time. So we're really grateful that we are able to share that office as part of Cooperative Extension. I don't know how familiar you are with Cooperative Extension. We're a branch of the University of Arizona through the land grant university system. And it allows us to do educational programs at the county level. We've been around, our legislation was 1914 when we started the Smith-Lever Act. And I'd also like to make a land acknowledgement that our land grant places are on native lands. And we work very closely with our tribal nations in Arizona. We've got several of our federally recognized tribal extension programs in Hopi and Navajo nations. Okay, so just jumping in there and trying to stay on time. So what I really want to do is just kind of introduce you to the people who are here working with us, their programs, and just kind of overview. I'm not going to be able to get too much into the numbers or the impacts. Some of the things that really hit on, I'll try to, but I want to try to stay on time for you guys and have time for questions. So Gail Gratop is our agent. This is our county faculty, and Joanna Mona, who you know up here. They run two main programs under the Family Consumer and Health Sciences program. It's mental health and wellness and the food and nutrition program. Gail has a unique program in horticultural therapy. Kind of new here, but there's so many ways that plants help us. And so she started with a pre-vocational program at Ponderosa High. The kids grew vegetable seedlings and produce for the community. And also for farmer mental health, 74 farmers and ranchers across the county attended our beginning farmer and ranches program. They got advice and help with managing stress and for our agriculture. Our gardening and nutrition programs quite large. I believe we participate with the last people we were talking with. 761 youth and adults participated in programs in schools across Page, Loop, and Flagstaff. And then our agriculture literature program trained 36 teachers to help get ag concepts and connect children to their youth in Page, Grand Canyon, and Flagstaff, reaching 1,800 school years. A little deeper dive into the Family Consumer Health Program. We also do a positive discipline education series in Leup and Flagstaff. We are doing some food preservation education with trainings in Flagstaff and Page, and a pilot canning class that we conducted in December here with just a few participants. And the nutrition program that we mentioned earlier, 271 students at Killip, Lip schools, and the Boys and Girls Club. They learn how to cook and bake and how to use a knife. Next up, Josh Farella with our 4-H youth program has the 4-H community club programs. This is our traditional 4-H programs in Flagstaff, Page, Parks, Doney, Winona area, and Williams. They do that through 4-H leaders, council that Josh helps to lead. And the two main areas are large and small livestock education and shooting sports. So all those that you see listed there as far as animals and guns and are what we do. Other important things we do in 4-H, of course, is the Coconino County Fair and the events there, and particularly showing the animals. We do 4-H demonstration days and livestock education clinics, a pre-vocational metalworking program, which is done with our tribal agents in Hopi and Wallapai Nation and in Coconino County. So kids learning how to weld and blacksmith. Forged in Flagstaff is another part of that. And Josh has a grant or PI for this military teen adventure camp. So he could talk a little bit more about that. But people come across the nation and get to raft the Grand Canyon, youth who are military families. And our state and county 4-H shooting and archery sports. We've got our county programs, but also the Fun Shoot, who at Camp Navajo had 100 families, and then also Coconino County hosts shooting sports education, the national team qualifier, and the shooting sports education certificate. Also under 4-H, as well as our family consumer science program, is Christy Shopman. She is in Page as a program assistant, and she's got 5 leaders and 49 children under 4-H program in Page, Leachy, Big Water, Pariah, and Greenhaven. And she also does the school gardening nutrition program under Gail in Page and Leachy and Greenhaven, with similar things to teach kids about healthy eating, growing food, and home gardening. And Gail asked me to share that she has a gift from Torgeson Law, $50,000 that she administers, and a lot of that is she's doing to help support the program in Page. Elizabeth Johnson. Close that, or can we close that? Confirm your. Okay, am I speaking English? I hope so. Can you understand me? Good. All right. And I don't have that here. I can't close that online. Thank you. Thank you. So Elizabeth started in October. So she's been helping with the plant desk. People call, they have questions. But I allowed her to give some things that she's done in this year. Everything else we're reporting was 2024. But started a Master Gardener online course, which is across northern Arizona. And in that, she's had 53 graduates, 39 who will become Master Gardeners, and others with just with a home horticulture certificate. We have a seed library that's utilized quite a bit by the community, with over 800 free seed packets taken, and a community seed swap. And then she works very closely with our Coconino County Master Gardener Association. And so that's a close relationship, but they have a little autonomy. But we help get the Master Gardeners involved with there. They do an annual garden tour, plant sale with the Northern Arizona Museum, root camp at Warner's, neighborhood weed talks, and they also had booths and presentations at the Farmer Rancher Resource Fair and Earth Day seed giveaways. Okay. One more group here. Under our Ag and Natural Resources program, we do rangeland management and livestock production. Andrew Brisky is an area agent. He's based out of Mojave County, but does quite a bit here in Coconino County. And Emma Salter is a research specialist, helps with the range monitoring. Two main areas are workshops that are done on the Arizona Strip, dealing with range and cattle production, and invasive weeds workshop, and then our 3 forest range monitoring agreement on the Kaibab and the North Kaibab and Diablo Trust. And these programs just help ranchers to know how much forage they have out there so they can make better decisions on their stocking rates and how they're managing the land. Great relationship between the ranchers and the agencies that they have their allotments. Here is our funding page. Most of our funding comes through the Arizona State Legislature, some through formula funds from the feds, totaling over $300,000. We've had some grants. I understand those are frozen now for the military program. And then another one with our mental health. So anyway, we'll hit that. County funding, we received $27,235 with a total of $435,000, and didn't get that Torgerson gift in there, sorry. And we typically use most of that for Christy Shopman up in Page. That's how we agreed to do that. And most of our funding goes to salary and our fringe benefits. 20% of our money goes towards operations and programs, travel and education and professional development. And I think that's my presentation here. So thank you very much. All this is possible through your support. So pleasure to meet you and be here today.
Thank you, and we appreciate you being here and providing an overview of the programs that you provide our community. And we are just one small part, obviously, of the contributions made for you to be able to do the programming you do across Coconino County, and we've appreciated partnering with you on this. So thank you very much.
We do too. Thank you.
And other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. When I was looking through here, I was a recipient of 4-H when I was starting at 9 years old, and I did cooking and sewing, which is a little different than animals and shooting, but nevertheless, I know progress is being made. So, but that was participated in the demonstration days, and I mean, I really learned a lot of valuable skills from 4-H. So appreciate what you're doing there. And so, same question to you I asked of Ms. Archuleta, which is, are you, the funds that Coconino County, I believe you are very specific that really goes to give the salary for the individual in Page. That's what they're used for. There's no pass-through funds. And if there are, who are they and what amount?
No, we do not pass through
Okay.
any of our funds. And, they help to support our programs so we can get out and be in the field.
Yeah, I felt like I knew the answer to that question, but I'm going to ask everyone, so I didn't want you to feel left out. So thank you very much.
Other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I've noticed that through the years, you've really expanded the services out here. And looks like there's a lot more support from the state also. I don't know, but at one time it was very limited, the services that were out in our communities. Now there's a lot more. So I'm really happy to see that. And just the variety of the services that you all have. And you have a lot more staff also. That makes a difference. So thank you for providing all that service. And this is such an important partnership that we have. And we've always had this partnership with the county, and it's just really expanded. And just want to tell you how pleased I am, and just really your services are always so well attended, and it's just and it's very, very much it's really important information that you share with, and that our communities learn. It's a continuing education learning that you provide. So I just want to thank you for that, and making sure that families' well-beings are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to build on that, I need to give credit to our extension agents, Josh and Gail. They are so passionate about being extension educators. It's a different type of thing that we do. Takes a while for people to understand exactly how extension works, but they pursue grants, they get people on, and they're in the field as much as they can. So we're very fortunate to have Josh here.
Other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and sharing all the different things that the Coconino County Cooperative Extension does. I knew some of them, but I learned some things today, and so that was really cool to find out all the different classes and programs that you offer in our county. My first experience with you guys was when I worked at Killup, and as we were developing our summer program and getting our gardening going, you guys were crucial in helping that get founded. It was probably 10, 15 years ago already, but that's where I first was exposed with working with your organization, and just really appreciate all the work that you guys do and the services that you're providing to our youth. They're so invaluable, and it's really cool when you go to the county fair and you see all those young people with their animals. And so just thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Begay?
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, staff, for all you do. Just wanted to say that, this is very dear to me. Vocational, or planting and livestock, and I'm in the midst of that every day when I'm not here at the office or whatever. But anyway, it's so it's so peaceful to be around animals, and even the plants. My mom always talked to the plants or the sheep. She tells them, "You don't be going around straying by yourself. And coyote's gonna get you," and you're all of that stuff. So, but they listen. I mean, so you can actually talk to the plants and the animals. So that is really refreshing, to know that at least somebody's listening, not talking back to you. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support that you're giving out to the communities out there that you serve, and then also the networking that you're doing, to make it happen. And certainly, you're not just in one office. You're all over the place, trying to make sure that services are provided out in their communities. So thank you so much. I support the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate the opportunity for learning a little bit about all the programs you do for us. So appreciate it.
Thank you for the chance to come up and share this with you.
Thank you. Who's up
Chair
next?
Horstman, members of the board. Next up, we have the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership. We have Ann with us today. Perfect timing, Ann.
Well, good afternoon, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Ann Matek, and I represent the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership. Before I begin, I would like to signify my Board of Directors. We have Lisa Bolton, who is the Forest Health Project Coordinator of SRP. We have Neil Chapman, who's the Forest Health Supervisor of the City of Flagstaff Fire Department. We have myself, Principal of Matek Consulting. We have Andrew Sanchez Metter, who is the Executive Director of the Ecological Restoration Institute. And we have Jay Smith, who you all know from the Flood Control District. Just as a reminder, there we go. Just as a reminder, our vision and focus works towards future sustainability and resiliency of our forests and communities across northern Arizona. And our actions include multi-agency planning and coordinated implementation of forest restoration projects, and that includes thinning small diameter trees and prescribed fire. We also work on monitoring and adaptive management, utilization of woody biomass, and we also work in outreach and education. The outcomes of county funding for fiscal year 25 focused on convening a professional forum and collaborative entity to share information and achieve partners' goals. This includes monthly meetings that we conduct. We also have field tours to current projects so that we can see projects in action. We also work on the Forest Restoration Initiative. We also have a working group called the Forest Biomass Coalition that addresses the lack of biomass facilities in the area. We have the Community Wildfire Defense Grant proposal that we submitted, and we were funded, I'm happy to say, to complete a CWPP for most of Coconino County. And we were also funded on a proposal that we wrote for a congressional appropriation for the Lowell Observatory Fuels Reduction Project. And I'm going to focus on the last two bullets because I think this is what you will be most interested in. And GFFP serves all citizens and visitors throughout Coconino County, and that would be through the CWPP. It's approximately 145,000 citizens, and we serve citizens across northern Arizona through Forefry. We are funded this year in fiscal year 25 for $16,500, and we do not have any unexpended funds. So I'm going to talk about the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, also known as the CWPP, for rural fire districts and tribal communities in Coconino County. And you can see the Community Wildfire Defense Grants protect communities, infrastructure, and natural resources from the threat of wildfire. And GFFP knows that this is one of the #1 concerns for Coconino County and for this Board of Supervisors. As far as the progress goes for this project, we have completed an agreement with the Department of Forestry and Fire Management that was signed in January of this year. We expect to complete it in 18 months or sooner, but by July of 2016 at the latest. We have contracted with SWCA as our consultant. We are targeting 9 rural underserved fire districts and 6 tribal communities. We have convened a kickoff conference call and identified core team members. We also completed the first core team meeting. SWCA is currently gathering data, and we scheduled our first wildfire risk assessment meeting. So our outcome is an actionable countywide CWPP that ultimately reduces wildfire risk. This CWPP will have usable community-based action plans for each of the 9 fire districts and 6 of the tribes. It will have a web-based story map and dashboard tracking system that tracks projects in real time. It enables funding streams for on-the-ground forest treatments, firefighting equipment, and fire-wise-based outreach and education. So these fire districts and tribes will be able to apply for grants to fund these projects. And it establishes long-standing relationships with rural fire districts and tribes. So we're really looking forward to that component as well. And here are the 9 fire districts. And of the 9, 6 are participating so far. So we have the Sherwood Forest Estates Fire District, the Kaibab Estates West, Blue Ridge, Tucson, City of Williams Fire Department, and the High Country Fire and Rescue. Not participating so far, but we're hoping they will, is the Forest Lakes Fire District, the Fredonia Fire District, and Green Haven, which is in Page. Of the 6 tribal communities, we have the Wallapai tribe that has definitely shown interest. They've returned a letter of engagement, but they did not attend the first core team meeting. We have the Navajo Nation that already has a current CWPP. And the 4 tribes that have not shown interest so far are the Hopi, the Havasupai, the Kaibab Paiute, and the San Juan Southern Paiute. So in order to complete the CWPP, GFFP and Coconino County will facilitate 4 to 5 community meetings, and we will conduct 6 tribal interviews. And our ask from the County Board of Supervisors is to get the word out to fire districts, tribes, and their corresponding communities. Now I'm going to move over to the Section 17 Lowell Observatory Mesa Fuels Reduction Project. You can see the map on the right, and you can see Section 17. It's in the southeast corner of the mesa, and this is the last parcel on the mesa that hasn't been treated. So we're really looking forward to this project. This is an aerial of Section 17. You can see it's pretty thick with trees there. We're going to treat around 700 acres, and we plan on thinning small diameter trees and removing all of the biomass. And the ultimate outcome is to reduce wildfire risk and improve forest health. So as far as project on this Lowell Observatory progress goes, we are finalizing the subrecipient agreement with Coconino County. GFFP's attorney is currently reviewing it. Once the subrecipient agreement is finalized, we'll complete an MOU and an agreement with Lowell Observatory and Campbell Global. And Campbell Global will supervise the on-the-ground treatments on the mesa. We will also have an RFP for a logging contract and a corresponding agreement. We will compose a communication plan, and implementation is expected this year, but is contingent on the loggers' availability. Again, the main outcome is reducing wildfire risk to Lowell Observatory, the city of Flagstaff, and Coconino County. There are contributed and leveraged funds for the Lowell Observatory project. The contributed funds are coming from Lowell Observatory and the city of Flagstaff. And this is fairly new. We have leveraged funds now for the project, and this is coming from SRP and again, the city of Flagstaff. And this will result in an increased number of acres treated that on city land that's adjacent to Lowell Observatory in Thorpe Park. And this will further reduce wildfire risk. So we're really, really excited about this. This was a new SRP came to us and they said, we're interested in this project. We'd like to contribute some funds. So we're very excited about that. And that's really, I think, also attributed to our new board member from SRP. I did include our 2024 annual report in your packets. There's also a link on that slide for all of our annual reports. And I want to thank Coconino County for your support. County funds are directed toward protecting our communities and reducing wildfire risk, restoring forest ecosystems, educating and informing the public, promoting, facilitating small diameter wood utilization, and monitoring and adaptive management. And I do encourage some of the supervisors, we'd love to have you at a meeting if you'd like to come, or your staff. They are very, I think, very interactive meetings. We have folks from all of the agencies, academics. So we'd really appreciate at some point in time if you'd like to attend one of our meetings. And I'm going to stop there for questions and comments.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and certainly Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership has been an ongoing partner here with Coconino County, and so much for our flood control district, and of course, also as part of Fort Fry. I sit on the Fort Fry stakeholders group and know how important you are. We also hear all about what you're up to with when we get updates on our forest restoration programs from both Jay and Lucinda. So we really appreciate all that you do and leveraging partnerships with others as well to get a huge job done, and that's called forest restoration. And really appreciate your leadership that you've shown on the GFFP as well. So really interesting news on Lowell. We were so afraid that we were going to lose that funding. In fact, I had heard rumors to the effect we had. So this is such great news. And I understand the money is there. We're waiting for the agreement. And I'm looking forward to that going forward. It's a very important project close to the city of Flagstaff that really needs to get done. So very exciting. And then we and the board have been involved in the wildfire defense plan and hopefully grant funding. And we know part of that is to get these plans done. So once again, we appreciate the work done by GFFP on helping us getting those regional plans done. And hopefully there'll be some grant monies for us to help us with these projects going forward. So thank you. And thank you for your presentation and for your continuing work for our communities.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you for the presentation. One quick question. You're asked that we get the word out to fire districts. And so I was going through the list of fire districts, and there's 2 in District 3 that I didn't see, specifically Ponderosa Fire Department and Highland Fire Department.
Very good. And one thing I didn't mention, because we didn't have a lot of time, is that the Greater Flagstaff Area CWPP will be updated concurrently with our novel CWPP. So we will be working very closely with them to marry like wildfire risk assessments and data, so that those 2 fire districts will be part of the Greater Flagstaff Area CWPP.
Okay.
And that's going to be led by the Ponderosa Fire Advisory Council.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you for connecting those dots for me.
You bet.
And same question I'm asking everyone. You guys receive funding from the county. Is there any pass through that comes to you that is passed to anyone else? If so, who and what amount?
No, there's no pass through.
Okay,
we
thank
need every little penny.
I did
GFFP scrapes by, I must say, and
Yeah.
these 2 recent grants and appropriations are really going to assist with GFFP's bottom line. But we really run on a shoestring budget, but we just continue to pound the pavement, even though that's the case.
Well, good job. And I did see that all of your funds were expended. So I suspected the answer you were going to give me, but just thank you.
It's
Asking it of
okay.
everyone. Good
And
job.
I know, that you're one of the newer supervisors, and it's really good to meet you. And I know Fowler Begay, she's seen me for years and years and years, and GFFP has been around since 1996. And I have been the director of GFFP since 2015.
Well, thank you very much. And it is nice meeting you too.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you for showing us the extent of your work. As in your name, it's a partnership, and it's a great partnership to have with our county. As we were mentioning earlier, we can't do it all, and we need good partners, and there's important work. This is public safety to make sure that our community is safe with the forest around us. And so just to really appreciate all that your organization does, and thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for your presentation. You're asking us to help you get the word out. Do you have anything in writing that we can go ahead and submit? Did some detailed information then we can go ahead and get them to the proper people that maybe they don't know about it, I don't know. So our office is willing to contact whoever is on our list here. I think there's a couple, Hopi for sure.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
let's see, Hopi,
And Paiute. I know some of them are
Havasu
Paiute.
Pai, Kaibab Paiute, and the San Juan Southern Paiute. SWCA recently sent me a outreach piece for the tribes that I still need to look at. But once I edit it, I am happy to get it over to you. And I would love it if you could help us contact these tribes, because what we really want to tell them too is that this is their CWPP. We're not trying to tell them what to do. It's really whatever they want to really commit to, then that's what will be in the action plans. And what it will do is it will set up like a 5-year action plan so they can prioritize projects that they want to complete. And those projects being in a CWPP, they can point to the CWPP, the section and the page number, and then they can, and then, you know, it will really help them for applying for grant funding. Without that CWPP, it's not going to happen. So I will definitely get that over to, I don't know if I get it to the whole board or how I do that, but I'll find out.
Probably the whole board for our information.
And if you get it to our county manager, he should be able to get it to all of
Okay.
us.
Yeah.
Perfect. And again, the fire districts are, the ones we haven't heard from are Forest Lakes, Fredonia, and Greenhaven. So if any of you have connections to those 3 fire districts, it's really adding capacity, you know, and resources to these underserved fire districts. So we're really hoping that they participate. And again, if we just emphasize that it's going to be their CWPP, we're not trying to tell them what to do. Hopefully they'll participate.
Any other comment?
Yeah, Lisa, thank you again for presenting. And we've had this, just like, you know, we've had this long-standing partnership on forest fire, and you are starting to expand. I'm really happy to see that. And, but, you know, we can't do without your partnership. And it's just so important that we continue this partnership so that we can move forward and really try to learn as we go along. So, and I'm really happy to see that SRP is getting more involved in our region. I know they're concerned about their watersheds, and that's the reason why I think they're up here. So, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Well, thank you again for being here and all you do. And I'm sure we'll be talking with each other in the future. So
Sounds
thank
great.
you.
Thank you so much.
Guess next we have NAU. Is that right?
Nancy Baca is here with the Economic Policy Institute, and your name has already come up today. It's now a flood control district director and talked about communicating with you on his studies. Thanks for being here, Nancy.
Of course, happy to be here. So my name's Nancy Baca. I'm the director of the Economic Policy Institute at the W.A. Franke College of Business at NEU. I know I've been here before a couple of times. We're grateful for your continued support and the continued partnership that we have with the county. You can see there the funding amount of $34,650. This is a long-standing partnership. It goes back far before my tenure, decades, I believe. So the mission of the Economic Policy Institute is to empower rural and tribal communities and small businesses with data-driven research to aid in sustained economic growth. That is how we participate with the county, is through data-driven research initiatives. And it's also to promote financial literacy and equity through educational opportunities for all grade levels. The different units housed within EPI is the research unit, and that is the unit that is most likely to engage with the county. Also, our Center for American Indian Economic Development that works with tribal communities on economic development initiatives, our Center for Economic Education, and then our Arizona Hospitality Research and Resource Center. So I know this is a lot of words on one slide. I know better, but let's go through these one by one. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about that has been a significant contribution or partnership between the county and EPI is with the Flood Control District. Last fiscal year is when we did the economic impact of a large-scale wildfire on the San Francisco Peak study that was supported through this financial support from the county. It was done at no additional charge. It's a significant study that clearly had a higher market value. So we hope that the county
recognized the value of that study, and we know it was actually leveraged for several $1 million worth of forest restoration funding, which is the intent of the Institute. It's that we provide data-driven resource that communities can leverage to really go do the important work that we know communities need to do. We continue to provide support on that study. We still are contacted by the Flood Control District to further explore that analysis. If there are any questions or comments or support letters or anything that the Flood Control District needs from us, we obviously continue to provide that support. We also are doing some housing data analysis. This funding has also helped to support housing data analysis. We do a big economic outlook conference every year, and some of the funding from the county actually goes to support that community outreach event. And we also are able to provide many times free of charge because of community partners such as yourself. So we actually have done some housing data analysis that is up on a public facing dashboard, and we continue to update it, and hopefully becomes a resource for folks all over the county who are interested in housing data, which we know is really important at this time. We also, because of our continued relationship, prioritize county projects. This isn't just the projects that we do as part of this partnership, but we recently engaged in 2 projects with the County Workforce Development Board that were paid through separate funding, but because they were county projects, we do prioritize them in terms of scheduling. We always move county projects to the front when they are requested as part of our long-term partnership, making sure that we meet critical deadlines. We are also doing a cost of living and housing affordability dashboard. Again, this is another public-facing dashboard with cost of living index information about Coconino County, also to be used as a resource for folks all over the county that are interested in cost of living and housing affordability. We have 2 projects that we are currently in the works of negotiating and coming up with scopes. And the first one is an asset inventory that is a joint project between the economic development folks here at the county and economic development at the city of Flagstaff. It's an economic asset inventory that would help support capital planning, bring in economic folks interested in economic development projects in the county, and interagency collaboration between the city and the county, understanding what we have to offer to potential, to folks interested in bringing economic initiatives to the city and to the county. So we are currently developing the scope of that project. We are back on forestry. We recently had a discussion with Jay Smith, and he is interested in an economic impact of forest-related industries in Coconino County study that would be supported through these monies as well. And so we continue to prioritize the county and try and provide the data-driven research and the economic information that hopefully helps you folks to achieve your goals and, you know, help all departments here at the county move projects forward. So we appreciate your continued support. We couldn't do this without you, and it fulfills our mission when we start local and help provide data that can be leveraged to do the big, great work that you guys do.
Well, we thank you, and thank you for the partnership. And you're right, we really try to be making our decisions on data-driven information, not only the science, but the economics to help us make decisions. Just before you got here, we're talking about flood control district priorities for flood control district projects moving forward. And of course, economic analysis is absolutely key to those. So once again, we appreciate what you do for us and that you're there and can provide that high level of professionalism and data information that we can use to be making our decisions is really appreciated very much.
It's our pleasure that you trust us to provide you the data that you need.
Absolutely. So other comments? Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for sharing with us the different programs that studies that your office has done. It's so important. When we go to Capitol Hill or when we go down to the state and we need to tell a story, the data that you provide allows us to tell that story in a way that is based in science, based in your research, rather than just hearsay or just what we're hearing. It's actually backed up with numbers. And so that's really helpful, especially when we were talking about the flood mitigation stuff and just how much economic damage would be done to Flagstaff. We needed to advocate that. Your research was so crucial for us to be able to share with our elected officials. So thank you for your work.
Great. Comments, questions, Supervisor Ontiveros?
Well, Nancy, nice to meet you. And
Nice to meet you.
we were talking about you earlier this morning, and here you are. So very nice meeting you. Yeah, I was just going, first of all, thank you for prioritizing that. You just said that when a county
Always.
project comes through, you bump it up. I want to thank you for that, for all of the reasons that were so well laid out by Chair Horseman and Vice Chair Vasquez. So thank you so much for that. And I think I know the answer to this question, but any pass through, I knew that. Okay, but again, didn't want to leave you out, so thank you
Yeah,
for that.
Of course, of
Mhm.
course. Yes, no pass through. We use every dollar and hopefully the county sees the return on investment.
Yeah, thank you.
Comments, questions, members of the board?
Chair Horseman,
Yeah.
if you don't, I'm sorry, Supervisor. I just wanted to note too the studies with Fort Tut Hill and thank you.
Well, they also did one for the impact of, our snow play up here. We really
Sure did.
appreciate that too.
Of course.
So Supervisor Fowler, did you have some questions or comments?
No, just comment. Thank you for your partnership. You've really provided crucial information that we need. And based on your research and these studies, we've been able to make critical decisions, all these years. So I just really appreciate NAU's partnership and continued partnership. I do have a couple of requests of you that I can email you.
Sure,
So
please do.
thank you.
Of course.
And Nancy, you brought the rain. It's raining.
Hey,
Thank you.
yes, anytime, anytime. You got it.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Oh, that rain smells so good.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to
yeah.
present to you today.
Yeah, and all certainly anything is data driven. If you're going to ask for grants, monies, whatever, it's always got to they want data. So it's good that, you're helping here and there, with numbers and with all the projects and your dashboards and your, maintaining those numbers, for us to use, in certain areas, that brings money. So making sure that, we secure those dollars. So I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do and your helpers. Just let them know that we thank them for that. So thank you.
Will do. There's a lot of them. Okay.
We will
Thank
be
you.
in touch, I'm sure.
Please do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and next we have, are we ready to go on one more? Or you want to take a 5-minute break? Let's take a 5-minute break and then Mountain Lion, is that correct? All right. God, it smells great, doesn't it, when it rains? So we are back and we are looking forward. Heather Domlin is with us to talk about one of our favorite subjects, mountain lion. And appreciate you joining us this afternoon, Heather.
Thank you. Thanks for the chance to talk about my favorite topic. I appreciate your time, and I'm very glad to give you this update on the transit programs that Mountain Lion operates on behalf of Coconino County. Just for a little history, I stood in this room for my new employee orientation back in 1998.
Really?
I left Coconino County when Mountain Lion left Coconino County. So, and at the time, we actually had more transit service on behalf of the county than we do today. And there have just been some funding challenges over the years that have resulted in the program that we're going to talk about. So we currently operate two transit programs on behalf of Coconino County. Your funding supports $122,000 in projects, both operating within Coconino County. We have a taxi program that provides door-to-door on-demand service, and we have a van pool program which connects employees and employers. And I'm going to break down those programs and walk through them a little bit for you. These are both subsidized programs. So the Mountain Lion Taxi program is a taxi subsidy, and I want to be careful in using the word taxi. It does include the option of Uber, Lyft, or any other shared ride service. The clients actually choose the provider. We provide them with basically a declining balance gift card, Visa card, that allows them to do that. The client does pay 20% of each monthly load on that card, and then Mountain Lion provides the remaining 80%. So for example, if they take a $50 taxi trip, currently the rider pays $10, the county pays $20, and Mountain Lion, through our 5310 partnership, pays the other $20. It does offer flexibility 24/7 for those clients. This program has been in operation for several years, and it currently serves the green boundary that you can see here. It does match Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization boundary. And I want to say that we have designated that boundary really based on the amount of funding that we have available for this program. So we go as far east as Winona, as far west as Belmont, as far south as Mountaineer, and it's just north of Timberline on the north end. So anyone within that area who qualifies for paratransit services can access this taxi card program under the rules that I just went over and use those for their independently planned trips and services.
Can I ask, you might have already said
course.
it, and I apologize, Heather, if I missed it. How many people are taking advantage of that program?
Oh, well, I wish I had written that down. I know that I would estimate we have somewhere around 50 people qualified. Not all 50 take advantage of the option every month.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I will confirm that number because it is an estimation. I do have a ridership to show you here. So this is the last 3 years, including the current year that we're in. So it's incomplete. This is fiscal year, even though it's laid out as a calendar year. I apologize for that. But you can see the growth of the program over the years. It did stabilize during COVID. We were seeing really high demands pre-2020. The demands fell off in 2020, 2021, and never fully recovered, but we do still see robust use of this program. Some outcomes on the program: we leverage 50% of the funds to really double the amount of program that we can provide. So the program is 50% federally funded. Riders save 80% on their transportation cost when they choose this service over another. And a trip on the county taxi currently costs 49% less than if we sent a paratransit vehicle to complete that trip. So it's an economical way to provide a service. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Mountain Lion Van Pool program. This is a turnkey program, meaning that I have a contractor in place that provides the vehicles, manages the program. We really fund it and help market it. We don't own the vehicles. We don't insure the vehicles. I don't buy the fuel for the vehicles. Van pools are little like car pools, except that they are funded federally as public transit programs. They're ideal for groups of 5 or more going to or from a common destination. Our program does require one end of the trip to be in Coconino County. Unlike the taxi program, this can be used all over Coconino County. It is not specific to the metropolitan planning boundaries. The riders participate as drivers, so they, as a group, decide who are the drivers. It may be more than one person within the group, and the routes and the rules are established by the group. Mountain Lion provides a $400 monthly subsidy that is split 80-20, 80% by federal funds, 20% by Coconino County, and then the people participating in the van pool pay for fuel. The program, like I said, is all organized by our contractor, which is Commute with Enterprise. And yes, that's just like the Enterprise car rental service. So this program is wildly growing. We actually are at 14 vehicles in service. That's the most vehicles we've had in service since the program's inception. You can see on the graph, we lost a little bit of demand during the 2020 to 2022 timeframe, but slowly have seen increases in demand across that program. I wanted to demonstrate for you where those vans are going. So this is the list of the 14 locations that we're serving, and you'll notice most of them are employer vehicles. So what that means is it's likely that the employer is paying for the fuel to offset the employee's cost of using the van pool service. So we serve a wide variety of locations. Now, we have had service going as far as Prescott in the past. That vehicle was not funded by Coconino County. That vehicle was funded by Yavapai County, but we were able to do it through our arrangement. So really the program outcomes of the van pool, we reduce over 61,000 miles of travel each month, and that's based on the number of people participating in these vehicles and their common origin and destination. Riders save around $600 each month in cost by choosing this van pool option over a single vehicle. We save 167 tons of CO2 each month. Again, that's through that shared ride. And we leverage 80% of the funding for the contracted administration. So this one is funded a little differently than the taxi program. And the cost per trip is 36% less than our existing city fixed route service. So as we look at what our fiscal year 2026 budget ask it is relatively the same as the prior year, and that's because we anticipate continuing these programs as they're currently designed. We feel like we're meeting the demand for the most part, unless the county wants to consider other programs. And that the van pool funding is really being maximized. So the contribution from Coconino County allows us to draw 100% of the federal funds available for that program. That's allowing us to meet that increased demand and interest. And I think that's everything that I have, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or go back if you would like me to.
Well, thank you. Impressive, actually, and the van pool funding and what it's doing in terms of reducing overall miles each month. That's impressive. I had no idea. So thank you for your information. I'm going to ask my colleagues, do you have any comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And that really is 133% increase in the van pool. That's impressive. Yeah. And I'm just going to ask you the same question. I don't think you've been here though, but is there any pass-through funding that goes from county funds to any pass-through that goes anyplace else? And if so, who and what amount?
So all of our programs are structured to ensure that the funds we receive from each partner are used on that partner's programs. And so none of the funds that we receive specifically for these two programs go anywhere but to these two programs.
Okay, thank you. And I suspected that was the answer, but I'm asking it of everyone. So
Understood.
thank you, Heather. Good job.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and sharing with us what funding from Coconino County does to support Mountain Lion. So important to have public transportation in the greater Flagstaff area. And I just wanted to highlight the van pool and the paratransit program why it's so important. When I first joined the Mountain Lion Board, I was really pushing to get a fixed route out in the greater Flagstaff area. And as you explained to me over the years, it just is not economical. We don't have the ridership to be able to sustain some routes that way. And so this paratransit model is a really good model to maximize our funding and provide services to folks that need that paratransit support, yet are not enough ridership to provide a fixed route in those areas on the outlying areas of the greater Flagstaff area. So thank you for sharing that, and just really enjoy seeing how that program has grown over the years. Thank you.
Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. This has been a great partnership through the years, and through the years that it's really been developed, and now it's really secure. I mean, I remember when we started the voucher program, the van pool program, all of those have been in the years in coming, and now it looks like it's really secure, and we're moving forward. And I like the fact that we're still trying to work with the other transit system so that we can somehow link up, just to be able to have that connection throughout northern Arizona. So, or in Coconino County and northern Arizona, I think it's important to continue to work on that. And then we tried working on the van pool out in the Page area, and then I think right when it looked like it was positive, the pandemic hit, and we just haven't picked it back up yet. So anyway, but I do appreciate your partnership, and just thank the board as well. So thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Thanks, Heather, for our presentation. I know it's very important to have some kind of transportation within the city limits and outside, and having partnerships is very important too. And that, it's something that is used by a lot of people and is going back up, from the pandemic. So I'm just very proud to be part of the Mountain Lion team here. And I know that we had added a bus again to the Winslow bus, right? And that wasn't too long ago. So that was, so it is growing, and it's going to continue to grow. And, pretty soon, I know it's going to be something that is going to be used by more people, and more as they learn about, the ridership and stuff like that. So thank you so much for all the work, and the rest of the board and the staff that you have. And we did get that Mountain Lion facilities up too. So that's something that's really good, and for to everything to be in one area. So thank you so much for that, because I know that it took a lot of plans and a lot of monies and a lot of efforts and teamwork and partnerships. Thank you so much.
Thank God that transit center was built when it was built. And it's coming along great. And if you haven't, members of the board, if you haven't had a tour through it, it's worth taking a tour through it. It's very impressive and much needed. So as we expand our bus line and our transit systems, I really appreciate that. Any other yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, it just occurred to me to ask a question that we know that just recently in the election, there was a new tax that would continue funding. And could you just elaborate a little bit on what the plan is to expand services, or to utilize that fund to help expand Mountain Lion services in Flagstaff?
Sure. So Prop 488, which was supported by the voters in November, will allow us to almost double our services within the city limits. Those are city tax dollars, and so we do restrict them to programs provided within the city limits, but we will be this July expanding Route 8, which currently goes out West Route 666. It turns now at Thompson, which is the old Arizona Daily Sun. It's going to go all the way out to Woody Mountain Road and back with 30-minute frequency. Route 5, which serves Cheshire, is going from 60-minute to 30-minute frequency. That, by the way, is our last route. That was that long of a headway. And then just other services, we'll be looking at increasing peak services, meaning what time of the day we offer the maximum amount of service. We're looking at in the future making Saturdays match our Monday through Friday service. And so that tax funding is going to allow us to do all of that and more because we ask for funding to ensure that we are resilient as the community changes and have funding to build new routes as they are needed.
Great, thank you. I just wanted that opportunity to let the public know the exciting news of what we're going to do with that funding. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Follow-up question. How are your federal dollars, federal grants coming along?
So at this time, Mountain Line continues to be successful with competitive funding for our capital projects, and our 5307 apportioned funding has been secured. So all of that is still authorized under the IIJA. So none of that has been put at risk. We did have a grant that was for low or no emission vehicles that we had hoped to use to buy more battery electric buses. We did recently change strategy on that to buy hybrid buses instead because we felt like that money would be at risk and it time-wise was going to expire. We felt like securing it and replacing vehicles was better than putting the funding at risk. But I want to be clear, our strategy to go to zero emission vehicles has not changed. This has just been a small delay in the next purchase. Outside of that, we are already having conversations about reauthorization of funds. We have reauthorization priorities that we're using, but I have to say, compared to some of our transit partners, our funding is secure and we don't feel like it is at risk.
I didn't know that, so I appreciate the update. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? All right, Heather, thank you.
Thank you, and
Appreciate it.
Invite you all. We're moving into our new Downtown Connection Center on Monday, June 9th.
All right.
So just stop on in and visit with us and we would be happy to give you a tour.
Thanks so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
everything you do. Right. So next up is our alcohol stabilization unit. And I don't think we got any.
Well, at the Guidance Center, I don't know that we've gotten any materials, but Satchel Alvarado is online. And
yes.
Hi, Satchel.
Hi.
I don't have any materials. I think the board does.
So Satchel, the point of today's meeting is just to provide an update on the funding, and it looks like you do have a presentation. So thank you.
Absolutely, yes. And I'm ready to go whenever y'all are ready.
We are ready, and they've got the full board here, and you've got the floor.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm just going to give you guys an update on the alcohol and crisis stabilization unit that we have on site and how this funding has been used to help support that unit for the Guidance Center. I'm going to be reporting numbers for 2024 and 2025. So the total funding over those 2 years is $78,800. Crisis stabilization unit. So what this is a unit that serves people who are experiencing both mental and physical health crises. I realize it says mental there, but any community member can be treated on the CSU. It's like an emergency department that we have on staff. It is regardless of ability to pay. So any member is welcome. And then we worry about how compensation will be tackled on the back end. Substance use makes up about 80% of the people on CSU. And they do have immediate access to detox facility as well as showers, toiletries, meals, and snacks. A lot of these people are in desperate need of a way to take care of themselves. And so we provide acute care for them. And then usually they are also remitted into our outpatient program or perhaps our substance abuse program, or rehab facility on site. They immediately receive a crisis clinician when they come in. So we give them immediate assessment, make sure that we're taking care of all their needs in a clinical setting. Patients will work with a nurse and a behavioral health tech to discuss a plan for treatment. And then all cases are staffed with the appropriate providers. And patients usually stay on these units for up to 24 hours while we monitor them through the crisis episode. And then we provide medication as necessary to get them where they need to be, stabilize any alcohol dependencies or other substance dependencies. Our CSU and behavioral health techs work to engage the patient in services. They're new to the Guidance Center. That means getting them set up with a case manager, getting them set up with the right behavioral health technician, psychiatrist, whatever they need to have their health needs met. And then we also make sure to get them set up on benefits if they aren't enrolled in benefits. We want to make sure that any members who are coming in under crisis get enrolled in access. and just give them an ongoing treatment plan so that they have a way to help stabilize themselves in the long term, not just acutely. And typically, these members do continue to receive services with us at the Guidance Center. There are a couple of other places in town, but we are the primary behavioral health provider here in Flagstaff. Just give you guys an update on the numbers, Coconino, how these funds are used. So we received
Hey,
39,600.
Satchel, we have a question if you don't
Oh,
mind.
Yeah, if I could, just real quick, any idea, the numbers of folks that have used, and have taken advantage of that stabilization unit that you just described?
Yes, right here.
There it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have just waited. Thank you.
So this is going to be how the funding directly served the population here. We received the same stipend for FY24 and FY25, and while we are still in the process of those 25 funds, July 1 to July 1, we have serviced a sizable portion, 2,556 for 2024 and 2,213 for 2025. A lot of these are repeat visits for members. So the unique population serviced, you can see there in the fourth column, 862 in 2024 and 399 in 25. And I just broke it out by member per fund, $15.49 for 2024 and $17.89 in 2025 so far. That will go down a little bit, but I mean, those funds are being utilized every day. Total cost of running this unit per year is about $1.1 million.
Supervisor Vasquez.
So just to clarify, based on the numbers that we're seeing, it looks like you're seeing the same people more often. So you're not necessarily having more folks service. You're just having the same people service more times. Is that correct?
It just depends. It varies year to year based on the population. We service anybody who comes in who is in need of that crisis stabilization unit. Unfortunately, there are repeat offenders sometimes, but we don't decline anybody based on any specific criteria. We make sure that if somebody comes in crisis, we treat it like an emergency room.
Please proceed.
All right. So this is just going to be a breakout of the primary diagnoses that we see for these CSU members. Usually it's going to be some kind of alcohol, opioid, or amphetamine addiction. We do have a couple of people who come in with severe mental health issues who we also make sure to service. Personality disorder is also a big one, but this is the breakout of our diagnoses by percentage usage. Age of patients, breaking out here, usually our primary population is going to be people between the ages of 26 and 64, making up roughly 70% of the members that we see on the alcohol stabilization unit. Gender, primarily male. These statistics don't really mean much in regards to the funding, but it is information that we track internally so that we can see where we really need to be targeting some of our outreach efforts. Referral source. Typically people who come in from crisis are coming in either self-admitting or from another, they're either emergency services or a hospital with overcapacity who sends them over to us as well. And the outlook for FY26. So going into the next fiscal year, we don't have any plans to grow. Program capacity of 7 is proven sufficient to handle what we see. And we certainly don't want to scale this program back. We think it's a critical service that we provide to the community. We would like to keep providing that at the capacity we currently have it. Alternative fund sources would be the REBA providers, so Arizona Complete Health in Northern Arizona, and access funding as well. Do you have any questions for me?
I do have a question. Would you mind going back to the slide where you were showing the numbers again?
Yes.
There we go. Thanks. Couple of questions, and I think that the comment that was made by Supervisor Vasquez is it looks like from the numbers, not that of course you're going to serve anyone that comes before you, whether they're if they use your service once, twice, or 3 times, but it would appear from those numbers that you are in fact serving a number of folks coming back for a second or third time.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other question is that it also looks like unique members served has gone down substantially, almost half, well, more than half. So is there any reason for that or any comments that you might have about that?
It is something that we noted internally. What I can say is that our census for our psychiatric inpatient unit, which is right next to it, has also been low for 2025. We've spoken to some other providers in Northern Arizona, and it does seem that some of those emergent beds are lower than expected for this year. We can't identify exactly why that is, but it has seemed that some referrals that we are used to receiving, so our external referrals as opposed to self-admits have gone down in 25. And it's something we're trying to identify and work to rectify.
And then would you mind showing the pie chart again as for the percentage of folks for primary diagnosis?
Yes.
And so it looks like, which I would have thought differently. And so that's why it was interesting to me that I would have thought that alcohol and other addictions would be a greater percentage. Looks like the greatest percentage really are psychiatric diagnosis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well,
Would you say that that would be why there's increased repeats because you're dealing with so many psychiatric issues?
It's very possible that that has been a factor. We have experienced an abnormally large number of psychiatric visits as opposed to substance abuse visits compared to prior years.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, and in your presentation, most of them are self-reporting. Are they just walking up, or how does that self-reporting happen? And really happy to see that people realize that they need help and they seek help at your at the guidance center.
Yeah, it's usually people who bring themselves or are brought by family members. That's the more common thing. We say that the referral is a self-report when family bring people in. So it's people who are actively seeking for themselves or have requested that family members bring them in. And so it does seem that a number of people are choosing to seek out that care rather than just suffer through whatever they're going through.
You know, I know the city of Flagstaff has, and I'm absolutely blanking on the program that they have, rather than what the mobile crisis unit is. Thank you. And is it the mobile crisis unit possibly taking some of the numbers that you were of individuals that you were seeing, or trying to figure out? It's just an interesting numbers, and I'm trying to figure out what the reason might be for the change.
I'd have to talk to our clinical leadership about that. I don't know too much about the mobile medical unit for the city of Flagstaff that isn't our own.
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Are these folks that are getting services, are they all from the Flagstaff area or are they from throughout the county?
Throughout the county. So we try and service as much of northern Arizona as we can. We do have a mobile medical unit ourselves that we drive to Winslow, to Williams, trying to service other populations. If we see somebody in need, we will bring them in through the crisis unit. But I would say that a lot of the people we service outside of Flagstaff probably aren't getting these specific services.
Great, thank you.
And I think it'd be great to get a little bit more about Teros. I guess that's the cities. And if they're accepted through Teros or referred through Teros, are they then prevented? And that's the wrong word, but are they then not accepted through this program?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the question?
Sure. I mean, if this is a call from the city of Flagstaff and reaching out to Teros for Teros's involvement, would that then preclude them from utilizing your services there at the Guidance Center?
No, not at all. In fact, 10% of ours referrals are from Teros.
Okay. And you said your psychiatric bed numbers are lower, is that correct?
Our census has been low. The total number of psychiatric beds we have is the same, but we have noticed a lower census in 2025 specifically over the last 4 months.
And the reason I'm questioning that is because we were told earlier about the Title 36 numbers, which appear to be higher.
Yes, those are separate. I mean, they do have some overlap, but they are not one and the same. Most of our psychiatric inpatient unit is non-Title 36. Or sorry, is not Title 36, rather.
And I didn't hear that last part. We're starting to lose you, and your voice is dropping there at the end.
Sorry, most of our psychiatric inpatient unit is not from Title 36. It is people who are insured. So while we do have a number of Title 36 enrollments, I would say that was also historically low in April, but that is not necessarily tying directly to our census overall.
I thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Satchel. This is Chair, or it's not Chair, Supervisor Ontiveros. Sorry. I've been asking this question of everyone. You do receive funds from the county. Is there any pass through of the funds you receive from the county to any other organization? If so, who and what amount?
Not at all.
Thank you.
It is all used right here.
Well, thank you. And thank you for this information. It's very informative. I think we learned a lot here today, and we have some additional questions because of that. So if you do find out, if you have any ideas as to why the numbers are so much less, and the repeats, and what, if anything, other programs that may be affecting this or involved in this, please let us know. We'd love to find out what's going on. So thank you.
Absolutely. I will, as soon as we have some more concrete answers, I'll try and forward them along.
And then do we have this presentation? It would be great if you
send
could.
this along as well.
That would be great to send the presentation.
All right.
Okay. Well, Lindsay, be sure to get it for us, okay?
Will do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your partnership with Coconino County and appreciate the information today.
We appreciate you. We're very grateful for you.
Thanks.
And Virginia is online, just got promoted to panelist, and she has just joined us. So Virginia, are you with us? There she is.
Hi.
There you are. Good afternoon, Virginia. Good to see you.
Hi. Thank you.
You've got the whole board here and you've got the floor.
All right. Well, thank you to everyone on the board, the staff. It's always an honor and a pleasure to not only see you, but partner with you throughout the year. I have on the screen here our mission of the coalition, and just a continued reminder, we've been so fortunate to be in the community for 50 years now. The funds I'm going to be talking about today were $16,500, and that continues to be honored as base funding for the executive director of the coalition. And so that history of moving from a completely volunteer organization many years ago before I was ever with the coalition to now continues to be that supportive funding for the executive director of the coalition. With that being said, because the coalition continues to be very lean and mean, we have one full-time staff and one part-time staff. So with that 1.5 FTE, really that base funding that allows for an executive director of the coalition really allows all the work of the coalition to take place. And so with that being said, the presentation's a little unique and just in terms of touching base on what the coalition has been up to. Like I mentioned, we ignite collective action as our mission. And so kind of some of the broad categories of how we do that. First, we really look at prevention and system change, and really through a trauma-informed lens, through a child well-being lens, through a community health lens, we really structure our work in a way that is getting this information out into the community and having information that's supportive to our partners. For starters, we've been engaged in the Reimagine Community Project. Now we've been 2 years under our belt, and we've got one more of grant funding left, where we've been working with both the Coconino County system as well as the City of Flag system to be able to help their staff become trauma informed and raise that awareness within these very large and broad organizations. And so it's a very impactful program that we're really honored to partner with both the city and the county on. It's also something that has really brought in funding and to be able to do these projects as well. We also engage in a lot of trainings and awareness. And so we started a webinar series in 2020, and that's been up on our website, available to organizations, families across Coconino County. We also do look at a lot of research. And so everything from completing a community assessment that brought in all the prevention data and the outcome data across Coconino County and the state of Arizona, combining that with national resources. And so our website becomes a hub of being able to look up information and research and statistics for folks who are going out for grant funding or wanting to partner on a project. So between all of that and our website, we continue to have a robust level of statistics and research. That's also where we house our main prevention theories that we use. So things like self-healing communities, protective factors, and the 40 developmental assets. We also are able to act as a voice within our statewide partner network. So we not only serve as a voice for Northern Arizona needs back into, say, Maricopa County, but we also become the hub that organizations in Maricopa County can get information back up to Northern Arizona that has statewide impact. And of course, we're always looking to partner and help support on funding on projects. So oftentimes, because we have such a large network and reach, we can become a partner on other organizations' grants to help them get their work done that they need to do. We also continue to have Frank Morago. He was promoted this year into a director position with outreach and communication. Why this is important is his position really started many years ago as a pilot project. And we've been really fortunate to be able to, both through being careful with funds as well as really understanding the importance outreach and communication is, to write that into our grants. Not only keep that program going past the pilot, but now be able to promote him into a director position. Frank is also a trained journalist. And so through the newsletter that he does, he actually writes full journalistic articles about the goings on within Coconino County. When he's at events, when he's there, he actually writes up. And so it gives a lot of exposure to all the partners and systems that we are participating with. He's also really involved in the networking meetings and the resource guides around Coconino County. So for example, he participates in Page and Fredonia. He actually runs and stepped into the vacancy years ago to keep the Tuba City meeting going. And so he's a strong partner within all those networking meetings, either both as a partner as well as even running some of the meetings. And the places where he's found voids, he's actually stepped up to lead the production of resource guides and keeping those current in both Tuba City and Page. I mentioned the weekly newsletter, and he produces that every week, and it's a really fabulous way for all of our partners, both local and regional to Coconino County, but again, also statewide, to be able to get their information out and support across a wide array of events, action items, information. And then he also is able to meet with families at outreach events. And so he will be out in the field at outreach type events and health fairs and that type of thing. So just kind of some of that, what it looks like in numbers. Our total webinar views at this point is over 9,000. And some of the reasons why that's been so successful is many organizations even use it for their onboarding training now when they bring in new staff members. We also, with the support of ARPA funds, engaged in a lot of work last year to really also, in addition to outreaching to organizations, really start outreaching heavily to families to be able to use this information as well. Our Coconino Prevention Council meeting meets every month, and we have 30 to 50 attendees on that. And then the wider distribution list is closer to 150. So every month we're touching 100 to 150 organizations that are coming in to present new programs, new services coming into Northern Arizona, as well as give updates and outreach to new events and things that folks in the child welfare, behavioral health world, education world, judicial world want to be apprised of to help keep our communities healthy. The Tuba City meeting I mentioned is averaging close to 20 attendees per month. So that has really strong, consistent attendance as well. And again, these meetings not only offer up the opportunity for local organizations to stay connected, but it also allows for organizations outside the area to bring in new services or to even have that landing post when they come in new into the community. The weekly newsletter is at over 2,000 subscribers. And with the newsletter, our partners are submitting the content for that, in addition to updates about what the coalition has going on. And so we try to keep that really robust and lively. As a part of the Reimagine Community Project this year, we had a live systems change symposium with speakers from around the nation. We had a high attendance with both the city and the county because of the Reimagine Community Project. And then we were also able to open it up to our nonprofit partners and folks from Coconino County and Arizona. And then just recently, as an example of other trainings we do, I just did a training for the city of Flagstaff for 141 of their staff about trauma in the workplace. I did a similar training last summer for the court system, and I will be doing another training for this court system coming up this summer, as well as our board president will be doing another training for the court system. And so us being able to be available to these large systems that need support. Just one example, NAU researchers reached out to me. They realized that they were going to be going into focus groups with individuals whose past histories were potentially very traumatic, and they wanted some base level training to be aware of what trauma is and how they could really mitigate causing further harm and be as conscious about that as possible. And so between recorded webinars that are always accessible and then being available upon request to community partners, we try to keep all this information, this research, and this awareness spreading and continuing to grow through our community. I'm kind of looking forward, some of the things I wanted to bring to your attention. One, just to save the date, we will have an in-person conference this year, September 9th. We're really excited to host it for the first time at Lowell Observatory and the new Discovery Center. We've recognized a need for continuing an increased youth voice. And we also know a lot of our partners are engaged directly with that work. So we are started spreading the word with our partners and keeping our eyes open about, is there a way to connect up these segments of youth voice, bring in some funding to that and help increase the the ability of youth to have their voice get onto larger and larger stages, as well as impact all the work that everyone's doing. Just a general reminder that the mountain lions you see around the community, those are a coalition project that predates me, but it's a beautiful project, and it's a reminder about the 40 developmental assets. And because it's been a while since those mountain lions have been placed, we're also looking at ways to get the community back involved, talking about the 40 assets, looking for the mountain lions and finding them. And so those are just a few of the things we have coming up that we'll be looking for opportunities at. Again, as we're winding down in the third year of the Reimagine Community Project, we will be looking to pick up new areas where we can continue to grow this work. It was always important to us to be available and supportive to both the city and the county, the staff, everything that the staff are going through, and be available for that. And then also continue our outreach into the community. And so really looking at making sure the community understands that the city and the county are trauma informed, and why that's so important. And so we'll continue to be open to opportunities that arise through all those different avenues. And then just as we're getting ready for questions, just a quick reminder on our vision for the community. And we really look at this work as not something anyone's doing to anyone else, but that we're all really coming together to create thriving, resilient communities. And with that being evidence-based, with us really understanding the research, and with us being able to share through really digestible training and awareness practices, we really believe that we're making progress on this and that we can continue. And so thank you to the county for being such an incredible partner and really making all of this possible. So just if you have any questions for me, I welcome them.
Wow, Virginia, thank you. You are small but mighty, and have certainly provided a huge impact for our community. And your outreach, your communication, as you said, your training, and the awareness that you provide, the conferences, really, which bring in some of the top experts from the country, been so informative. And, not just to our community in general, I will tell you, me personally, and just want to thank you for all you do and for the services you provide here across Coconino County. And it's amazing what you're 1.5 or 1/4 is able to do. And you're right. I really enjoy your newsletters, and your website is so informative. So really appreciate the great job that you're doing.
Thank you.
And other comments, questions, members of the board? Oh, Supervisor Ontiveros has a question.
Okay. Virginia, thank you for that presentation. This is my first time going through budget and hearing about this. And so this has been very informative for me, and your presentation was so thorough. I literally have no questions for you. So that speaks volumes about what you shared with us. Very much appreciate the work that you do. It is very, very important. And I've been asking this question of everyone, but I already know the answer, because all of the funding you get from Coconino County goes to pay for the salary. There's no pass through whatsoever, is there?
There is not. And I meant to answer that because I know you've been asking that and it slipped my mind. So no pass through.
Okay. Well, you indirectly did answer it at the very beginning of your presentation, and I caught that. But thank you for the valuable work that you do in this community.
Yes, thank you.
Comments, questions, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, remind me the amount for the budget.
Yeah, it's 16,500 that we received last year.
So what is it specifically that money is used for?
It pays the portion of the executive director salary. And so through the executive director, we get all that work product.
Okay, so it doesn't go out into the community, it pays for a salary.
Correct.
Okay. I know that, so I'm just trying to see how reaching it is out into the communities. I don't, I think most of the programs are here in Flagstaff.
No,
I
Frank,
know our
Frank is involved in Tuba City, Page, Williams, Fredonia, and our partners stretch out across the county.
Okay, well, I know that Frank does, I know he just does the networking meetings that we used to do and he took it over.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
you're welcome.
Other comments, questions? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, first off, thank you for this important work that you do on behalf of our children in Coconino County. It's so important. And I just wanted to say congratulations to Frank to being promoted because he does a great job on that newsletter. I really appreciate it, considering we don't have a local newspaper. We do, but we don't. And sometimes his reporting is actually quicker about local news than what we get on our local paper. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And I'll be sure to share that with him.
By the way, I really like Frank, but Arizona Daily Sun, please keep up with your local reporting. We need you.
I think we should ask the Navajo Times.
And they should
But
also
I
report.
just want to say
Supervisor
thank
McKay.
you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And certainly, you know, your newsletters are very informative. And then also training and your outreach efforts are is well done. And I appreciate all that you do for the community out there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Comments or questions? Well, Virginia, thank you and appreciate your partnership and look forward to your next newsletter. And I've got it, I'm going to put it on my calendar about the September 9th event. Do you have a speaker or the speakers lined up?
We're still finalizing the morning keynote, but we will have Dr. Sandra Solano in person. So if you remember, she's the medical doctor who's also the heart math expert. So it'll be our first time having her here locally. So we're very excited about
No,
that.
that is exciting. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Sup-
I just want
Supervisor
to
Powell.
ask if any of your trainings are going to be outside of Flagstaff so that the rest of the county can benefit from them.
Most of our trainings we do at this point are online and specifically to make them accessible. I have gone to Page and Tuba City as requested, but the vast majority of trainings we're doing at this point are online, both for ease of mileage costs, but also for accessibility for the partners.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. I
Thank you.
think that's it. So have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Whew. So members of the board, we are down to our very last partner in our community, and they're here in person. It's great to see the Center for the Art folks and Creative Flagstaff. Thank you for being with us. Julie, always good to see you. By the way, that was a fabulous concert the other day. We do have the handouts if for some reason we can't get this going.
I can scroll. I'm Julie Comnick, the Executive Director of Creative Flagstaff, and I'm joined this afternoon by Caleb Cordasco, Creative Flagstaff Board President. I want to start by sharing that we greatly appreciate our partnership with Coconino County. As a founding partner of Creative Flagstaff, Coconino County has been instrumental with the organization since the inception of Coconino Center for the Arts 40 years ago. This chart shows the organizational structure of Creative Flagstaff as the parent organization that operates Coconino Center for the Arts, which offers arts, science, and cultural programming that serves our extended community. Celebrating CCA's 40th anniversary this year, it's remarkable how far we've come as an organization. I'm happy to share today how the support of Coconino County has supported and expanded our offerings and reach this year. Coconino County generously contributes to the CCA facility in kind. This partnership is critical to our community engagement and programming, housing the art gallery, theater, digital media lab, and staff offices. Over the past year, Coconino County facilities team has partnered on accessibility improvements and provided exterior painting and gutter systems. Today, a little electrical work, and we're looking forward to continuing the improvements this coming year with interior upgrades to the theater, including much needed new carpeting. The county's role with facility upkeep enables us to focus our efforts on serving the community through relevant arts and cultural programming. Thank you. And thank you, facilities. Ongoing baseline funding in fiscal year 25 was used in full to support operations for ongoing exhibitions, programming, and performances. This year, CCA produced 10 unique exhibitions. Attendance records reflect over 5,000 gallery visitors, including workshops and presentations. The continued operating support provided by the county helps us leverage our fundraising efforts by serving as a cash match for grant application. Wonder, Social Surrealism, and Contemporary Art is an example of an exhibition that was supported by the Arizona Humanities, and county funding served as a required match. Our exhibition schedule is balanced with major exhibitions by nationally renowned artists, along with regular opportunities for local and regional artists to showcase their work. This year, 90% of CCA's exhibiting artists were residents of Coconino County. And county support enables the continuation of the annual countywide youth arts exhibition that serves over 300 area youth, including free youth arts workshops and music performances. I know you all had the opportunity to visit The Future is Indigenous during the county awards ceremony recently. This exhibition is an example of our renewed commitment to providing space for voices from the Indigenous community. And this last Saturday, the Contemporary Indigenous Artist Market extended the opportunity for Indigenous artists to share and sell their work at CCA. And a preview of our upcoming launch of the Route 66 Centennial this summer with Route 66 Alternative Perspectives, providing a decidedly non-nostalgic documentary perspective on the Mother Road. Like so many of our cultural partners, we're facing federal funding reductions. Most impactful to our programming are the elimination of the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities grant programs and their subsequent impact on state agencies. Now more than ever, the continued support of Coconino County is vital to the promotion and preservation of creative expression in our community. Against the odds, and thanks to the support of local government, we anticipate continuing to increase and expand our offerings. This year, CCA brought a greater diversity of performances, concerts, and community collaborations reflected in these highlights from the past year. Ticket sales reflect 3,800 theater attendees to date in fiscal year 25. In summary, of the ongoing allocation for continuing efforts of exhibitions, performances, workshops, and events, we serve over 10,000 individuals annually, with over 80% being Coconino County residents and approximately 1/3 being youth participants. As you can see, we do a lot with ongoing efforts at CCA. And this year, with the additional one-time allocation of $50,000 for programming support, we greatly expanded our offerings, reach, and accessibility while creating a foundation for continued countywide reach into the future. This funding was used in its entirety for the following ongoing and new initiatives to support Coconino County residents.
With county funding, we significantly expanded our youth offerings. In addition to the annual Youth Arts exhibition, free youth arts workshops were offered with each exhibition year-round, along with exhibition-specific curriculum for youth and family engagement, and free field trips for K through 12 schools. 625 children participated in youth programs in fiscal year 25. We've also launched Creative Camps, a new opportunity for children to become immersed in the arts with professional arts educators guiding their experience, exploring disciplines of drawing and painting, theater and dance, ceramics and sculpture, and fiber and textiles. Enrollment is near capacity with over 80 children already registered for this summer's offerings, many with full scholarships. We've had enthusiastic response and would love to continue and expand upon this level of youth engagement. Increased funding supported free workshops to prepare artists for professional arts and cultural opportunities, reaching over 300 participants with paid professionals serving as workshop presenters. Looking forward, we hope to partner with community centers to offer these opportunities countywide. CCA also brings together arts organizations, nonprofits, and civic partners to foster collaboration. 60 artists, creatives, and nonprofits participated in the convenings this spring. And increased funding enabled us to build a new publicly accessible Coconino County-wide artist registry. CCA strives to connect and strengthen communities through increased access to and engagement in the arts. We know that expanses of Coconino County are underserved in the arts, yet artists and artisans are practicing even in the most remote areas. This artist registry is a resource and networking opportunity for visual artists, performing artists, literary artists, and artisans in Coconino County to share their work and expertise in a free online registry accessible to other artists, venues, and organizations. Alongside, we've compiled a database of countywide arts and cultural venues to help connect with these artists initially and to prepare us to better network and provide opportunities to remote areas. We're already seeing an expanded geography of artist projects with satellite components. And with a solid network now in place, we aim to facilitate and foster creative opportunity countywide. I had the pleasure to meet with several of the supervisors this year about ways to engage with the priorities of the individual districts, and I would welcome the opportunity to meet with each of you about how Creative Flagstaff and Coconino Center for the Arts can be supportive of your community impact initiatives and partner on projects that serve your communities. Thank you again for the support of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the facilities management team. We look forward to continuing the collaboration, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Julie, and also Caleb. Thank you for being here with us this afternoon. And, Center for the Arts is what you're doing in terms of exhibits, the performances, workshops, and now, youth engagement, and then expanding from just the facility itself to really creative events all over Coconino County is, incredible. And it's a big change and evolution that's happened with the Center of the Arts for over 40 years. And I know that Coconino County has been a proud sponsor of this, and it's so hard sometimes. I mean, it's very difficult to get funding, any kind of state or federal funding for culture or the arts. And yet it's so critical to our community for a thriving community. It's critical for us in terms of our tourists and our economies. It's critical in terms of allowing our community members to have a creative outlook or creative expression. And really the Center for the Art and Creative Flagstaff has provided that here for Coconino County and evolved and provided it at even greater numbers over the last decade. So I want to thank both of you and your board and your staff and for your great vision. I wish there was more money we had to be able to spend on the arts, I'm going to tell you, because they're the last thing that's being funded. And yet we certainly recognize that as a board, and we certainly recognize the importance that it plays in our community. So thank you, and thank you for your creativity and keeping it going and expanding with the program. Really appreciate that. So other questions or comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Julie. And I appreciated our meeting that you spoke about. I learned quite a bit there, and I appreciate the outreach that you have done as a result of that meeting. Thank you very much. Question. Creative Flagstaff / Center for the Arts, are they one and the same?
Yes. So that's why I showed the chart at the beginning. Yes, we are one organization. Coconino Center for the Arts is in its 40th year. Creative Flagstaff, previously known as Flagstaff Arts Council, was started well after that. So Coconino Center for the Arts actually precedes Creative Flagstaff. But they're one organization. We see Creative Flagstaff as the umbrella that oversees, I think 80% of our programming comes out of Coconino Center for the Arts. And we also partner with the cities on as the lead arts agency and the Viola Awards.
Okay, thank you. And I did see the chart, but for whatever reason, I just needed a little clarification. So thank you for that. No, yeah, you're fine. Thank you. And question I've asked everyone: any funds that come through, any pass through whatsoever?
Not from Coconino County funding, no.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you for a long-standing partnership and just the organization moving forward and trying to fulfill its dreams. And yes, we look forward to meeting with you so you can see how you can work with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for bringing arts to our community, especially locally. There at the Center for the Arts, there are some really cool exhibits, and I really appreciate the attempts to expand and include more populations to our Center of the Arts, because that's so important that it be accessible to everybody. And I was just a little curious, on here it talks about the expansion from the one-time money and about expanding into the county of some of the programs. And so I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
Sure, absolutely. And that's where I welcome upcoming conversations we might have towards community impact partnerships and things like that. But I've learned so far from the individual conversations that each district has a separate set of community members and priorities, and we want to see how we can best connect with each district and best serve the population.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Julie, for the presentation. I think that, you're doing a good job in the professional development of providing workshops and a series of workshops, just like the grant writing and also writing for art, for artists and creatives, and finance, art for art. I mean, all of this is new verbiage for me in some areas, but I just want to say thank you for doing that, because a lot of people can use that information to move forward in life and, to be successful. And so I just want to say thank you for giving the opportunity to our communities in that way.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
to
for
you and your
appreciating that.
staff.
And I will say part of launching the artist registry is recognizing that an artist doesn't necessarily have the skills for all the pieces to get their work up in a presentable way. So we really want to be supporting the whole artist.
All right. Well, thank you both very much for being here and for your presentation. And we look forward to continuing to participate in so many of your offerings. I really appreciate it. So thank you. You should have been telling them they need to buy a seat. This is one of your fundraisers. The seats are $200 for new seating for the Center for the Art with your name engraved on the back in perpetuity, right? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our presentations.
Oh,
for
come
this
on,
afternoon.
really?
Unless you would like Siri to give one. You're good.
Well, and I think the bottom line is a comment that we made over and over again when we were talking about the departments, but I think we can say that for our partnership, ARPA funding and for the continuing requests for our funding is that we have been able to provide services for our community members that we as a government, as a local government, could not. And I think we can see we've got a pretty good bang for our buck and incredibly variety of services over a very large county. So that is makes me feel very good and makes me feel like we're doing something right around here. So I appreciate the hard work of our partners, hard work of our departments, on making sure that we're providing a plethora of services all across Coconino County. So that would be my concluding comments. Anybody else have some comments? Supervisor Ontiveros.
This has been very educational for me. And I very much agree, Chair Horstman, with your comments about the broad outreach that, I mean, we're touching many, many places, many people, many places that Coconino County would not be able to without the partnerships that we have. So I really appreciate the education that I got today and I'm very pleased with our partners.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. It's been a long day, a lot of presentations, but what it showed is that the partners that we have partnered with and provided funding with have used their funding appropriately and put it out there into our community and spread the wealth. And that's what it's all about. When we have this funding and we want to support these different organizations, we can't do it all ourselves and we depend on these partnerships. And I feel confident in the work that we've done with these folks after seeing these presentations, feeling like the money has been well spent. Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, these are long-standing relationship that's been here for a long time, as long as I've been here anyway. And sometimes, they get one-time funding and then they're out and then they come back. It all depends on what the need is of that during that time. And it looks like all these different agencies are still working with us and they're still providing the services, the much needed services that are needed out there. So thank you.
Supervisor.
Thank you so much for all the presentations. And I think that, we did the right thing in funding the programs and for all the services that they provided to our community within our communities. And certainly the outreach is out and it's vast. And, I think we might be able to do a little bit more, in other areas, but I think, we're doing the right thing as a board, to fund them. I wish we had more money to give them because I think that would really help and that they can do more outreach and more education, more whatever that needs to get done to get to the people that they need to do and work with them and get a proper trainings or just anything that is being the services that are out there. So I just want to say thank you to all of them and then their staff that are working on these programs. I think we're doing the right thing here. So thank you.
If there's anything I'd like to get some more information on is that Guidance Center Stabilization Unit program. It sounds extremely important and a very valuable program that I think we do want to and should be funding, but I've got questions. I'd really like to get some more information on it.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and I see Kim Musselman turned her camera on, and I think, yeah, with all the presentations, Kim, is there anything you'd like to add to that piece?
Yeah, oh, thanks, Andy, and good afternoon, members of the board. I just echo Chair Horstman's just wanting to get some additional information. I know so there were some things that I was having some text exchange with Michelle and just some things that I'd like us to look into a little further. And then also in comparison to the other crisis programs that are happening and how they're working together. And if there's other things that we could be doing or expectations that we should or shouldn't have. So we'll get you some more information about that, most definitely.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Any other comments, questions? Oh, I don't know. Okay, Andy.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we have a special day to acknowledge. I don't know if we brought our singing voices, but we've had a birthday recently. I believe it was Supervisor Fowler's birthday yesterday. Who, me?
Then we better ready. One, 2, 3. I'll turn mine off so you don't have to hear me. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lena. Happy birthday to you.
It's been a wonderful
Remember, everybody has to
day.
be here
Thank
on
you.
July 4th.
All right. Anything else, County Manager?
Nothing for the good of the order. Thank you so much. It was a good day. And we really, as Suri would say, we were on time and on budget today. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Well,
Used it well.
colleagues, great job. And always staff, we appreciate everything you do for us. And with that, we're adjourned.